Hey, Black Rose. Yeah, good. You do say hi to Monica. Right, load. Let's load. Oh, Jesus, I have a lot of save files, right? I think we're here. Okay. So, okay, I remember. 1 second, let me find it. I made a notepad file so that I could specifically remember all the voices. But it just says question marks next to the nurse. I can't help but notice that Kenji isn't on here either, actually. So I guess we'll just see if I remember these voices or not. Oh boy. Alright, well, I guess I'll just do a regular voice for him. I'm catching a little murmur. I think I missed him saying, you're forgetting to take your medicine, aren't you? Can I press? No. Not keyboard, mouse only. Okay. Move this here then. You should take it easy for a few days. The nurse's word hurt me far more than the exhaustion of the morning run ever could. Take it easy for a few days? I knew I should have kept quiet. Keep my eyes on the floor, feeling like a complete idiot. Of course, I hadn't been remembering to take my medicine. I'd been rushing out of my room to get to the track before Emi. After the track meet a few days ago, I felt inspired. So I've been running warm-up laps in the morning before Emi shows up. But then today, while she and I were running, I felt a little pain in my chest. It was only slight, and it was only for a second, so I mentioned it to the nurse. Honestly, it wasn't that... Oh, sorry, it doesn't make... Honestly, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I kept running and finished just fine, so it really couldn't have been that bad. Why do I feel like I'm making excuses to the nurse? Moreover, why do I feel like I need to justify continuing to run despite the pain? Really, it comes down to my being unwilling to concern Emi, who seemed concerned anyway. I'm not sure she was able to tell there was anything wrong, but she claims I stumbled a little. She's the one who insisted I tell the nurse, and now I feel bad for worrying her at all. The nurse is shaking his head ruefully while Emi paces outside the room. Yourself, I know it's difficult for you to get into a new routine, but if you want to find yourself in a lot of trouble, you're going to have to try harder. You can't afford to forget your pills, you can't push yourself too hard. But if I don't push myself, how will I improve? I don't know where that came from. The nurse seemed to have an idea. Oh, he's doing the winky face again. I preferred him when he was miserable. Now, where have I heard that before? He laughs and pats me on the shoulder. Ha! She's rubbing off on you, I guess. His expression changes again. He's back in serious mode. Look, I'm not saying you shouldn't push yourself, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be taking your medication. It doesn't mean you shouldn't stop if your chest starts to bother you. I'd prefer not to have any fatalities while I'm on staff here. Bit of a lofty goal, to be sure, but I'm always up for a challenge. Hate to admit it, but I think he's right. I've got to remember to take my meds. You're right. I'm sorry to worry you. Who's worried? You're a smart kid, right? I know you can be responsible, so in a situation like yours, you've got to learn to be responsible fast. I know. His expression suddenly becomes devious. Oh, that means he's doing the wink. Yeah, I knew it. I suppose you've started to enjoy your run with Emi then, Yeah, they've been really helping me. I mean, until today I was feeling a lot more healthy. Plus, it's really impressive to see Emi run. Did you see her at the track meet? She was incredible. Wow. Yeah, just tell him. Just tell him how you feel. The nurse nods, grinning all the while. That she was, Sasao. I watched her first couple of races before I had some business to take care of, but she told me all about it. Kind of you to loan her your jacket, by the way. Huh? Oh yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'd honestly forgotten all about that. I still haven't gotten it back. The nurse gets a smile that makes me feel like he just made a joke. Not to you, but Emi certainly appreciated it. And I know she appreciates you running with her in the mornings. This one catch me off guard a little. Sure, she mentioned that it's easier to keep a schedule with an extra person, but I didn't think I was doing her a favour at all. I thought she was doing me the favour of helping me follow the doctor's orders. She tries harder when you're around. If there's someone else running with her, she's going to push herself more. She tries even harder when you're around because, well, it's you. Oh, guys, I think I'm in. What the heck does that mean? Oh no! My main character's a dense idiot like the last game. Why? Why can't I just play a smart person for once? Oh, god damn it. Oh, you'd love to know, wouldn't you? He laughs in the style of evil megalomaniacs. I forgot. See, he's stupid when he's reacting, but he says shit like that. No, seriously, it's because you're a friend. Ah, Shit, it's got friend zone. Damn. I'm joking, that's not a thing. If Rin ran with her, I'm sure she'd do the same. Well, probably. But that's not the point. I don't think so. The point is you're helping her, even if you don't know you are. She's grateful for that, even if she never says it. What do you mean, even if she never says it? Emi doesn't talk a lot, but she and I have known each other long enough that I can read her most of the time. I'll admit it, I have no idea what he's talking about. Emi always seems pretty talkative to me. I see. I wonder if she's only talkative to you because you're you. Then I suddenly realise that he's been rambling and stops talking, looking a little embarrassed. He never looks embarrassed, he just does this fucking blushy, winky face thing. Anyway, you don't have to stop your morning exercise. Just walk the track instead of running for a few days. Let things calm down. And take your damn medicine. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Hello, Emi. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I laugh as I exit the office, bumping straight into Emi. Whoops, sorry about that. Are you okay? What did the nurse say? You need to go to a hospital? Oh my gosh, it was my fault, wasn't it? I've been pushing you too hard, haven't I? I'm a horrible person. The words pour forth like a torrent. She's really agitated. Didn't expect her to be this concerned about me, to be honest. Got to calm her down. But how the hell do I do that? I do the only thing I can think of. I give her a hug. Okay. I was wondering where that was going. Just a hug. Emi tenses up slightly, so I pat her head in what I hope is a reassuring manner. Hey, settle down. I'm fine, okay? No worries. I can feel Emi's body relax as I continue to assure her I'm fine. Her arms wrap around me as if she's trying to confirm that I'm not about to fall over dead. Catch a whiff of her hair. I'm sorry, this was a sweet moment a second ago. Hey Lee, what? This was a really nice sweet moment, and then I catch a whiff of her hair. It smells like sweat, or how adrenaline should smell. It's the scent of activity. Okay, sure, whatever. And a hint of strawberries. From her shampoo, I suspect. Just need to remember to take my medicine, that's all. Don't worry about it, it's not your fault. You sure? Her voice is muffled, mostly because at the moment her face is pressed into my chest. Yeah, I'm sure. I just need to take it a little easy the next few days. Suddenly occurs to me how close the two of us are. It also occurs to me how nice being this close feels. I can feel Emi's heartbeat calming down, and I have to resist the urge to rest my chin on top of her head. Thank goodness. You really had me worried there, Sal. Emi, you're going to come here anytime soon? Oh, I'm sorry, was I interrupting? Two of us spring apart as if the other just caught on fire. Emi brushes her hair back nervously and laughs. Of course not. See you later, okay? Oh, and Sal? You. Take your damn medicine! The last phrase is punctuated by a punch to the shoulder. Yeah, I'll remember. See you later. The nurse smiles again, like he's on some joke and I don't know about, and waves to me as I head for my room, feeling a burning in my cheeks. Hey, we're back at old fucking, whatever that hotel's called, I've already forgotten. I need a shower. A cold one, if the thoughts running through my head are now any indication. Oh, she was really soft? Is that a word? I mean, when you call someone soft, that normally means that they're emotional. So I guess that's a compliment, but I don't think that's what he means. Okay, that's a weird wording, but alright. My pills are waiting for me when I make it to my room. Swallow them without a second thought. I don't know why I didn't think of waiting until after on to take them. For some reason I figured it was when I woke up or not at all. But no, they only need to be taken every 24 hours. The exact time of day doesn't factor into it. My thoughts drift back to the hug in the hallway. It's weird. You'd expect someone to smell foul after a run, but for some reason, Emi smelled right. Smelled right. Okay. A tinge of sweat just seemed to fit her. Soft hair would have made sense, yeah. I guess soft skin. I don't know, just the describing a person as soft feels weird. Almost died the first time a girl showed into. Of course, he's going to be a bit awkward. Yeah, that's fair. I really need that shower. Yeah, buddy. Oh, does that mean we're going to get to see my favourite? Nope. Okay. Strange that it feels so natural for me to go up to the roof these days. I never would have done such a thing in my old school. In those days, I liked to be alone. No, that's not quite true. Though I like to sit alone, I also like to watch people. I always figured it was the sort of person I was, but it appears I was wrong. Then again, I also thought I was the sort of person who had a normal heart, so there you have it. I don't know myself that well. Now I'm on the roof so that I can have lunch with a couple of people. And they're both girls, which is even stranger. Oddly enough, I feel closer to Emi and Rin than I felt to anyone at my old school. Somehow I get the feeling they'd at least visit me if I wound up in hospital. I focus on the view from the roof, banishing such thoughts from my head. There's a light breeze blowing and the sun is shining high in the sky. The sky itself is a deep blue, with hardly a cloud in... There are lots of clouds in this. Couldn't you have changed the picture? It's gotten pleasantly warm as I sit down to wait for my friends, close my eyes and enjoy the feeling of the sun seeping into my skin. And I fall asleep up top, I guess, and Emmy's going to wake me up. It always happens, right? Voices intrude upon the edge of hearing. He seems to have fallen asleep on us, Rin. Maybe he's faking to lull us into a false sense of security. Why would he do that? No idea. Still, you make a good point. We should kick him or something to make sure he's really asleep. Huh? What? Emi looms over me, like only a short girl can, peering at me intently. Oh, you're awake. I guess we don't have to kick you then. Was it part of your master plan? What are you talking about? Emi shrugs, her twin tails bouncing with emotion. I'm not sure either. You must be pretty tired to fall asleep out here. Although it's pretty comfortable, I suppose. She plops down next to me and begins to eat. Rin sits opposite from the two of us, a move which only makes me more aware of the girl sitting next to me. If I didn't know any better, I swear Rin did it on purpose. I concentrate on my food, trying to tune out the majority of the conversation that Rin and Emi are having. Despite my best efforts, however, I still find myself glancing over at Emi whenever she speaks. I notice how she purses her lips when she's thinking about something, squinting slightly as if that would improve her thinking ability. Rin says something that makes Emi laugh, and I notice, perhaps for the first time, how she laughs with her whole body, rocking back and forth, head thrown back, almost like she's about to fall over. I probably look like a creep. It's about time that I realise Emi's looking at me, her voice raised slightly, so she probably just asked me a question. Huh? Sorry, I kind of zoned out there for a moment. Emi rolls her eyes, while a slight quirk of the eyebrows, the only sign that Rin's even paying attention. I said, did you get a career survey in your class too? You know, one of those, what do you want to do after high school things? I don't think so. Maybe we'll get one tomorrow. When are you going to put down? That's a really good question. I guess I always figured I'd go to college after high school, but I've no idea what I'd do once I got there. With the heart attack and all, I'd really be concentrating on each day as it came rather than making long-term plans. Suppose I can safely start planning ahead again. Always liked having at least a vague plan for my future, so it'd be nice to come up with one again. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that right now, I've got absolutely no clue. I always kind of assumed I'd figure it out in college. Or just become a salaryman. It's pretty popular. Do I really want to? That's a tough question. Guess I don't really want to do anything. You don't sound very excited about that one, do you? She laughs as she says this, and I'm caught in her laugh again. So girlish, high and giggly, like a, well, pardon the cliche, like a babbling brook. Is that a cliche? Okay. Bubbles out of her, starting in her belly, working its way up her throat. I can't help but laugh myself. It's infectious. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty unhappy with the salaryman idea. But to be honest, I haven't given much thought to the future recently. I suppose that these days I'd be more concerned with living one day at a time. Emi considers this for a moment and grins. That's a pretty good idea, Sal. I just wrote down pirate. Classic. And I'm momentarily stunned, and I start laughing. Stop myself and manage to gasp out a question. You're not actually serious, are you? Emi looks mock offended. Well, I've got the legs for it already, so I just kind of... Nice. Even Rin seems amused by this. Just you wait. I'll be the terror of the high seas. I'll show you all. I've even been working on my pirate voice. She suddenly springs up and begins swaggering up and down the rooftop shouting orders. Yar, me hearties! Give 'em a broadside of the long guns! We'll wear their guts for garters! Do you even know what that means? Rin's unexpected interruption stops Emi in her tracks. Not really. But it's all in the delivery. Oh, these guys are great. Ringing of the bell prevents her from demonstrating her point further. Emi dashed off immediately, leaving Rin and myself alone on the rooftop. Rin stares at me intently for a few moments. Is there something wrong? Rin considers the question closely for a moment. After a lengthy pause, she shakes her head. Nope. Oh. Why the staring then? Then shakes her head again. No, I don't get it. Get what? The staring thing. You two seem to... You two seem to, but I don't. Great, she saw me staring. Now she probably thinks I'm a pervert or something. Actually, probably not. This is Rin we're talking about after all. Still, I feel the need to defend myself. I wasn't staring, I was just tired. Oh, wow. Classic. I mean, actually snort to this, but she doesn't say anything. No, really, I was just distracted is all. Okay, that was more true. Eager to end this conversation, I head back down to class. Oh, fucking... Forgot about these fuckers. Alright. Get ready, vocals. You're about to have a whale of a time. Greeted by the twin spectres of Shizune and Misha, looking like they mean business. Well, Shizune looks like she means business anyway. Misha just looks like she's about to start laughing at any minute. Up on the rooftop again, Hee-chan? You know that's dangerous, don't you? That's right. The school cannot be held responsible for any injury that comes from being up there, you know. Furthermore, we could report you for breaking the rules. Misha leans in and whispers. Whisper? How do I whisper in this voice? Whispers conspiratorially. But we won't, Hee-chan. You three are too cute together. She straightens up again, laughing at my sudden blush. You're too easy to tease, Hee-chan. Hey, come on. I'm still new here, sort of. Isn't it mean to pick on the newcomer like this? Nope. It's to help you get acclimated to your new surroundings. Ah, I see. Well, do you have to be so overzealous about it? Yep. That aside, Hee-chan, we were looking for you this morning, but you weren't in your room. Of course I wasn't. I was out for my morning exercise. Or here in class, bright and early. Unlike you. Shizune looks peeved. And a beat later, so does Misha. Or she tries to at any rate. That was because of student council business. You should be grateful that we worked so hard for you. Oh, I am. What did you need me for? Not another attempt to rope me into their dirty work, I hope. We have to give you something. Since you weren't around, we dropped it off in your room. Something? Like what? Oh, you'll find out when you get back, Hee-chan. Muto entering the room ends our conversation and we all head to our seats. It's only after I've settled down at my desk. Teacher started talking about something or other. Something odd strikes me. What did Rin mean? You too seem to. Was Emi staring at something too? For a brief moment, I considered the possibility that Emi was staring at me the way I was staring at her. Of course, that's ridiculous. Still, can't deny that I wouldn't mind if it were true. But it's best not to think of that. No need to get my hopes up. Come to think of it, when did I start having hopes like that anyway? Shake my head in an attempt to clear it and focus on the lesson. Yeah, I'm sure you do. After class, I make my way to my room. Muto really piled on the homework today. Before I could open my door, however, I am suddenly intercepted by Kenji, who just exploded out of his own room in a flurry of papers. Hey, we need to talk. These rooftop shenanigans of yours, man, they've got to stop. What? You're running around on the rooftop with the limbless wonders. They're a woman, man. You get yourself killed running around like that. I don't follow. Kenji sighs and adjusts his glasses, before what could be understood as an attempt at explaining himself patiently. Look, we're friends, so I'm telling you this for your own good. But if I were going to kill someone, I'd do it by throwing them off the roof and making it look like an accident. And if I thought of it, you can be sure that they thought of it too. They're crafty, almost as crafty as I am. I see. Good. I'm glad we had this chat. Loan me 500 yen. I'm sorry. I need to get a drink, man. I've been inside all day and tap water's been compromised, as I'm sure you know. So I need to stock up on something. Canned. Got it? But to do that, I need 500 yen. And since I've just saved your life with my timely advice, you can at least spare me 500 yen. You know, it'll make him go away. 500 yen is a bargain. And the money of his Kenji, who nods thankfully and dashes off down the hallway, but not before he locks his door. What an exhausting person. But go, in case he changes his mind. I fucking love Kenji, man. So I close the door. He was tapping at something lying on the floor. It's a brightly coloured rectangle of paper. This must be the something Misha mentioned before. Probably a student council leaflet. She slid under the door. However, when I picked it up, I found I couldn't be more wrong. Someone actually wrote me an old-fashioned handwritten paper letter. Who bothers doing something like that in this day and age anyway? Yet, as unlikely as the prospect of receiving one sounds, this definitely is the letter I have in my hand. I'm planning on finishing my homework, getting some dinner and going to bed, in order to be ready for tomorrow's morning run. However, the letter has naturally caught my interest. I sit at my desk and examine it properly. It's the first piece of mail I've received here at Yamaka, so it feels special even if it wasn't something as rare as a handwritten letter. What caused me even more trepidation is the name of the sender written neatly on the back of the envelope. Iwanako. Who's Iwanako? Wait, she's the girl who gave me the heart attack. I have no idea why she'd write to me. I haven't been in contact with anyone from my old school since I transferred, and Iwanako is the last person I'd expect to want to write me a letter. Last time I saw Iwanako was terribly awkward. Embarrassingly so. She came to my hospital room, peeled me an apple out of courtesy, and then we practically sat in silence for half an hour. She said goodbye and didn't look me in the eye when she closed the door. It might have been a natural end to the series of visits that were probably pretty painful for both of us. Every time she visited me in the hospital, I wanted to talk to her, but something stopped me every time. Every time that I didn't speak made the next time even harder. She looked so guilty that I didn't want to say anything that might upset her, and I never could figure out the right words to say. I think Iwanako blamed herself for my heart attack. That's ridiculous, of course, but knowing it and believing it are two very different things. I told her it wasn't her fault. She nodded, and I really think she understood that if it hadn't been that, then sooner or later something else would have made my heart give out. Yet she looked so hopelessly sad every time she opened the door and entered my room, so I never managed to say the things I wanted to say. In the end, that might have hurt her even more. Carefully, I opened the envelope and drew out the folded letter with it. I'm just gonna eat some more first. Dear Sao, how are you? I hope you are well and happy at your new school. Everyone here misses you. Almost all of our second-year class got put together in Class 3-1 for the final year, so we're pretty comfortable right from the beginning of the year. I'm sure you would have been assigned to this class as well. The mood among the third years seems to be very anxious about the final exams, even though they are so far away. The teachers are badgering us about it all the time, even old Mr. Tachibana, who is, by the way, our homeroom teacher this year. Would you believe it? I was sure that he'd retire after our second year, but here he is, nagging everyone about studying for exams. I think things like that are the main reason why the mood among the third years is so nervous. I must admit, I'm somehow losing confidence in myself as well, even though I've always fared reasonably well in exams. It's so weird to think that we're already seniors, isn't it? Time has really flown past. I wonder where it went. The new first years seem so young and somehow really innocent. I keep wondering if I was like them in my first year. I've been feeling nostalgic like this for the whole first trimester. There are other things I want to say. I'm writing to you because I felt there are things I should have said after the incident back in winter. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and I have no excuse for it. Yeah, I think I've had quite enough of this. Crumple up the sheet of paper and toss it across the room. I aim so off the letter rolls onto my nightstand instead of going to my wastebasket. That was an apology for abandoning me, except I don't know that I really need it anymore at this point. Hospital seems like a lifetime ago, and here, now, I've got other things on my mind. Emi, for starters. It wasn't great to be abandoned during my stay, but it's not something I'm worried about anymore. In fact, I hadn't even thought about the hospital, and what feels like forever until this letter came in. It's almost annoying to have received it. I've got exams to study for myself. I have no time for the past. Now, about that homework. When you're more interested in homework than a letter from your girlfriend. I was really saying something. So what's the plan for today anyway? I'm waiting patiently in the hallway of the girls' dormitory just outside of Emi and Rim's room. Emi is apparently helping Rim with getting dressed. I suppose that makes perfect sense. I have no idea how Rim would get dressed otherwise. Picnic! Picnic? That's what I said. Sounds pretty exciting. I know, right? Rim chooses this moment to make an observation. The sky seems threatening today. Actually, I noticed that too on my way over. Despite the sunshine of the early morning, the afternoon seems to have taken a turn for the gloomy. There's a heaviness to the air as well that usually heralds a rainstorm, does it? That's interesting to know. Oh, well, I guess we'll find that out later. Wonder if I should have brought my umbrella. She's got a point. Emi, you sure you still want to risk getting caught in the rain? I don't even know why I bothered asking. Emi pops out of Rin's room to the hallway looking shocked. I even suggest cancelling our plans. Of course! What's the threat of rain supposed to stop me? Can't help but grin at her belligerent response. It's almost like she's daring the rain to come. If Mother Nature were walking down the street, I think Emi would probably start a fight with her. Fuck yeah. Emi would win. I should point out. Hey Josh. Or at least challenge her to a race. In fact, Emi seems almost aggressively cheerful today. Rin wanders out into the hallway looking her usual self. Well then, are we ready to go? I'm ready. Rin nods and says a single word. Basket. Beg pardon? The basket in Emi's room. You should carry it. Emi claps her hands to her mouth, embarrassed. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot all about it. Nice save, Rin. Emi darts into the room and emerges with what looks like a very well-stocked picnic basket. The music is... Wait, you can hear it? Holy shit, the desktop audio is working. Yo, someone should have told me. I thought it was broken still. Yo. I fixed it somehow. I don't know what I did. I didn't know that was even playing. I just assumed it was mute still. I'm sorry. She hands it over to me. I note that it feels heavy enough to be one. Wait. As she hands it over to me, I note that it feels... Oh, I guess I missed a line. What did she say? Doesn't room. Well, stop picking it up. Oh, okay. Good lord, how much food did she pack? More to the point, where did she get the money for all this? So we set to head out. Yep. Rin gives another nod and we head out to the dormitory. Can't help but frown when I notice how grey the sky's gotten in the 10 minutes I was inside. It's not just the sky, everything's grey. They just put a grey filter over it. Still, Emi does not seem concerned by such petty concern. Does not seem concerned by such petty concerns, okay? It's a terribly written sentence. As the colour of the sky. She's positively skipping as we walk. Which reminds me, where are we going? This brings Emi up short and she shoots me an embarrassed look. You know, I hadn't really thought of that. What do you think, Asao? Well, there's a spot where we ate during the festival, but it might be nice to leave the campus for a while. However, I'm not sure if there's any good places to do that in town. Selling narcotics to get that sweet, sweet picnic money. Just about to open my mouth, Rin unexpectedly interjects with a suggestion. There's a park in town near the art shop. Great idea, Rin. I totally forgot all about that place. Crisis averted. Oh, it's a crisis? Okay. Alright. 1 second. Ah, by the way. Do you know how to get there, Rin? Rin shrugs. It's pretty likely. Good enough for me. I prefer knowing for sure, but what the hell. Lead on, Rin. No, guys, the gate is back. Not the gate. It's our mortal enemy. I didn't realise we were having a boss fight today. The three of us quickly make our way off campus, take the road downtown. Oh, that was it. Just one scene of the gate. Okay, this is an interesting road. There's no path here. Where are we walking? The basket's a bit heavy. I hope the park is close by. We pass the art supply store, Rin slowing her pace slightly as we go by. Emi notices Rin's change of pace and stops. You want to go in, Rin? Rin shrugs. Nothing I need. Are you sure? There's a slightest flutter of a smile on Rin's face, quickly replaced with her usual expression. Life's uncertain, but on this, at least, I'm pretty sure. Nice of you to offer. Well, it's not like I'm the one carrying the basket. But I'll bet Hisao wouldn't have minded anyway, right? Oh, of course not. This is hardly a heavy load. I flex for emphasis. Emi stifles a snort of laughter by pointing to the park, which we've suddenly arrived. Oh, I remember this place. I ran into you here that one time, didn't I, Rin? Rin's eyebrows raised slightly. Maybe. I'm unwilling to say for certain one way or the other. Memory is a tricky thing, you know. Well, I'll be. We made it in one piece after all. Sun's still nowhere to be seen, but neither Emi nor Rin seem to mind. Oh, I like this one. Is that what I look like? Huh. I don't know we've actually seen me yet. I am so generic. I don't know what I expected, but I like this scene though. It's nice. I find a spot to sit in on the grass and set the basket down gracefully. I just noticed. I'm guessing they just covered her leg thing with socks, because otherwise they've forgotten that she doesn't have legs. Oops. There's a surprising amount of food prepared. Maybe we were supposed to be joined by some of Emi's teammates or something. I doubt it. I'm starving. Dig in. Oops, sorry. I pulled digging. She attacks the food as if she had nothing to eat for years. Huh? Just reaching for food for myself and I feel the first drop of rain land on the back of my head. That expression. What the fuck were you expecting, girl? Uh-oh. Looks like the weather's not going to cooperate with us after all. Emi glares at the sky as if that alone will hold back the rain. Suck Professor thing while she's running. Don't quote me on it. Oh, okay. I very nearly believe she can do it. It's one heck of a glare. It had better cooperate. You hear me, Sky? You stop that raining right this instant. Sky doesn't seem inclined to listen to her despite the commanding tone she's taking with it. Instead, the rain seems to increase. Rin wrinkles her nose in distaste at this turn of events. Regrettable. What do you mean? Rin shrugs. I could paint this if I weren't out here. Shame to miss it all. She doesn't seem angry or annoyed about it, just a little disappointed. Emi laughs in response to Rin's comment. Guess we should have stopped that art supply store after all, huh? Rain increases a little more, offended that we haven't fled yet. Despite the warm temperatures we've been enjoying, the rain is rather cold. I wish I brought my umbrella. He literally said at the beginning I should bring my umbrella. Hey, we should probably head inside to keep dry. We're already pretty wet, Hisao. Yeah, but we can dry off and this way, maybe wait out the storm. You don't want to catch a cold or anything, do you? Emi considers for a moment. I can tell the part of her wants to stay on the rain just to spite the weather. Fortunately for her, the weather hardly cares about what we do. I suppose you're right. Alright, Lee. I knew someone was going to do that. Where could we go? I don't have an answer for her. The area is still pretty new to me. But I guess I'm slowly getting used to the school itself. The surrounding town remains a mystery. All I know is the art supply store, and that's only because we just passed it. Fortunately, Emi suddenly snaps her fingers in triumph. That's it. There's a tea shop nearby. We could have some tea and dry out, no problem. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. Great. You know where it is? Emi nods, looking fairly confident. Sure do. I think. But it'll be an adventure either way, right? Adventure, huh? Well, I suppose I could use a little adventure. I think as long as we get out of the rain, I'll be happy. Picnic basket is a little lighter now, at least. Lead on. So, like, this looks like a. It's got to be Japan because there's a sign over here. Yeah. Okay. Rin and I follow Emi as she weaves through the streets with something approaching confidence. Now a left here. There, the Shanghai. Emi beams triumphantly as she points to a tea shop. Seems fairly crowded inside, a symptom of a sudden rain, I'm sure. Wait, isn't this the librarian? Welcome, can I? I'm surprised to find out that our waitress is none other than Yuko. She sure looks the part in her uniform. It's hard to believe this is the same librarian from our school. Does she work 2 jobs? I guess that must be it. Oh, it's you. Yuko seems to know Emi. Emi grins brightly, pleased to be remembered. Hey, Yuko. Hi, Yuko. I didn't know you worked here too. Do I know you? You seem awfully familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen you in here. We met at your other job, the Yamaku Library, remember? Her eyes widen in memory. Yeah, that's it. Nice to see you again. Oh no, this is bad. I should have remembered a customer's face. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Yuko goes from realization to panic in a split second, performing a series of high-speed bows and narrowly avoid getting headbutted in the process. Whoa, hey, calm down. Listen, I wasn't a customer when we first met. In fact, I hadn't even been to Shanghai. So it's alright. Not the best display of logic, but it seems to relax her a little. Do you really think so? I mean, yeah, that's that. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Positive. Isn't that right, girls? Emi's been watching this little drama unfold with considerable amusement. Yep, it sure is. Well, okay. So, Yuko, got a room to seat us? Yuko nods and leads us to a corner booth, providing us some small towels before taking our order. What will you have? Cake, and some tea too, I guess. What kind of cake? Surprise me! Yuko looks uncomfortable with the thought of surprising anyone, but she gives a nod and turns to Rin. And for you? I'll take a straw. My feet are all wet. Sorry? The drinking kind of straw. One, please. Yuko, obviously uncertain of what to think about this, she fiddles with her pen and stationery for a moment, looking like she's about to cry before turning in my direction. And you, sir? Just tea, I think. Emi would probably yell at me if I ordered cake. Come on, Hisao. Don't let me be the only one with food. I feel like a pig. Just trying to eat healthy. Your orders, after all. Well, today's your day off. You can be healthy tomorrow. What? She's a fucking terrible influence. Well then, I suppose I'll have some cake after all. Yuko seems slightly irritated that I'm changing my mind. What kind? I glanced at Emi and Grim. Surprise me. Yuko sighs and nods. Very well, your order will be out soon. I feel sorry for her. I really like Yuko. Despite the crowd, our order does indeed arrive quickly. Thanks, Yuko. Yuko nods in appreciation. This is a different guy than usual, isn't it? What? What? Different guy? Emi must have noticed my confusion because she seems a little embarrassed. What? Yeah, I guess he is. This is my friend Hisao. We've met. Huh. Small world. Well, let me know if you need anything. With that, Yuko takes off like the shot to wait on some other tables, leaving me to ponder her comment. Different guy, huh? Guess it makes sense, right? Emi's pretty popular, or so I've been told. It's probably that kid from the track team. This is stupid. I could just ask Emi. So, who's this other guy, huh? You got a secret lover or something? Emi laughs again, only I get the feeling it's from nervousness as much as anything else. It's just the track team captain. He likes coming down here after practice sometimes. So if we have anything to discuss, I tag along. Sounds mighty suspicious to me. Oh, I see. Couldn't let the matter drop, but... I could let the matter drop, but I can't resist at least getting another dig in. So it is a secret lover. I knew it. Rin watches our play, seemingly mildly amused before muttering something that I don't quite catch. Yeah, anyway. What? Huh? Rin jerks back from wherever her mind wandered off to. Huh? What did you just say? Huh? No, before that. No idea. Oh. Well. Okay. Let the matter drop, I can't but notice that Emi seems relieved that Rin interrupted the conversation. Maybe we went a little too far. The conversation dies down for a moment, as Emi and I busy ourselves with cake. Mine is strawberry, and surprisingly good. Oh. Did she just... Emi seems to think so too as she suddenly reaches over her fork and steals a bit. Oh, wait, are we doing the fucking cookie scene? The Sayori... Is that what we're doing? The friggin' Sayori cookie scene? Is that... Okay. Thief! We sure are. Pirate! There's a difference. We're not on water. Oh, no, but there's a lot of water outside, so it still works, right? Besides, you can have some of mine. I think it's cranberry or something. I should have asked for the strawberry. I like strawberries. Feel free to help yourself to mine if you really must. For some reason I feel compelled to add. Seeing as how you've already done it once and all. Emi sticks her tongue out at me, but that doesn't stop her from appropriating my cake. Try some of hers as well. It's raspberry and pretty good. How do you get raspberry and cranberry muddled up? The rain's let up. It would appear that Rin is correct. Good timing too. I finished my food and it looks like Emi has as well. Well, we better pay and get a move on before it starts raining again. Take a few minutes to get Yuko's attention, but we pay and get out pretty quickly. So, do you want to return to the park? My jaw nearly drops. Are you kidding? It's probably going to rain again. In fact, I think I just felt some raindrops. You may be right. Well, okay, I'll let you off the hook this time. You owe me a picnic now, got it? I don't know if she's addressing me, Rin, or the both of us. Fine, fine. Now hurry up. I want to get some laps into the track, and it would be nice to do so without the rain. I thought this was your day off. Well, Emi suddenly seems reluctant to explain herself. I need to practice. And I need to burn off that cake anyway. I get the feeling she's leaving something out. Does she... She's not going to be like one of those people that comfort eats, is she? I've sort of had that feeling the first time. It's a bit worrying. I know people like that. And I just think, well, I can eat all the unhealthy stuff I want as long as I exercise. And it's not really how it works. Oh yeah, I suppose that's a good point though. You sure? It wasn't that much cake. No, it wasn't that much cake for you. I ate most of it. She's got a point there. Still, I feel like I said, oh, okay. Save time. Create a new save state. Continue. Let us offer to run with Emi. Hey, I'll run with you. Damn straight I will. I might as well, right? Emi shakes her head empathetically. No, you won't, Hasao. Rest is critical for you, remember? I won't allow you to push yourself too hard. Guess she's better at giving advice than taking it. Whatever you say, Emi. Still think it's probably best not to press the issue. Oh, no. That felt like I did a bad. No, I did a bad. You know what? If that was a bad, I'm just curious now. Because I'm only going to do Emi's Route once, right? So, why is Monica still here? I don't understand. Oh, this is Emi. This isn't Monica. I think this is meant to be Emi. It doesn't look like her. I'll keep quiet. Come to think of it, she looks like she'd rather be alone right now. I decided to keep my offer to myself. Now, there you go. That's how you work. That's how you do life, right? As we approach the girls' dormitory, it starts to rain again. Emi's expression sours slowly. Oh man, stupid rain. Hey, it'll let up soon enough. You can go running then, right? Emi snorts, seemingly amused. Like I'm not going to run in the rain. Well, you shouldn't. You could catch a cold. Emi waves her hand airily. Ridiculous. I don't get colds. My immune system is far too strong for something like that. I can't help but laugh. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then, okay? Yeah. Thanks for coming. Oh, and for carrying the picnic basket. I'll bring it for lunch tomorrow. We can have our picnic on the roof. Sounds good to me. See you then. Emi grabs a basket from me and shoots through the door. Rin gives me a sort of half nod and ambles inside as well. Damn, it's wet out here. I need to get back to my room and some dry clothes. I'm soon in front of my door, but I'm intercepted by the sudden appearance of Kenji, who appears to be carrying a stack of books. Also, the fact that getting wet means fuck all and getting a cold. No, Josh, if you stay wet for ages, you will more likely to get a cold, buddy. That is how that works. So like, if it's cold out and it's raining because your clothes are wet, like you will stay, colder. Yes, a cold is a virus, but okay, I'm not saying getting like the flu. I mean, being cold or being cold for a long period of time makes your immune system weaker and more likely to get a cold. That is why they call it a cold. I know a lot of people think that you get a cold because you're cold, but what it is you are more likely to get a cold. I literally just said that. I mean, I know you can't hear me yet, but I literally just said that. You are more likely to get a cold from staying cold too long because it weakens your immune system. There we go. You're not more likely to get a cold in summer. What? You can get a cold in summer, but you're not more likely to get a cold in summer. That's not how it works. Also, the people who do get colds in summer, that's because they're so used to it being warm that then a normal room temperature is cold to them. Whatever, Josh. We're not going to have this discussion because it doesn't make any sense. Soon in front of my door, but I'm intercepted by the sudden appearance of Kenji, who appears to be carrying a stack of books. Hey man, give me a hand, would you? Huh? Books are unceremoniously dumped into my arms as Kenji fumbles with his room key. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. If you weren't around, I'd have to keep my door unlocked, and that's just begging for trouble. The perfect opportunity to set up an ambush, or maybe just plant a bomb if they don't want to get their hands too dirty. Probably don't. Afraid they'll break a nail or something if they have to stab me. Woman. My mind thinks about digesting the verbal torrent that has just been unleashed, but elects to remain comfortably in the dark. Anyway, where have you been, man? I could use some help carrying these books back in the library. I'd act in your door, but you weren't there. Oh, sorry. Not really. You appear to think I'm some kind of pack mule. I was out with Emi and Rin. He shouldn't have told him. Kenji staggers back in shock. Looks like I just shot his dog, if he had a dog. The limbless ladies again? What do you do this time? Well, we wound up at the Shanghai, and prevented from continuing it by a sudden exclamation of despair. The Shanghai? Why the Shanghai? No, man. You can't just go to the damn Shanghai. It's the most dangerous place in the city. A veritable stronghold of their best agents. I know. I've met them. They'll stop at nothing to lull you into a false sense of security, and then BAM! Hits the door for emphasis. While it's gone. Bus pass? Gone. Identity? Fucking gone, man. Promise me you won't go there again. He was vehemently opposed to the idea of the Shanghai that I'm willing to lie a little in order to get to my room. Kenji is Harry Potter, Josh. He's the Japanese Harry Potter. Sure, I won't go there again. Or at least, I won't ever tell you I've gone there again. Seems to mollify my bespectacled companion. Good. Sorry to come on so strong, but I know the danger there too well to let you just wander into the lion's den again. You got out of there alive once, but twice is pushing it. Yeah, well, I need to get changed, sir, and do homework, so I'll see you later. Huh? Oh, sure, whatever. So remember that I'm still holding his books. You better take these. Catch a glimpse of one of the titles, something about cryptography. What a weirdo. Kenji grabs his precious cargo from me and disappears through his doorway. I open my own door and walk in gratefully to get out my soaking wet clothes. The rain outside picks up, and I find myself hoping that Emi's not out running in this weather. She seems so adamant about doing the run alone, I can't help but wonder if her leg's still bothering her. I try to remember whether or not I've seen her limping at all today, but I can't. Guess I was too caught up in enjoying the day, even if it did rain on us. I think back over the events of today, and I keep finding myself focusing on my running partner. Her complete refusal to allow the rain to spoil her plans was incredibly cute. There was something else there too. Sort of an unflappable attitude when it comes to enjoying the day as it comes. I really like that quality. Maybe I need to do a little of that myself. I like that little jingle. It's nice. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Sound of my alarm brings me out of a dream involving pirates and some other stuff that I can't really remember. What do I was dreaming about pirates? I'm a little bleary-eyed, and it feels like it takes me longer than usual to get dressed and down to the track. And that's my watch. It feels I was right. I'm in fact running a little late. The thing is, there's no Emi. It's odd. She should be here. She definitely should be here. I mean, I was late. Guess I wasn't the only one who had trouble getting up this morning. Thought crossed my mind that it never quite stopped raining yesterday, did it? Did she go running anyway? I should have offered to run with her. Then I could have talked her out of the idea, or at least known that she was okay. What if she got struck by lightning or something? I'll never forgive myself. Okay, that's probably a little stupid. Emi's a resourceful girl. I doubt she'd stay out in a thunderstorm. I trust her judgment on that matter, at least. Even so, I can't help wanting to know where she is. Well, nothing for it. Better stretch and run and hope Emi shows up with a grin and an excuse. On my cool-down lap, I'm forced to admit that Emi isn't showing up. Furthermore, I have no idea where she is. Anxiety gnaws at me, while at the same time I wonder just why I'm so worried over her. The run helped me to take my mind off it for a little while, but now that I'm finished, I'm going back to worrying. It was weird not having her here. Downright unnerving. It suddenly dawns on me that I've been running to hang out with Emi as much as I've been running to stay healthy. Probably more to be with Emi now that I think about it. It's one of those things that is completely obvious, yet somehow I never realised it. She really is someone I enjoy being with. As revelations go, it's hardly world-shaking. All the same, I find myself feeling slightly shocked. When did this happen? Well, no time to think about this. Though I want to ponder this new development, I have a greater desire to find out what happened to Emi. I'll ask the nurse when I stop in to see him. People can try. Well, you seem to be in good shape, Asao. That's good to hear. I place my shirt and stand to leave as usual. Except instead of leaving, I ask a question. Hey, where's Emi? She didn't show up this morning. Is she okay? While I try violently to conceal the anxiety in my voice, the nurse's expression suggests that I failed miserably. You mean she didn't tell you? She's sick in bed. What? Sick? The nurse shrugs. Yeah, she came to my office early this morning with a fever. To be honest, I'm surprised that she made it here. She was burning up when she arrived. I believe she planned to let you know, but she asked me to tell you. Oh, shoot! The nurse gives you a sheepish smile that seems at least partially sincere. I told her I'd stop by the track to let you know in case she forgot to. Sorry about that. But you only tell Emi I forgot, right? I turn the nurse a smile with a devious one of my own. Oh, of course not. This is a fine blackmail material. I'll save it for whenever I need a favour from you. The nurse laughs. Well, I guess I deserve that. But you know, I've got tons of blackmail on you that you're not even aware of. So don't push your luck, okay? My expression earns another laugh from the nurse. I'm just kidding, Sal. But seriously, don't tell Emi I forgot, okay? Your secret's safe with me. Oh, good. Now, go on. Get out of here. Wait, I've got one more question. Shoot. Is she gonna be okay? Oh, yeah, definitely. Her fever was high, but it was already starting to go down by the time she came by my office. I'll probably check on her again at lunch to be sure, but I expect she'll be up and about in the evening no matter what I tell her. Maybe I should visit her after class. It takes you a second to realise I've spoken aloud. The nurse raises an eyebrow and gives me a searching glance for a moment. Well, it might not be a bad idea. You could let me know if she's taken a turn for the worse, I guess. But no funny business, you got it. I know what meds you're on, after all. I think that's a threat against my life, but I'm not sure. Alright, Monica, calm down. Either way, I assure the nurse that my intentions are chaste. Yeah, okay, now that does make sense, yeah. Next to the office. Interesting that the nurse sees me as some sort of potential suitor to Emi. Even more interesting is how pleased that makes me feel. I need a shower. Lunch bell rings and I find myself declined to make my way up to the roof. After all, I'm beating Rin. I'm betting Rin knows where Emi is, and if that's the case, I doubt she'd bother going up there. More to the point, I doubt we'd have any sort of scintillating conversation? If she did, chances are she'd prefer to be up there alone anyway, so I don't accidentally ruin her train of thought or something. Fortunately, I don't really feel like heading to the cafeteria either. Guess I'll go to the library instead. I need a new book to read anyway, having finished my other one yesterday before bed. Maybe I can find more of the same author. I love libraries. They smell like dust and paper and ink. All these they don't smell of ink. What? What kind of library smells of ink? All these stories are facts and opinions crowded together in one place makes the air come alive with potential. Not sure how to navigate Yamaku's library yet. Having mostly stuck to books I brought with me, so I searched for the librarian to ask for help. Scintillating? Oh, I was just reading the wrong word then. Okay. I suppose she's not I can't believe it. Yuko, looking rather distracted, suddenly emerges from one of the aisles. Excuse me. Oh, can I help you? Actually, I was looking for a book. So am I. Advanced Cryptology. We just got it in and now it's gone missing. I really, really wanted to read that one. Cryptography? Yeah, that's this guy I knew. No, not sure how to describe it. Skip to the end. He got me interested in cryptography, only now the book's gone, and I think it's been stolen. Sounds pretty terrible. Yeah, especially because now I have to search the whole library for it, even though it's probably not even here. You seem busy. A little. She dashes off down another aisle, and I resign myself to finding my own damn books. Why do you have the word damn in there? There are loads of libraries, dude. I mean, libraries are still a thing. Plenty of choices. Why didn't you tell the librarian who's got it? Oh, come on. How did I get lost? These aren't even printed books. They're all in Braille. Guess that makes sense in a school like this, but honestly, it's a little annoying. I'm sorry, is someone there? A lilting voice drifts out from behind one of the cubicles set up for research. As I approach, I see that Lily's been reading a book from where I've been stumping about in the aisles. Oh, no, I should be apologising. I didn't mean to make so much noise. My, is that you, Hisao? Yeah, Kenji has it. I've not heard from you in quite some time. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten all about me. Sorry. Lily laughs in that refined manner of hers and shakes her head. I'm only teasing you, Hisao. From what I hear, you've been busy. Morning runs with Emi, her last name every time. Ibarazaki, and lunch on the rooftops, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Guess word gets around pretty quickly. That, and I can't coax poor Hanako on the roof anymore. You three are always up there, claiming the spot for yourselves. She chides me gently, though it's pretty clear she's just teasing me again. Still, I feel no need to apologise. Sorry, we could eat lunch somewhere else if it's a real problem. Oh no, I wouldn't worry about it. Hanako and I have other things to do at lunch too. Such as read in the library, as you can see. Oh, Hanako's here too. I didn't see her. Lily smiles a bit enigmatically. Oh, she's around somewhere. But I'm surprised, Hisao. You're in here instead of up there. What brings you to the library? Well, Emi's ill, so there's no lunch on the rooftop to keep me occupied. Lily raises an eyebrow at my statement before giving another chuckle. My, poor Rin must feel left out. It's not like that. Ah, but I'm sure it isn't. Emi tends to be the life of whatever group she's in. Wow, guys. It's a shame to hear she's fallen ill. Will she be okay? Somehow I get the feeling that Lily's just inquiring out of politeness, but I respond anyway. No, I think so. I'm going to swing by and see how she's doing after school myself. Another raised eyebrow. My, what a noble gentleman you are, Hisao. It's nothing, really. Just checking up on my friend, after all. Ah, so it is just friends, is it? How disappointing. I blush, glad that Lily can't see it. But somehow she knows that I've been flustered by her comment anyway and laughs. I'm sorry, Hisao. I'm teasing you again. Please do tell Emi that I hope she feels better, won't you? A glance at my watch reveals that I'm very nearly out of time to find my book. Of course. Hey, I've got to find a book before lunch is over, so I better get moving. See you later. That was probably not the best phrase to use. Oh, right. I didn't even think about it. Lily, however, takes my gaffe in stride. Until we meet again, Hisao. Oh, Jesus, freaking... I'd forgotten all about the creepy pictures. Completely. I blanked that from my mind. Never do find the book I was looking for, but I walk out with something else instead. My stomach growls slightly, letting me know that I should have had something to lunch. Oh well. I'll grab something before I visit Emi later. Don't just miss out on lunch, dude. Seems the time has decided to slow down for the express purpose of annoying the hell out of me. Class feels like it drags on for ages. I suppose my being consumed with worry probably has something to do with it. Blessedly, the bell rings and I dash out of class, drawing a few raised eyebrows, I'm sure. I have spent the majority of the day fretting as unobtrusively as I could. Even though the nurse thinks that Emi is perfectly okay, I want to see for myself. It doesn't take long to get to the girls' dormitory and I make my way to Emi's room. Standing outside her door, I suddenly pause. What if she's resting? I hate to wake her up, especially if she's still feeling ill. And again, if she sleeps all day, then it could throw off her sleeping schedule. But rest is important if you're ill, isn't it? Can't decide what to do, so I settle for standing outside the door, looking like an idiot. Then I hear Emi's voice from behind the door. Thanks for your concern, but I really am okay. She's talking to me. I'll see you at practice tomorrow. Guess not. Still, clearly she's not asleep, so I can knock without worry. So why is this clenched feeling in my gut? I wasn't nervous about dropping in the other day, so why today? Granted, I still haven't really had time to figure out this newfound interest in Emi's well-being. I don't have a lot of experience in the matter, of course, but certainly this seems to go beyond feelings of mere friendship. But could I take that step? Could I even bring myself to risk what I have right now? I mean, it's enough to be friends with her, isn't it? Either way, I shouldn't just open the door and see how she's doing. So I came here, right? What if she's not dressed yet? That image flashes through my mind, causing my heart to skip a beat. Literally. I should probably not ever think those thoughts again, not if I want to avoid a heart attack. Suddenly realise I'm still standing in the hallway looking like an idiot. Emi still seems to be in the middle of a conversation, but I knock anyway. Hopefully she won't mind the interruption. You worry too much. Come in, the door's unlocked. So it is. I open the door and step in, which is about when my thought process comes to a grinding halt. Emi is sitting up in bed, her hair tousled from a day spent asleep. I think this is the first time I've seen her without those familiar beads in her hair. It's cute. It's super cute. Her gym shirt and bloomers, obviously hastily pulled on before I came in, are creased and folded from less than proper storage. Her legs lay bare on the sheet. Oh, right, yeah, because she's not wearing her things. I've never seen Emi without prosthetics before. Yet here she is, slender legs terminating in stumps just before her knees. Below her knees. But as odd as the sight is, I find myself more captivated by everything north of the waist. Seems that Emi has finished her conversation with whoever it was on the phone with her, and now is watching my reaction closely out of one eye open. She wipes sleep from the other. Her expression, far from being embarrassed, is rather one of a surprisingly wide yawn, one perhaps appropriate from such a small mouth. A grin that for a brief moment seems almost flirtatious tugs at the corner of her mouth as she takes a sight of me in. I can do nothing but remain in a state fluctuating between fear, confusion, and not a little bit of lust. Nope, not a single bit. Emi hastily sweeps her hair out of her eyes, fixing it back into place before addressing me. You seem a bit caught off guard, Sao. A wave of laughter erupts from her, and I find myself grinning and rubbing the back of my head ruefully. Okay, so her room's a bit less boring, like mine, I guess. Sorry, I've just never seen someone so dishevelled look so attractive. Never seen you without your legs on? Never seen you look so... sorry. Emi giggles again and moves to sit up, a little straighter. Caught in the movement of her shirt, very nearly losing myself. I was wondering what your reaction would be. Well, she's not standing, it's just... she's sitting. You just can't see it. Nurse called and told me you were going to drop by, you see. And I know you haven't seen me, well, you know, without legs. I responded in a tone of casual surprise. Oh, you don't have them on? I didn't notice. This is almost the truth. I very nearly didn't. I'm not trying to be suave or anything, mind you. Somehow I think Emi would get offended by that. Instead, she sticks her tongue at me and chucks a pillow at my head. Ass. Definitely catch the pillow. I definitely catch the pillow and take careful aim before throwing. I thought I just smashed a window then. I mean, you are a sour genericton. Of course you're really boring. True. Emi laughs and rolls to one side, dodging my shot. The shifting of her shirt distracted me enough so the next pillow thrown hits me right between the eyes. Oof. I retaliate, of course. Once I've retaliated twice, well, a war is bound to break out sooner or later. And really, when Emi appears to have a far better aim than me, well, it's just a matter of time before I have to resort to a suicidal charge. Gotcha! Eep! Bam! Smack! Biff! What the fuck? I'm pretty sure that was meant to be pillows, but they don't make those noises. Oh, is this an abusive relationship now? Can we stop that? Can we go back? Can I do someone else's route, please? Once the charge was accomplished, well, of course I'd have to wrestle the pillows away from her. With that kind of struggle, of course we'd wind up in this wait. Is this a scene I'm not allowed to see, which is why it's black? Or is it about to show me? I'm not even there, but... And so I find myself staring down at her from my position atop. We're literally like doing all the stuff that he did with Natsuki, pretty much, right? Like this is like the first, you know, when you're at the house of Natsuki, it's totally the same. Sal kicks the shit out of me. No, please not. I find myself staring down at her from my position atop of her. She's grinning, eyes sparkling with amusement, maybe a little sweaty now from our tussle. Her chest is heaving up and down, sucking in air. The small bit of my brain that is not currently enraptured by the sight and smell of her observes that she must still be ill because her stamina is not what it should be. We stay that way for a while. Not sure how long because everything seems to go fuzzy. Everything that isn't her, anyway. Her eyes meet mine, and deep inside them I almost catch a glimpse of, what? Fear? Longing? Hope? Emi? A cough suddenly convulses her, and I'm almost stumbling in my haste to get off. I apologise for everything. Sorry, I shouldn't have. It's fine, it's fine. She gives me a reassuring pat on the shoulder. So, what brings you here? She's still breathing hard, and that causes her voice to shake slightly. Well, before I was so rudely assaulted by pillows, I came to see how you were doing. Wham! This sends me another shove, and I very nearly fall off her bed. Emi's eyes sparkle again. She's too fucking cute. Holy shit. Emi's eyes sparkle again, and I wonder how I've never noticed how attractive they are before. Consumed with worry, were you? Her tone is mockingly haughty, teasing. She throws her arms across her forehead, dramatically, grin still apparent from underneath. Couldn't bear the thought of me laying deathly ill? As we both recover from our brief wrestling match, Emi appears to have fallen back on teasing me. Well, I wouldn't say consumed with worry, but after you didn't show up this morning like a total wuss... Emi pouts, crossing her arms petulantly, sticking her lower lip out. It's not my fault. Nurse wouldn't allow it. Sure he wouldn't. I completely believe you. Emi sticks her tongue out again. You're such a jerk, Asao. So, how was your day then, eh? Did you enjoy slacking off? Not really. The phone woke me up pretty early on. The phone? Yeah, the captain of the team called to make sure I was doing okay. Also let me know it was okay to skip practice. Good. At least she wasn't alone all day. Someone checked up on her. Though I can't help but think that should have been me. Oh, that's good. He really keeps an eye on you, huh? Emi shrugs. It's his job. Part of being captain means you know where your team members are and when they're not in school. Still, I guess it was nice of him to call, huh? Yeah, sure was. Emi yawns and shimmies down a more comfortable position. Like, what did I pronounce wrong? What did I pronounce wrong? I mean, I read things wrong. You say that, it just reminds me back in fucking English class where I once read the word caterpillar as caterpillar because the word was too long and it split onto the next line, and I was paying petulantly. I said that, and it was on two lines, and I was paying that little attention. I was just standing up, just reading the words, and I sat down, and yes, petulantly, then whatever, fucking. Josh, don't make it sound like you're the smart ass. You're the one that has a slow emote, buddy. It's not a word we use every day, alright? So, how was your day? Kind of uneventful, you know. Went ahead and ran by myself. Talked to the nurse about how you were doing. Meandered through the day's events, none of which are particularly engrossing. There's no I or E. There is an E. It's right there. Oh, you mean at the end? Why are you fucking... Just slow. Just go carry on being slow, buddy. Meandered through the day's events, none of which are particularly engrossing. That's when I'm distracted by an arm finding its way across my waist. It seems that Emi fell asleep while I was talking, so I drew a blanket to cover us. Oh. Ho! She's rolled over onto her side. Now one leg's thrown over my legs, effectively trapping me. Hey. Seems a shame to wake her, but I have things to do. Gently shake her, and in response, she only tightens her arm's grip on me and sighs a little. Big words with waifus was the working title of this game. My resistance to this position crumbles rather quickly. The feeling of her body breathing steadily is both calming and incredibly stimulating at the same time. My breathing cannot decide if it wants to relax or speed up. Relaxation wins, and I find myself putting an arm around Emi. I think I'm in love. The words slip out and hang in the air unnoticed. At least I hope they've gone unnoticed. Emi whimpers weakly for her dream, and her grip suddenly tightens again. For the first time since I've known her, I see tears running down Emi's face. It feels like my heart is about to break. I instinctively tighten my own grip and stroke on her hair, in what I hope is a soothing manner. Words of comfort, meaningless in this situation, spring to mind. Maybe I should wake her. Are you supposed to wake people having nightmares? I can't for the life of me remember. The decision is taken from me as Emi suddenly jerks awake with a cry. Ah, no. My heart. This is more than I think I want to hear without her knowing. I quickly sit upright and gently shake her shoulder to stir her. Hey, you okay? What a silly question. Huh? What? Sao? She shakes her head as if to clear it quickly and wipes her eyes. You had a nightmare, I think. Emi shudders again and glances up at me a little cautiously, unsure whether or not she's actually up. Yeah, I guess so. You want to talk about it? Speedy internal debate seems to be going on in her head, which resolves itself with a shrug. He doesn't feel like it, he just knows he is one. That's fine. Nah, I don't really remember much of it. Pretty sure she's lying to me, but somehow I don't think I should press the issue. Emi shudders again and turns towards me, looking a little sheepish. Sorry for falling asleep on you like that. Keep my voice as soothing as I can. Hey, don't worry about it. You've been ill. Yeah, I guess that cold medicine's just making me a little drowsy. Guess so. Emi doesn't strike me as the sort of person to fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Rin, maybe. But Emi's far too energetic. Speaking of Rin, have you noticed how it's nighttime and Rin's just not here and this is Rin's room? Emi gives a half smile at my response, and then just like that, she's back to her old self. Well, prepare yourself for tomorrow morning, Hisao. We'll have to go twice as hard to make up for today. But I went running this morning. No excuse. Oh, fine, I'll be ready for you. Emi nods, satisfied. Good. Take this as my cue to exit. Well, I'd better get going, especially if I want to get enough sleep for tomorrow. Hop off the bed and head for the door. Hey, Hisao. Pivot neatly on my heel and face Emi. She opens her mouth to say something and then another first. I see her falter slightly. She closes her mouth and opens it again. Thanks. For dropping by, I mean. You're kind of the first visitor I've had who wasn't Rin. Now that's surprising. I would figure that Emi'd have people dropping in all the time. She's suddenly popular enough. Or so I thought. Always talking to people in the hallways. Emi hesitates again. And thanks for staying around after I, well... A look of pain filtered across her face. You know, it helped. She brightens back up and waves cheerily at me. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you later. Just about to exit the door and something makes me turn around again. Hey, Emi. Anytime you need to talk, let me know, okay? Emi seems taken aback by this offer. Her grin gets even wider. Sure thing, Hazao. See you in the morning. I exit Emi's room with my head in a whirl. Should I have even left? Was she really okay? Let's turn around and march back to the hallway and open the door and tell her. Tell her I love her. Tell her I think she's beautiful. Tell her that I'll be there when she needs me. I want to stay with her, to hold her close as she falls back to sleep. How many nights has she woken up like this, only to find that nobody's there? I want to be that person she can be with when that happens. It's a silly thought, I know. We don't know each other that well, do we? The whole idea, while exhilarating, also makes me feel worry. Worry, perhaps, that I'd overstepped my bounds. And now, to add to my trouble, it seems as if Emi herself has already had an interest in someone else. This track captain of hers who seems so interested in her well-being. True, I've only seen the two of them together a few times, but that doesn't change the fact that they seem better suited to one another. There's really nothing to be done about that. I need to take my mind off this whole situation. I've got homework to do. Maybe that will distract me. I believe they're in their second term, so a whole term? Pretty sure they said they're in the second term. Like, when Emi's chapter starts, because they skip a couple, they skip a while, right? It's like a big time skip, because we've already been doing running, I think. I think they said that. The night of restlessness has left me feeling fairly groggy this morning. The event of the previous day kept intruding upon my mind. The memory of how Emi felt against me. The memory of our wrestling match. Most bothersome, the memory of her nightmare. She was in so much pain. Can't stop wondering what it must be like for her to wake up with nobody there. Shower shocked me awake with hot water. Awake, but still worried. What will happen today? Will things just go back to normal? End of the episode, back to status quo? There was a connection yesterday, something that nearly pushed us past the boundaries of normal friendship. Would that have been so bad? My mind goes back to the look in Emi's eyes after our pillow fight. It almost seems like she was daring me to go on. Almost. But I can't know for sure. Anyway, the track captain's probably first in her affections. But even as I say that, my mind's already snorting derisively. I'm just looking for an excuse. A reason for everything to go wrong. A reason not to try. It's as if I've not seen the two of them together outside the track. It's not as if I've seen the two of them outside of track practice. Clearly, he's never visited her. Emi said as much herself. If they were close, surely he'd visit. I was such a wuss. I ought to just go for it anyway. Damn the consequences. That's what Emi would do, I think. Hell, I know that's what she'd do. Which is partially why I'm convinced there's no interest on her end. She hasn't acted either. Maybe because this track captain. Especially she's got a bit of an unrequited crush thing going on. But who would be able to clarify their relationship? Sure as hell can't be Emi. She'd probably just laugh and ask why I wanted to know. I'm not ready to answer that yet. Rid would probably just give you some cryptic answer or something. Then with my luck, she'd just ask Emi, who would ask why I wanted to know, and I've already covered that problem. It's a complete prick with no confidence. Yeah? Sounds about you. I wonder, could I get away with asking the nurse? Also incredibly boring with no personality? Does that cover you as well? Because this guy's got no personality still. Could I get away with asking the nurse? He seems pretty protective of Emi. I'm sure he'd know if something was up. And he owes me for not letting Emi know he forgot to tell me about her being ill, so he'll keep quiet. What if he asks me why I want to know, though? I can shake him off. Just say I'm curious as a friend. He'll buy that, won't he? Of course. That's settled then. After the run, I'll talk with him while Emi's waiting outside the office. Yeah, because he's totally not already onto you, buddy. No sign of Emi when I arrive at the track. She's still too ill, so I had to give her 10 minutes. A little early, and she was ill yesterday, so if it takes a while to show up, it should be surprising. Still, I hate to just waste my time, so I occupy myself stretching, pacing back and forth anxiously. What if I went too far yesterday? What if she doesn't come because she's embarrassed? What if? You're early again, Hisao. I'm impressed. Just like that, I feel some of the tension leaving my body. Emi seems to be bright and cheerful as usual, with no sign that she was even ill the other day. Much less had a less than restful sleep. Still, I have to ask. Sleep well last night? Just a throwaway question. Small talk. Sort of thing people ask someone they bump into the cafe when they get their morning coffee. Not for us. At least, not for me. I don't know if Emi realises I'm actually concerned about how well she slept last night, but the question does give her pause. After a short moment, what seems like genuinely pondering, she nods. Yep, sure did. Was it because of me? Did I actually help? Or are you just saying that to get me to stop asking questions? Good to hear. Emi grins and begins warming up. So, ready to begin? Pfft, am I ready? Of course I'm ready. I was born ready. No, you weren't. Emi laughs at my bravado and we take off running. I keep a steady pace the whole time, breathing steadily. I still feel dead at the end, But at least I don't gasp like a fish out of water now. Emi is positively beaming after the run today. Nice job, Hisao, you're improving. He'll be half as fast as me in no time. This last line is delivered with a teasing grin that I've grown all too used to. Oh, how exciting. Emi begins to run her sprints while I take my cooldown lap. She's really pushing herself today. By the time I'm on my lap, she's laying across one of the bleachers looking exhausted. Goodness, not pushing it a little too much today, are you? You did just have a cold, you recall. Emi gives an annoyed snort and sits up. Bah! I'm just trying to make up for last time, that's all. I went twice as hard today, you know. Good run always gets the kinks out, you know. Clears the mind, too. Oh? Emi nods vigorously. Yep, it's a great outlet for that sort of thing. She does not explain further, and I don't ask. I suspect I know the real reason she went so hard today. Being sick has nothing to do with it. Something's bothering her. Maybe the nightmare. Maybe something else. But it's not my place to pry. I mean, that was a fast cold. Yeah, man, you can get over a cold in a day. I don't know about your weird summer colds, but... She'd tell me if she wanted me to know. I'm sure it comes in handy. You have no idea. Sincerity in her voice confirms my suspicion. The only problem is, even though I know she'd tell me if she wanted me to know, I still want to know. Something on your mind, then? Emi doesn't seem surprised by my question. Says she shrugs. Nah, it's nothing worth getting worried about. She seems as if she's trying to convince herself as much as she's trying to convince me. I open my mouth to ask if yesterday is responsible for her current state of mind, but I think better of it. Too much risk of her taking the question the wrong way. Besides, I'm not even sure myself what to think about yesterday. Really, I can only get about as far as how I felt to have Emi sleeping next to me before my brain shuts down. Having her before me now, covered in sweat and looking wryly at me, she's making it difficult to think. Yeah, I hear you. We better hurry to see the nurse, we're running short on time. Aren't we always? Emi laughs at this, a dry chuckle that seems most un-Emi-like. Too true. For a brief moment, she looked old, worn down by some old hurt. But just like yesterday, I can almost see her shouldering the burden and straighten up slightly. And then she's back to being Emi again. Come on then, Hisao, race ya! Sudden smile, she darts off. Hey, no fair! Take off after her, knowing I won't catch her, but not caring. Even if there's no chance of catching her, I'll still run after her. Emi's waiting for me at the door as I arrive. Well, well, look who's finally showed up. Yeah, enjoy your victory while you can. Emi grins as the nurse pokes his head out the door. Well, there you are. Come in, Hisao. What has become a familiar routine by now, he checks my blood pressure and my heart rate. Bit fast today, isn't it? Yeah, I kind of raced Emi here. The nurse laughs. That's never a good idea. He leans in to whisper in a conspiratory manner. I don't know if you've heard, but Emi's a bit of a track star. I reel back in mock surprise. Really? She never mentioned it before. Two of us share a laugh. Did she do okay today? Cold seemed to bother her? Why don't you ask her? He rolls his eyes in aspiration. Of course I'm going to ask her too, but she'll tell me that she didn't have any problems regardless of whether or not she did. So I'm asking you, because you're her friend. I would probably tell me if she had trouble today. Puts it that way, it makes a lot more sense. She seemed pretty good today, I felt a little more tired than usual. She was already feeling better when I dropped by yesterday, so I'm not that surprised. Nurse nods, though I did notice he tenses slightly when I mentioned yesterday's visit. Well, that's good to hear. I figured it was just a 24-hour thing. Emi tends to recover quickly from colds and the like. Hey, speaking of Emi, is she in the track captain, well, you know. Look of suspicion crosses his face. Why do you ask? Well, it's just they seem kind of close, and I was just curious, you know. And I never ask her, because that would be kind of embarrassing. So far, so good. Now to really sell it. Besides, I think they'd make a cute couple. The nurse laughs. Well, I don't suppose you're the first to think that. But I think I can say with some certainty the two of them will never do anything like that. Certainty? Yep. Not that I can tell you, of course. Confidentiality and all that. Yeah, right. You just like holding a secret over my head. That too. Right, get out of here. I'm a busy man, you know. Roll my eyes at his last statement and head out the door, motioning to Emi to go in. Whole time I'm trying to keep from doing a celebratory dance. The two of them will never do anything like that. That's precisely the sort of thing I wanted to hear. Yeah, probably. I'm half tempted to make some sort of move on Emi right now, but I think the nurse would probably disapprove. Besides, I still don't know exactly how Emi feels about me. I mean, it's obvious she cares about me as a friend. Something more than that? I can't be certain. Even so, I can't help but feel hopeful. I just need to figure out a good time to tell Emi exactly how I feel. That puzzle should keep me occupied for the rest of the day at least. The rooftop is completely deserted. Normally I could count on Rim being up here before me, but she's strangely absent. What if she decided to accompany Emi to the cafeteria for once? Seemed pretty unlikely, but it's all I can think of right now. Part of me wants to go look for him, but a far larger part of me is too pleased with the way the sun feels on my skin to care. Pick idly at my lunch while I wait for Emi and Rin to show up. It does not take long for me to hear the sound of someone coming upstairs. Wait until the door begins to open before talking. Took you long enough. Keeping me waiting for you, honestly. Two of you are... Huh? Well, that's odd. The only person standing in the doorway is Emi, who looks mildly confused. What do you mean, huh? It's me, you know, Emi. We run in the mornings. She grins, and I feel my heart jump slightly in my chest at the sight. Yeah, I knew that. I'm just confused. Where's Rin? Emi's grin is replaced by a rather guilty-looking expression. Yeah, about that. Kind of, sort of. I gave her my cold. Oh dear. Am I at risk too? Would make sense after all. Emi and I were in close contact the other day. So, what did she and Rin do that got her ill? Oh. Whoa! Steady on that, don't get down that right. I mean, I'm just saying I wouldn't be opposed to it. Rin's probably just got a worse immune system than me. I mean, she's shocked by my comment like she hadn't considered that before. I hope not. I'd feel terrible if you get ill because of me, Hisao. Oh man, I think I feel a fever coming on. Emi looks horrified and then quickly shifts into more angry expression. Hisao, you stop getting sick this instant. I won't have it. Whoa, impulsively she seizes me by the collar. Are you listening to me, Hisao? Hisao's immune system? Get your ass in gear. Give a smart salute. Duly noted, ma'am. Emi steps back and nods, satisfied. Good. You are not allowed to miss any of our morning runs, after all. But you missed a morning run. Emi crossed her arm and looked at me haughtily. Yes, but that's a special case. It was me and not you. That's not an explanation at all. Emi looks flabbergasted. You're kidding, right? That explanation makes perfect sense. No, it doesn't. It's a blatant double standard. I don't see what that has to do with anything. Oh, fine. Emi seems pleased by her victory. Anyway, is Rin gonna be okay? She's not terribly ill, right? Emi shakes her head. Nope, she'll be fine. I got her some cold medicine. That should help her. Although I probably should have made sure she didn't try to take them all at once. She's done that before, you know. Somehow I don't find that all surprising. Though Rin is one to pay attention to maximum dosages and such. You should probably check in on her later then, just to make sure. Starts to dance uncontrollably. Emi gets serious. Someone just threw a boogie bomb at us. We both start dancing. Emi shrugs. I'll stop by after practice. She'll be fine until then. I nod, figuring this line of conversation is over. The only problem is, I don't know what else to talk about. So, got any more track meets coming up? This is a terribly roundabout way of me trying to see if she's free on the weekend. If she's free, then maybe I can ask her out on a date or something. Well, assuming I can get myself to actually form the words. Emi shakes her head. Nah, not for another couple of weeks, I think. Season's winding down. Oh yeah, I came in right in the middle of things, didn't I? Does that mean exams are coming up soon? I should probably look into that. Wow, Josh, I get it, but probably not, but dude. Tasteless. Tasteless as always. What do you do on weekends if there's not a meet? Her eyebrows go up and Emi gets a teasing look on her face. You're awfully inquisitive today, aren't you? I shrug and hope it looks casual. Just making conversation. I don't know what it's like to be a track star after all. Pfft, flattery. She waves her hand idly. I'm not actually that good, you know. You just so happen to see me on a good day is all. You liar. Heh, yeah. But humility is a sign of a good athlete. At least that's what my dad used to say. Aww. Oh, she's what my dad. Oh no. She shrugs and tries to unsexually hide that rather troubled expression her face has taken on. Hey, what's up? You seem bothered by something. Emi starts to deny it and sighs in defeat. Wonder if she's too tired from being sick to get herself to deny it like usual. Or if she actually just trusts me enough at this point to open up. Well, you remember last night? Do I ever? I settle for nodding, however. That's not the first time that's happened to me. Actually, I get them kind of... She pauses, as if it suddenly occurred to her what she's doing. It's almost like she's breaking some sort of personal rule here. But she starts up again, choosing her words carefully. Well, not often, but... on occasion. It's just been one of those weeks where that happens. A sigh escapes her. She looks terribly frustrated. I reach over and give her a hug, which unlike the last time, doesn't seem to shock her. Instead, she seems to relax as my arms wrap around her. We stay that way for a while. Hey, you know I was serious last night. You really can't talk to me if stuff like this is bothering you. It's always difficult to do this sort of thing solo, you know. Emi smiles and breaks the embrace, but stays leaning on my shoulder. Thanks, Hisao. I'll be fine, I think. I can already see her reassembling herself, getting ready to bottle it all up again. Guess that topic's closed now. So hey, given any more thought to that career survey? Can't say that I have. I don't tend to plan very far ahead, you know. Although I suppose I could at least start looking at college, huh? I shrug. I suppose, unless you were serious about that pirate thing. Last I checked, pirates didn't need have much need for universities. Unless there's like a pirate university or something out there. Emi giggles and starts to look a little like her old self. There's a new element to her expression. Impish, that's how I'd describe it. Emi looks impish, looking up at me. You just said that. Looking up at me with her head nestled into my shoulder. Would you come with me if I ran off to be a pirate? Of course I would. Who in their right mind would pass up the opportunity to be pirates with you? Well, when you put it that way, I'm not sure. She giggles again. I noticed that my heart seemed to have sped up, probably due to Emi's proximity to me. That hint of strawberries again. Can't help but grin as I gaze down at her. She's happy again. Hey, Sal. If you're going to kiss me, you should probably do it soon. I think the lunch bell is about to ring. My thoughts grind to a sudden halt. Pretty sure my mouth is hanging open in shock. All I can manage to is a strangled, huh? This amuses Emi even more. You were thinking about it, weren't you? She sits up and brings her face level with mine. I'd probably enjoy it, you know. You're really... Well... She briefly composes herself, looking like she's about to say something important. If you hadn't figured it out by now, I think I've developed a bit of a crush on you. Which is straight up comes out and says it. You're going to have to do something about that. This time her grin short-circuits several important thought processes. At some point I turned towards her. At another point her arms moved around to my neck. And yet another. My arms wrapped around her waist. I'll be damned if I could tell precisely when that happened. Because at that moment, there's only a voice in the back of my head yelling at me to kiss her. I look into Emi's eyes. There it is. The thing I saw yesterday on the bed. There it is again. It suddenly strikes me that she's worried I reject her. What a silly worry to have. He did it! Yay! Success. Her lips taste faintly of strawberries. She leans into the kiss, and her arms tighten around the back of my head, making sure that I don't pull away. Not that there was any danger of that. There's a churning feeling in my gut. The world falls away. There's just me and her and this bench. The bench has got to get in on the action. My arms tighten, drawing her waist closer, entranced by the feeling of her. I inhale her scent, my mind trying desperately to memorize everything about how she tastes, how she smells, how she feels. Bad ending. The ringing of the bell snaps us both back into reality, and we break the kiss. The plot twist is this real Sam just fell asleep eating strawberries. Yeah, this is the Kenji route, right? I'm doing the Kenji route, right? I'm pretty sure. Emi's cheeks are slightly flushed. She seems to be catching her breath. In her defense, so am I. We stand there for a few moments, trying to wrap our heads around what we've just done. Emi's the first to break the silence. So, want to grab dinner after I'm done with practice? What a coincidence. I was about to ask you the same thing. Well, actually, I suppose it was going to be some kind of proper day on the weekend or something, but the thought was there, I think. Emi gives me a playful shove. Yeah, right. You are still in shock from how incredibly awesome I am at kissing. We begin to head down the stairs, back to our respective classrooms. Hey, I didn't see you talking immediately afterwards either. Wow, it took him that long to come up with that response. That I didn't. See you after practice is how. She leans in, quickly gives me a kiss on the middle of the hallway, sending me into another brief state of mental freefall. I head into my classroom. A giggling Misha greets me. Why, He-chan, you romantic you! Did you confess on the rooftop? Did you? Actually, I think it was the other way around. This sends Misha into a fresh fit of laughter. Young love is so unpredictable, isn't it? This being Misha, I suppose I should have expected her to tease me over this. I guess. Before I can really respond, Muto entered the room and Misha skips off to her seat, giggling all the while. I suspect that I'll get a lot of that sort of conversation now, especially seeing as how Emi kissed me right in the middle of the hall. Somehow, I don't care about that. For the first time since arriving here, my heart feels lighter. 'Cause you're gonna die. Dead. What is this? Emi, run, action shot, act 3, perspective. It's a perfect time for me to BRB because I need the loo. Right, let me just pop that BRB screen up. Where is it? Bam! Back in a sec. Oh, I'll take my cup down too. I don't need to change my BRB screen. What's wrong with my BRB screen? I mean, I will, but it'll still have Natsuki on it. Forces me to beach your voice for like 15 hours. No, no, don't wish that upon me. You're right. I can't pull off the pink double drills hair, do you? You're close. Head to the spin-off through Muto's class. I'm going to have dinner with Emi, who wants to be my girlfriend, no less. A date. And then she kissed me. That kiss. I keep going back to it, playing over in my mind again and again. You know, his medication must really be working, because last time the girl who he had a crush on admitted that she loved him, he nearly died. Wait. Why do all these girls that he falls in love with keep confessing their love to him? He's like the most boring guy in the universe. What the fuck? Maybe that's where I'm going wrong. I'm too interesting. All right. Everything about that moment felt so right. My mind drifts off, lost in thought of Emi. Nakai, hello. Seems like I've drifted a bit too far off. Huh? What? Hey, Gad, you've contracted some kind of amnesia. Someone get the nurse. Class chuckles at Muto's antics. Sorry, sir. Huh. Won't happen again and all that, right? Exactly. Muto brightens considerably. Well, lovely to hear. I hate to have my star pupil slacking off after all. We're doing well, but I hardly qualify as a star pupil, I think. Fairly certain that this class is the sort that everyone does well in. It's just memorizing formulas. True to my word, I managed to pay attention to the rest of the class. Nakai, may I have a word of you? I wonder if I'm in trouble for earlier. Sure. Am I in trouble? Muto looks genuinely confused for a moment. Beg your pardon? He tilts his head to one side and thinks for a moment. Oh, that. No, you're not in any sort of trouble. It's just a question I want to ask you. What's that? Nothing terrible. Just wondering what your plans are for graduation are. Are you going to university? Yeah, I guess. I can't really see a reason not to go. How many hours does Muto smoke? All of them. He's smoking right now. Giving any thought to what you'll study? No, not really. Figure I'll come up with something when I get there. Muto laughs. Taking things they come, eh? I'd argue against it. But that's how I did things when I went to university. Well, not really. I knew I'd go into science, I just wasn't sure which one. Ended up with physics, but could just as well come for astronomy or what have you. Actually, I did go for chemistry first, but there were all sorts of things. Muto trails off and frowns slightly. It takes him a minute for him to recover his train of thought, and I wait patiently for him to continue. So anyway, did a lot of physics as well, because I had an interest in that, but I wasn't sure if it was for me. So I'm back to chemistry, and here we are, yes? He smiles at me enthusiastically, as if waiting for me to confirm that, yes, here is where we are. Somehow I get the feeling that Muto had a plan for this conversation, but I'll be damned if I can figure it out. I'm sorry, I'm not following you. Muto frowns and rubs his chin a bit, looking perplexed. And he snaps his fingers if he should remember what the point of all this was. It looks like the 10th Doctor. A little bit, yeah. He's half that, half Spike Spiegel. He mostly looks like Spike Spiegel. Basically a Doctor Who reference. Yeah, I'm definitely getting those vibes. He definitely dresses like that. Again, similar to Spike anyway. Oh. Right, just you. Me? Yes. You should look at studying one of the sciences. You're fantastic at it. Unless you'd rather just go into math. Muto makes a sour face. Not a big fan of straight math. I just like the experiments more than the proofs. You're saying I should study science at university? Which just seemed thrown off balance by my question. Well, sort of. You could also join the science club. Trouble is, there's not actually a science club. But there could be. You could even be a charter member. Founding father. Of course, you need to find other members. Well, only if you wanted to. We could just start it up with the two of us. And, I could give you things to read, and we could talk about them. And I can help you get ready for university. Are we trying to go down a Muto route here? Oh, because he's straight math right here. Like, what is this? Wait. Muto rummages around his briefcase and tosses me a book. Read that. If it's interesting, then we can talk about it. A brief history of time? I don't know if I actually want to read this, but Muto seems pretty excited about it. What's it about? Time. Space. Space-time. Black holes and such. And it's not that dense, just to see if the sort of thing interests you. You understand? Hang around after class, we can either discuss it, or I can show you how to make explosives in the lab. He raises his hand at my quizzical expression. Joking, sorry. Still, I've kept you here long enough for now. Think about science as a career path, Nakai. Think you'd enjoy it. Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for the book. Leave the classroom and look up at the clock. And the first thought I have is, I hope to God that I'm not interested in science. My character isn't, because that voice really hurts my throat. Possibly more so than Misha's. But I figured it's okay, because he barely speaks. But I don't have a friendly conversation with him again, man. Quite a chunk of time to kill until he's out of practice. Guess I'll give this book a look. Should probably shower as well. Showering before a date's only proper, right? Head back to the dorms. I wonder where I was supposed to meet Emi anyway. She said after practice, but didn't say where I'd find her. Guess I can just swing by the track. It's probably the best anyway. If she needs a shower, I can just wait for her in a room or something. Or in the hallway, I guess. That would be better as well. Take a quick shower, remembering to take my medication once I hop out. Now for a look at this book. In before he just forgot to do anything and he just read the book. He's a fucking idiot. Suddenly I realised 5 days have gone past. I just time travelled. Oh my god, I wake with a start. Please tell me he didn't actually miss. Shit, what time is it? Glance at the clock reveals I've been asleep for nearly an hour. Thank goodness. Sal, don't give me a heart attack like that. Emi's practice should be finishing up soon. Find some casual clothes and head for the track. Somehow I get the feeling I won't be doing anything fancy with it. Emi doesn't strike me as a very fancy sort of person. Still, I suppose there's a lot I have yet to know about Emi. Despite our newfound closeness, I still feel like I don't know her as well as I should. Well, I have lots of time to fix that. To be honest, I'm looking forward to getting to know her more. So I got on my own for it. I hardly registered that I'm already at the track. My last shortbread. It's the last shortbread from when I was eating when we were playing Doki. Emi's nowhere to be found. I don't even see any signs of the track team. It's going to be embarrassing. Turn head towards the girls' dormitory when I hear a shout. Hey, it's Al! Oh, hello. You're wearing cute clothes. Turn around to see Emi making a beeline for me with a gym bag slung over her shoulder. She's changed into some decidedly more casual clothing. A pair of shorts and an olive green top. Her running blades have been replaced with more realistic looking legs that probably wouldn't fool anyone. Emi doesn't seem to care about that. In fact, which makes me smile. Hey, you came. Obviously. I mean, I figured you would, but still. Is she like standing sideways? So normally she's like head on. For some reason this like sideways pose is off-putting. Suddenly find myself wrapped in a rather affectionate hug, and it proves to be impossible for me to keep what must be the world's largest grin off my face. Well, of course I came. Giggity. I'd be crazy not to, right? Emi ponders for a moment. You know, that's true. I mean, I'm pretty amazing after all. I shrug in response. I certainly think so. It's an offhand remark, which is why I'm surprised to see that it seems quite me by surprise. She blushes and smiles warmly at me before planting a kiss on my lips. That's my turn to be surprised. Emi steps back, resting her weight on her back heel, looking pleased with herself. My brain fumbles for an appropriate response. I should compliment you more often. Emi laughs and gives me a playful shove. Jerk. Throw an arm around Emi's shoulder, and I'm pleased when she immediately leans into me as if that's the most natural thing in the world. So, where to? I'm not actually sure. Where do people go on dates around here anyway? That's a damn good question. I've got no idea. Why don't we just head down to the Aura Mart and grab something portable? Emi's face brightens this idea. A picnic! I think you're onto something, Sal. Dun dun, the gate. Dun dun. Emi and Hisao tried to fight the gate, but the gate was their strongest opponent yet. So okay, I think we might beat it again. Emi snakes her arm around my waist and begins to head for the front gate. I'm entirely unsure of what I meant to do in this situation, but at least Emi seems to be equally clueless. We defeated the gates. Yes. Oh, that was a tough boss fight, guys. Good game, everyone. Good game. Despite the relaxing feeling of being with Emi, I still can't help feeling a little tense. What if I do something wrong? I'd hate to make an arse out of myself. Mate, you always make an arse out of yourself. It's fine. The trip to the Aura Mart. Wait, oh, this is actually a thing. The Aura Mart. Okay, is this like a brand or something? It seems like it. No idea. The trip to the Aura Mart is accompanied by Emi's chatter about how practice went. Keep quiet for the most part, merely enjoying the warmth of being around Emi. We get a few odd looks from passers-by, but I don't mind. We end up buying some bread and instant noodles, realising too late that we cannot actually cook the latter in the park. Really? Really? Why would you... Oh dear. Oh well, I'll make it for lunch or something. That'll work. Park is located after a brief loss of direction that I blame entirely on Emi. She, of course, blames me. We find a spot beneath a tree and sit down. Lean back against the trunk. Emi sits across from front of me. I guess we should have bought a blanket or something to sit on, huh? Did her arms just spaz out? Emi shrugs. I don't mind. Neither do I. Emi tosses me a package of bread and we dig in. Curry bread. Interesting. Guess I wasn't really paying attention to what I grabbed in the store. Hey, Asao. You look like your bread's a little spicy. Shake my head, trying in vain to keep an image of manliness. Nah, it's hardly spicy at all. I see. That must be why your face has gotten so red. Yes, exactly. The lack of spice has gotten my blood up because of the disappointment. That is the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. Oh dear. Well, if you can't handle it, I'll be glad to take it off your hands. Hey, just because you wolfed down yours so quickly doesn't mean I'm just going to give you mine. Emi mock pouts, causing me to nearly choke my bread with laughter. Ah, come on, Hisao. Aren't you supposed to be concerned with making sure I've got enough to eat now? We're dating, you know. No. Emi looks troubled all of a sudden. I can't say I feel any different. Huh? What do you mean by that? What makes this a date? It's just what we would have done anyway, really. But this should feel different because before when we had lunch we were friends, and now we're a level above friends. You sound like Rin. Laughter escapes, and Emi grins. Well, she might have put that thought into my mind. We've talked about that sort of thing before. Really? About me? Not really. Just stuff, really. Good answer. Good answer. Yeah, alright, Josh, whatever. Oh, fucking... Don't you be all fucking high and mighty with me. Rin thinks that the change of a label from friend to girlfriend seems arbitrary most of the time. Like, there's no difference between the two. I can think of at least one, you know. You don't tend to kiss your friends quite as much. For the second time today, Emi blushes slightly and giggles. I suppose you're right. That is pretty much the only difference, though, honestly. Like, I'm a great believer that you should be friends with someone before you date them. Exactly. I'm always right about things like this. Emi rolls her eyes and chuckles. Guess you're pretty smart, huh? I nod in agreement. Yep. Even Muto thinks so. He thinks I should go into some scientific study after graduation. Emi raises an eyebrow. Oh, really? Yeah, I think I might actually do just that. Really, the more I consider the idea, the more it appeals to me. Make a mental note to look into it a little more closely. So what are you thinking of doing after graduation? Still planning on running? Emi shrugs, seeming almost a bit hesitant. I don't know. If I'm good enough, I can find a team, I guess. You mean you aren't sure? I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. Really? You probably should, you know. Graduation isn't that far off. Emi fidgets a little nervously. Yeah, well, it's far enough, right? Yeah, she did. I mean, I've expected she, like, I still think Monica's the villain. I mean, she's just gonna turn up at some point, right? She's on one of the fucking save screens already. Besides, I've got other things to think about. There's a mischievous flash between Emi's eyes, and I suddenly found myself gloriously pinned against the tree. Life, making sure this is a real date, right? I mean, if we don't kiss, then it's not a date at all, right? Strawberries and curry. Not the best combination, but don't forget. Wait, she has strawberry bread. I guess that's a thing. He sits back on my legs and grins again. There. Science would approve, right? I have the oddest mental image of Muto nodding seriously and making him mark on some checklist. What the fuck? Kind of laughing at the idea. Well, I'll admit, this is the first time I've ever witnessed a kiss being met with laughter. Should I feel offended? No. I'm sure science approves. Emi beams at me, and I find it increasingly difficult to keep my brain functioning properly. Oh, good. At this point, I noticed Emi has stolen the remainder of my curry bread while I was otherwise occupied with images of teachers wielding clipboards. Hey. Emi tries to look innocent, but considering she just crammed the last bit of bread into her mouth, it does not appear to be working. Thief. I shrugged for my companions while I get a response. You used your feminine wiles on me. I wasn't that hungry anyway, but I still feel the point needs to be made. Emi seems confused by the phrase feminine wiles, but the understanding dawns in her features after a moment, though. Wasn't anything of the sort. You were laughing. Feminine wiles don't involve laughter. Puto and Bisha. No, I mean, it could be that. What about what about the gate and the nurse? Come on, guys. Guess I can't argue with this. That doesn't change your thievery. Emi laughs at my injured tone and gives me a playful shove. Fine, you can have the instant noodles. Are you kidding? That stuff's terrible. Oh, okay. Me and Masao, we have just become not friends anymore. We weren't friends anyway, but... Wait, that way Yuki's voice... Oh, ha. Nice. Good. After another laugh, the girl sitting on my leg, both of which have fallen asleep by now. No! What the fuck? Did she just fall over? Have a gated relationship. Took one night to try waking up, which has the unintended effect of unbalancing Emi, who falls off to the side with a startled eep Whoops, sorry about that. Legs fell asleep on me. Emi remains on the ground giggling. I stand up a little shaky, feeling the nerves in my leg return to normal. My eyes wander over the scenery before fixing on the figure of Emi, who has yet to get up. Oh, she's so cute. Her hair is splayed around her head, her arms are spread, and laughter is bubbling up through her mouth. Everything about Emi seems condensed into this one image. Her energy, her spirit, her childish giggling. The urge to lay down on the grass with her rises swiftly from the back of my mind to the forefront of my thoughts, and indeed I am convinced that I would love nothing more than to do just that. Fortunately, the sun has set, and it's probably time for us to get back to the dormitories. Well, Emi may be happy to stay out here all night. I don't think I have this ability. Besides, homework soon beckons. It wouldn't make sense to start thinking about things like university and then slack off, would it? Extend a hand to Emi to help her up. We should probably get going. Emi makes a sour face. You're right. She grabs my proffered hand and I pull her up to her feet with a hug. This time, I'm the one who kisses her, unable to resist having Emi against me. Seems a shame to leave, you know? Yeah, it does. But if we don't get back to the school soon, we'll probably get into trouble. Emi pokes me in the ribs playfully. You get arrested for murder, you get... Oh. And the true wife was a big bald guy named Greg. Oh, Greg, is it? Okay, interesting name. Genie 2, homework, I'm sure. Sadly, you're absolutely right. Throw my arm around her shoulder and we make the trek back to the school, accompanied by the occasional bouts of laughter as our conversation jumps from subject to subject. Everything from running to school to the peculiar way that one of the cafeteria workers smells. All too soon, we find ourselves outside the girls' dormitory building. Well, I guess I'll be going then. Guess so, huh? Emi grins at me again with that mischievous look. You going to be able to survive without me? I laugh. I'm sure I'll manage. How terrible. Aren't you supposed to say something like, I'll be counting the seconds you're away? Nah, I don't think so. Emi pulls me down to a quick goodbye kiss and steps back, looking unexpectedly shy. Thanks for dinner. I really had fun. Honestly, I did. So did I. I think we shall have to do it again sometime. Emi laughs at my deadpan delivery and nods. See you bright and early tomorrow morning, right? You gotta run off that bread after all. Of course, despite the fact that you ate most of it. Yeah, despite that. See you later, Hisao. I think that exists, by the way. Lee. I'm pretty sure that exists. So Emi turns to head inside and notices something weird. Something so weird that I'm surprised I didn't notice it earlier. She's limping slightly, favouring the left leg. Hey, Emi. Huh? Is your leg okay? Emi looks confused, or at least fakes confusion. What are you talking about? The right leg, you're limping. In the briefest flash of concern on Emi's face, either she didn't want me to know, or she didn't think I noticed. Or, I prefer to think, she just didn't realise it. Oh, that. She shrugged casually. Must have gotten knocked out a little out of alignment during the picnic. No idea what would have caused that, of course. I think back to being pinned under the tree. Ah. Should have told me. Could have stopped and fixed it, you know. Emi waves her hand airily. Nah, it's not that big of a deal. Don't worry about it, okay? Saying that just makes me worry more. I'll make sure Greg looks a lot like Humpty Dumpty. I think that'll really sell it. It's fine. Why do I get the feeling that she's convinced? Oh. Now this is a tough one. Last time it was just between, I guess, yeah, she got ill because I left her. So I'm not sure whether I should be focusing more on protecting her, even if it might cause ruptures in our relationship, or letting her be, which is obviously going to cause issues. The cold thing was bad, but it wasn't too bad. I feel like this one, I feel like I need to press on this matter. Are you absolutely sure? You don't want to go ahead and adjust before heading up the stairs? You could get hurt if you don't, right? You said it was fine, Hazal. Seriously, don't worry about it. I've got some experience in these matters after all. Yeah, I suppose so. Emi grins reassuringly. Honestly, Hazal, I appreciate the concern, but really I am okay. Now really, I need to get going. Your attempts to keep me around are doomed to fail. Ha, of course. Just prolonging the goodbye, I suppose. Another grin lights up Emi's face. Good night, Hisao. Good night. I think that was the right choice. She limps inside. I find myself hoping she's okay, despite her assurances that she's fine. I think I can call this a successful first date. Well, any day that ends with Emi pinning me under a tree to kiss me can't be that bad, can it? I head to my room, mentally thank the gods that Kenji doesn't ambush me in the hallway and get started on my homework. Oh, Kenji. Oh. morning is far too early for my taste. It doesn't help that I had trouble sleeping last night. There were simply too many things to think about. My mind refused to slow down. Instead, I replayed the rooftop, the park, and everything else over and over in my mind. A small part of my mind that is still paranoid that this has all been some kind of joke. That I'll meet up with Emi at the track and she'll act like nothing happened yesterday. Pushing these thoughts to the back of my mind, I throw on my running clothes and open the door. Emi's waiting for me with her usual smile. You're late. Or at least, you're not early. Are you tired or something? I found myself ruefully rubbing the back of my head. He bites a big chunk out your leg while you're sleeping. Wow, okay. What an interesting... Okay. Yeah, something like that, yeah. What should Warden Terry look like? Oh dear. Lots to think about and all that. Emi giggles at my mild understatement. Yeah, I didn't sleep that well either. I was actually glad you weren't early, because I wasn't early either. I wonder if the same thing kept us awake. The image of her weeping face passes through my mind. What kept you up? Emi's expression falters, but she quickly notices my curiosity and forces a smile. Nothing important. She obviously is not telling me something. The question is, should I press the issue? Something's clearly been bothering her for a while. I want to help her, but would it just come off as me being nosy? She's got to know I care about her, though. You sure? Something's bothering you. I'm here to help you sort it out. Emi laughs, but it's not a usual laugh. There's an edge to that seems almost bitter. Sort it out? I'm not sure it can be sorted out, Hisao. An almost grim smile crosses her lips. It's like a smile of resignation. I don't think you could help me anyway. That hurts. I don't want to say that it hurts to her, but it does. Does she realise I want to be there for her when things go wrong? Well, I won't push you on the matter, but I'm here for you if you decide that later you'd like to talk about it. It might help. I can see the debate raging behind Emi's eyes. It seems like she wants to tell me, but she's not sure whether or not she can. Hey, forget about it for now, okay? We've got running to do. The measure of running, something that she can handle, brings Emi back to her usual self. Right. Hurry up and stretch out, Hisao. We gotta get moving. She takes off like a shot, far quicker than I'm used to. Still, I try to keep a pace with her, recklessly testing my limits. It gives me a feeling of freedom, like my heart no longer important. I find myself wanting to laugh, filled with the feeling of moving beyond what I once called my boundaries. A nurse's warning, do not overdo things, echo in my mind as I disregard them. This feeling I have, this willingness to risk a heart attack for something so trivial as a morning run, feels out of character for me. But is it? Or rather, should it be? I've got a weak heart, sure. It'll never be capable of the kind of speed and endurance Emi's capable of. I probably wouldn't be able to get that good even if I had a healthy heart. As we round the final bend, I feel my legs screaming in protest, but the first time I ignore them. I accelerate to finish at a sprint, nearly catching up to Emi. That was never going to happen, of course. Still, I feel surprisingly good. Oh sure, my legs feel like they're about to catch fire, and I'm having trouble staying upright. There's been a shift of some sort today. It's all thanks to the girl grinning at the finish line waiting for me. I felt a little faster than usual. My comment is met with a grin and a shrug. Can't have you think I was going soft on you now, can I? But you managed to handle it just fine. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Still feeling the high from the run and moved by a surge of gratitude, I seize Emi in a hug. Thanks. Really, I'm not just saying that. I'm in your debt. Emi seems flustered by my words, squirming uncomfortably. Don't be silly, Sal. Someone had to haul you out of here, didn't they? It's not like you're doing any of this for me, right? I needed a running partner, remember? I shake my head, still pointedly, not letting go of Emi. He stops squirming and merely looks up at me with a quickly deepening blush that almost seems out of character. No, that's not true. You wanted a running partner, but you didn't need one. If I hadn't shown up the day after the festival, you would still run, right? But everyone worked the other way around. I only managed to make it out a few times before the festival. Without you, I probably wouldn't have made it out at all after that. Emi smiles at me and prods my chest with one finger. You are pretty lazy, Hisao. Hey, I was giving you a compliment. Well, you're welcome, I guess. I'll pay you back somehow. Oh, well, that's not necessary, you know. I mean, I kind of like you, Hisao. Being able to run with you in the morning isn't exactly a bad deal for me either, so... Somebody got so much praise, she seems unused to gratitude. I can't think of anything else to say, so we fall silent. I'm aware of Emi's breathing, and of the dampness... Oh, right, it's a list of things. I was like, the dampness of her breathing? What? Become aware of Emi's breathing and the dampness of her clothing, and the scent of her. Coming off of anyone else, it would stink. Come off of Emi, if it turned away, nothing else could. Skin is so cool, slick with sweat, and a breeze causes goosebumps to rise. Almost without thinking, I lean down to meet Emi's mouth, which has already moved to meet my own. Her lips are soft, and she hums happily as we kiss, sending vibrations from her mouth to mine. There's a startling righteousness to everything about this moment. We fit one another perfectly. The kiss ends, and I finally let my arms drop back to my sides. Emi is smiling warmly at me and giggles again. Come on, Hisao, we better go see the nurse. Then it happens. She turns, begins walking, she gives a tiny yelp and stumbles forward. Emi! I leap to step I leaped to steady her and noticed with some concern that she's favouring the same leg as last night. Your leg? Emi seems panicked and pushed away from me. It's fine. My expression must seem hurt because she's hastened to apologise. Sorry. Didn't mean to push you like that. I was just... She stumbles for something to say. It's nothing really. Hey, don't worry about it. She's so flustered, I decided to shrug off the whole thing. There's a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach that now won't go away. I try to step in and help her. She pushes me away. Smiling, I shove those thoughts to the back of my mind and concentrate on Emi. I just don't want you getting hurt, that's all. You don't have to worry about me, honestly. I'm fine. Oof, you say that, but I don't believe you. And the last dating simulator game I played, where everyone told me they were fine, no one was fine. Not a single one of those characters was fine. So don't you tell me you're fine. You were probably not fine. Why wouldn't you tell me what's wrong? It's like she gets offended by me trying to help. What am I supposed to make of that? Still trying to sort out what happened on the track, we arrive in front of the nurse's office. Emi raises her hand to knock, hesitates, and turns to me smiling guiltily. Hey, can you do me a favour? Of course. Can you tell the nurse that I'll see him later? I just remembered I've got some stuff to take care of before class. So I really need to get moving. Peer her closely. She fidgets under my stare. Yeah, she's clearly avoiding the nurse. That leg of hers. Or whatever. I said I'd help, so I will. But I'll make damn sure that she sees the nurse before the day's out. Yeah, okay, I'll let him know. Emi looks like I've just given her a pony on Christmas. Fine, you can stop worrying and fast stuff. Yeah, you're right, Lee. My bad. Thank you so much. You're the best, Tasao. I am rewarded for my complicity in her lie by a kiss that makes it all worthwhile. Or so I tell myself. Somebody heads out the building, trying hard not to let her limp show. I knock on the door of the office. Ah, Sal, come in. I don't see Emi with you. She's not sick again, is she? I turn to this voice, I don't think the nurse expected me to say, yes, she's ill. She said that she'd forgotten to do something, so she had to skip out, but she'll see you later today. The nurse heaves an exasperated sigh. Honestly, that girl. She's been avoiding me. Yesterday, she was in and out of here without even taking off her prosthetics. And now this? Well, at least it's not just me Emi doesn't want to worry. It's a comfort, I guess. Still, I feel like I should say something about her leg. I said I'd lie for her, but she really needs me to see him. Now you mention it, she was limping pretty badly today. And last night as well. Nurse's eyes narrowed at the words last night. And what exactly were you two doing last night? We were, on a date. Nurse raises his eyebrows as if surprised. Really? Interesting. Huh? Oh, nothing. His gaze turns thoughtful, and then he grins at me. You don't think you could use some of that boyfriend charm to get her to come see me today, could you? Of course. I was planning on doing that anyway. I think she's really hurt and just pretending she isn't. Yes, she does that. Afraid I'll make her stop running. Will you? I don't like to, but if it's bad enough that she's been limping, well... Guess I'll have to see what's wrong for myself before I make that call. You need to make an emote out of the nurse's winky face. I'm going to make an emote out of the gate as well, to be honest. I see. Emi not allowed to run? Perish the thought. I don't know if she'd be able to function without running. No wonder she's reluctant to make anything wrong. Well, I'll make sure she sees you. Good. Oh, and before I forget, grins at me again, what feels like a vaguely threatening manner. Don't forget that I know what medications you're on. You'd better be careful around Emi, got it? Wow, you look serious too. Got it. Don't hurt Emi, wouldn't dream of it. Grand. I'd hate for you to be late. Huh? Late, as in the late... Oh, that was a death threat. That was a fucking death threat. Holy shit. Fucking hell. Late as in the late Tasao Nakai. He frowns briefly, dissatisfied. Sounded better in my head. Well, at any rate, get out of here before you miss your first class. We've got things to do, I'm sure. Shoo. So I leave, and notice the nurse pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Macau, your daughter's being a pain in the ass again. Better head back to my room or I really will be late. Hey, wasn't he supposed to check my heart rate? Yeah, I didn't do any of that. I spell sounds, and I bring myself out the stupor I slipped into during the morning's class. My lack of sleep last night, coupled with the increased pace of this morning's run, has left me a little exhausted. Despite that, I find myself skipping stairs to the roof. There's a thrill of excitement now, in addition to the pleasure one gets from eating lunch with Fran's friends. True, both Emi and Rin are still my friends, but Emi has become more than that now. Rin is back to her usual spot on the roof, almost as if she'd never been absent. Oh, hello. Feeling better, I take it? Raised eyebrows, my reward for speaking. Better than what? Better than you felt yesterday? Rin gives my question some serious thought. I'm not sure. Think I might have felt rather good for some of yesterday, but it's all fuzzy. Too much cold medicine? Well, I was asleep, and that is usually pretty good. But I can't remember what it feels like to be asleep because I'm not conscious for it. It's a real problem. Then again, if I knew how good it felt, I might not sleep anymore. But this way I keep trying, so I guess that's how I can keep it from being overtired. Tunnel mystery to keep yourself sleeping at night? Maybe mystery is the wrong word. Intangibility might be the proper way to describe it. I see. No, I don't see at all. I have no idea what she's talking about, but that's okay, since I really do. Do you remember what sleeping feels like? Like yesterday. Do you remember what you felt like sleeping yesterday? Well, actually, I didn't get a lot of sleep yesterday. Maybe that's because you remember subconsciously. Actually, I think I was worrying about Emi. Doesn't Emi worry enough about herself? I didn't consider that, but it gives me pause. True, but would she ask for help if she needed it? Rin frowns, and I raise an eyebrow. Will I get a proper answer? Probably not. Is there something she should be asking for help with? A leg, for starters. Seems to catch Rin's interest. Leg? It's hurt, but she won't see the nurse about it. Oh, yeah, that's a really confused face. Rin shakes her head disapprovingly. You have to make her. Like, she makes me go to class. For her own good. Otherwise, she could lose her legs again. And that's just too weird. Losing things twice. Yeah, I read a story about a guy who lost his hand twice. Like, the same hand twice. And I was like, what? But then it was because, like, he lost his hand in an explosion. And then he got an implant. And then the implant was, like, his body rejected it or something. So they were like, oh, it's like he lost it twice. I was like, not really, but I sort of get what they mean. Especially if you don't find them again to begin with. Unless prosthetics are the same thing as finding something. But that's a different kind of lost, isn't it? I think so. I wonder. Wonder what? Emi seems to have snuck up on Rin and me, though Rin doesn't seem especially surprised, which itself is unsurprising, I suppose. Rin manages to set herself upright quite expertly, throwing her upper body forward and using momentum to right herself. Your leg. Oh, your leg. How's it feel? That earns me a frown and a bit of a glare. It's okay, I think. Not worth worrying about. Tell that to the nurse. He's quite insistent that you visit him, you know. Emi pouts like I've just told her she's been grounded. He worries too much. It's not a big deal, it's just a little soreness. Try to resist rolling my eyes in exasperation. If it's nothing, then you should have no problem seeing him, right? Emi narrows her eyes suspiciously. Did he put you up to this? Well, maybe a little. But that's not the point. I would have reminded you to see him anyway. It'd be terrible if you were really hurt and not doing anything about it. That would make it worse, and I don't really want to see you hurt, you know? Call me crazy, but I kind of would prefer to see you happy and healthy. With each statement, Emi's frown fades a little more until eventually she's grinning, albeit a little shyly. Well, if you're going to put it that way, then I guess I'll see him. Otherwise, you'll keep worrying, and then I'll never hear the end of it, right? That's right, I'll keep bugging you about it, and that might put a damper on our dates. How's the food, Hisao? Talk to the nurse, Emi. How's your day, Hisao? Talk to the nurse, Emi. So I think I'm ready to go. Talk to the nurse, Emi. See, it doesn't work all that well. Emi giggles at my high-pitched rendition of her own voice and gives me an affectionate shove. My voice is that high, jerk. It's funny because if I tried to do an impression of her, it would just literally be her voice because it's me talking. I thought it was pretty accurate. Oh, that face. She is pissed. I mean, I stare at her in for a while before I burst into laughter. Emi crosses her arms and huffs, mock offended. You're both jerks. Such vile... What the fuck is that word? Calumnies? Fucking whatever. For you, young woman, I'm stunned that you would call me, of all people, a jerk. I love how shoves shake the entire screen like you got punched in the face. I know, right? Honestly, I don't know what to think. Emi sticks her tongue out at me. Wait, he always says that, but she never does it. You ass. So, Rin, how's your club these days? Rin, seemingly as surprised by the sudden change of topics as I am, takes a minute to think before answering. I believe it's okay. Although, Namiya keeps telling me to work harder. But I don't think he understands my methods. He always struck me as slightly creepy. Rin ponders a statement for a while. I've never really noticed. But I don't pay much attention to him most days, so maybe that's why. How often do you meet? Thinking of joining Hisao? What? Nah, I've already decided to join a club. Have I? When did that happen? News to me. Really? Which one? Oh god, we're doing this whole discussion about which clubs we're going to join. Don't do this. Trigger. Well, not really much of a club, to be honest. Oh, you joined the tea club? No, I joined the science club, I think. No. See, we didn't decide to join the science club. He just discussed the possibility of it. That was it. Emi looks highly confused. We have a science club? Not really. It's just me. Sal, that's not a club. That's sitting in your room reading books. No, I mean it's just me and Muto. I'm just the only student so far. Muto? Really? Thought strikes her. Oh, is that what you were talking about yesterday? You're meeting with Muto. Yeah, that was our first meeting, I guess. Emi giggles. Nerd. Hey, I can't help being clever. You know, I could have used your help years ago. You should have had your heart attack earlier in life, Hasao. Wow. I laugh, and then I realise this is probably one of the very rare times I've laughed about my heart attack. Hindsight. Yeah. Ringing the bell ends our conversation. Guess we better go. Yeah, I guess so. They didn't even eat anything. Come on, Rin, you too. Rin's apparently begun to doze off, so Emi gives her a sharp bump. I almost had it. Sorry, but you need to go to class. I disagree, but maybe if I nap in class, I'll get it this time. Changing location is sometimes helpful for that kind of thing. Neither Emi or I bother asking what it is. Well, we already know what it is. It's trying to work out what it's like when it feels like when you're sleeping. As we arrive in my classroom, Emi gives me a quick kiss and heads down the hallway, Rin in tow. Turns to enter the classroom and I'm met by the duo of Shizune and Misha. Misha seems to be fighting a losing battle from breaking into a fit of giggles while she translates Shizune's latest rant. While we are pleased, nay thrilled, to see how well you've managed to make your new friend and forge relationships, and with such a cutie too, Hee-chan. I think the last part was probably Misha. We nevertheless feel compelled to politely remind you that public displays of affection are strictly forbidden. Really? That's disappointing, Shi-chan. By Section 8 of the Code of Conduct laid out in the student's handbook. In this case, however, ignorance of the law may be your excuse as we are feeling lenient. And the paperwork required to punish both of you would only add to the already mountainous volumes of work which confront us, the sole members of the Student Council. Besides, you two are adorable together. Therefore, consider this a formal warning, and please refrain from such displays in the future. At least when Shizune can see you, Hee-chan. This whole spiel is so patiently ridiculous that I can't help but reply in the same pompous manner. Well, I, for one, feel enlightened. I apologise profusely for my rash actions and will strive to contain my baser impulses which, I fear, impel me towards such inappropriate displays of public affection. It is hardly my wish to burden an already overworked student council with such petty manners and will do my best to make your lives easier in this matter in the future. At least, when Shizune is watching. The last line is delivered with a wink to Misha, who finally loses control of her laughter. Well said, Hee-chan. Chuckling a little to myself, we enter the classroom. You know, Misha's really growing on me. At the first I didn't really like her because I made her voice like annoying and it actually hurt. But I've like toned it. I don't know if you can notice. It's still like the same sounding voice, but I've like toned it down and it's not hurting as much. Now only the teacher's voice hurts. Class uneventful after the final bell rings. I found myself alone with Muto again. Oh, fucking speak of the devil. So it looks like we've assembled our second meeting of the science club. Or is it the first? What do you think? Should we count yesterday as a meeting? Well, we did form the club yesterday, didn't we? Or we each having to translate these two knobheads using the biggest words possible. Yeah, right? That seems like the club business, so we can safely call yesterday a meeting. Muto smiles in his usual stilted and awkward way. I wonder if the muscles in his face are not just shaped correctly to let him smile naturally. You really do have a knack for this, I think. Logical thought process, that is. I guess so. Scientist speaks with authority, Sal. The answer here is yes, I do. When the world wants to know how it works, we tell it, even if all we got is a decent hypothesis. But we must sound certain anyway, because we're the authorities on the subject, right? I'm changing his voice a little bit so it hurts a little less if it sounds different, in case you hadn't noticed. He chuckles to go along with his awkward smile and his awkward joke. Doing my best not to grimace, but I don't think I'm being too successful. That's entirely false, of course. We know a lot, sure. Nobody's an expert in how the world works. It's only because nobody can be sure. With no certainty, there are no experts. But we like to pretend sometimes. There is something we can be certain of, right? Yes, but no. We know gravity's there, for example. So show me picking up a pencil and drops it. See? Still there. But it's good to check every once in a while. That's why you see researchers mucking about with gravity. Pretty sure we know how it works, but there's always a chance that something isn't how we think it is. So you check and check and check. That's science in a nutshell, is how. All the time I've listened, feeling rather spellbound, because I seem to be really passionate about this stuff. I think it's hard to tell sometimes how the world works, how humans work, how the universe works. All these questions to be answered. Depending on what I go into, maybe I could even figure out a way to fix my heart. That said, I don't think that's really a priority for me. Besides, we started discussing the book you gave me yesterday, and I find myself more and more interested in that than my heart condition. Before we even realised it, an hour's gone by. Well, it's class meeting over now, okay? We'll have another meeting tomorrow or the day after. He considers for a moment. Call it the day after. I got a lot of grading to do. Alright, see you then. I exit the classroom and realise I don't really have anything to do tonight. I mean, I didn't make plans, so I guess I'll go to the library. Beast doing homework in my room anyway. The library always seems cooler than the rest of the building. Probably to keep all the books from getting damaged by excessive heat and humidity. Books are sturdy objects, but if you want to keep them in good condition, it takes little effort. I've got several books that are so well worn, the pages barely cling to the spine. It seems possible for them to still be usable, but if you handle them with care. I make my way to the main desk, where I spot Yuko, busying herself with something or another. She smiles at me as I enter and waves. Hello, Hisao. Good to see you again. What are you looking for this time? Nothing in particular. I guess I just didn't really feel like going back to my room is all. Yuko nods. Well, if you're unoccupied, maybe you could help me look for something. Sure, what do you need? Yuko brings a finger to her lips and looks around furtively. She seems to be looking for eavesdroppers. Come closer. Oh, hello. Hello. Take a few hesitant steps forward while feeling distinctly unnerved. Yuko lowers her voice to a confidential whisper. I'm on the trail of the Yamaku cat burglar. The what? Shh! The walls have ears, Hisao. Or they might. But listen, those missing books, remember them? Yeah? Well, they weren't missing. They were stolen. I'm convinced of it. I remember you saying something of the sort earlier, but how do you know? Yuko leans in closer, if possible, and whispers even lower. Because I found one of those hiding places. You did what? Yuko looks triumphant. Found one of his stashes. It was under one of the stairwells in the boys' dorm. 3 books I've been looking for, all there. I suspected a thief before, but this proves it. So, did you take back the books? Yuko looks as if I just suggested she walked around naked. Are you nuts? He can't know I'm onto him. He might go to ground and evade capture. What do you need my help with then? Yuko casts another glance around the library and leans in closer. You've got a spy for me. Spy? Yeah, like when you're in the dorms, you know? Keep an eye out for suspicious activity. What constitutes suspicious anyway? I mean, Kenji's pretty suspicious dude, but I'll wager he barely goes to class, much less sneaks into the library to pilfer books. What? I know my main dude is dense, but come on. Still, what's the harm in saying you literally saw him carrying library books? You know he comes to the library. At least he'll get me out of this weird conversation. Yeah, I can do that, no problem. Yuko straightens up and claps excitedly. Great. Now hurry up and talk about something else in case someone comes in. How's school treating you? Pretty well, actually. I've been running the mornings with Emi Ibarazaki, right? Yeah. How'd you know? I served you two in the tea house, remember? I deduced that if you were going to run with anyone, it would probably be her. She looks pleased with herself. Impressive. Anyway, yes, we've been running in the mornings. That not fucking brain attack. And we kind of started dating. Yuko claps her hands together excitedly. Really? That's great. I bet you two are great together. I love seeing people find one another like that, you know? I even thought to myself when you walked into the Shanghai that one time, I wonder if that kid will wind up with one of those girls. Really? Yuko doesn't seem to notice my somewhat weirded out tone and nods affirmatively. Yep, I could tell that you'd wind up with one of them, you know? I've got an eye for that sort of thing. No, of course. Her expression droops slightly. I'm not so good at it myself. I'm sure that's not true. Oh, it's true. I met this guy once. We got along really great. It turned out he was younger than me. And that was kind of weird, but not terribly so. What was really weird is that he disappeared one day and I've not seen him since then. Huh, that does seem kind of odd. Doesn't it? I hope it wasn't something I did. So I'm guessing Yuko and Kenji, like, were a thing. His brain of sanity be replaced with scented candles. Why do you think so strawberries? Feel compelled to reassure her. I'm sure it wasn't. Oh, Jesus. I tend to try and calm her down further, but both of us jump in surprise at the ringing suddenly coming from my pocket. Yuko sighs to steady herself as I pull the phone from my pocket. I feel a little sheepish, indirectly causing the incident. Whoa, hello, phone! Emi, what's up? Oh, thank God, I haven't called your phone before, so I didn't know if this number would work or whether you would pick up, and I can't... Oh there, Emi, slow down. What's wrong? There's a pause on the other side of the line, during which I can hear Emi trying to control her breathing in order to calm down. Also, like, could you fucking not use your phone in the library, mate? It's rude. At least go, I'm in the library, when you pick up the phone. Something got her terribly agitated, and it started to agitate me. Can you stop by? Like now, or shortly after now? I really, really need to talk to you. There's a tone of pleading in the last sentence. I don't think I've ever heard from her. Of course, I'll be right there. Hold steady, okay? my increasing agitated state, I've apparently started saying things that don't quite make sense. Okay, I'll be okay. See you soon. Press the button and end the call before slipping the phone back into my pocket. Apologise to Yuko for running off, and run off. Right in front of the librarian, yeah, I know, right? Perhaps at some point I would have stopped to think about the time or how suspicious it looked for a guy from the girls' dorm at this at. So right now I'm concerned with getting to Emi and finding out what's wrong and how I can help her. Knock on the door, I'm greeted with a subdued, come in. Something's very wrong as I stare at the scene before me. Emi's there, yes. She's in a wheelchair and her legs are missing. Glance around the room and see them sitting in a corner looking like they've been thrown there. Emi responds to my entrance with a lopsided grin that is both pleased to see me and completely, utterly heartbroken. Hi, Hisao. Looks like she's been crying, but if she was, she's stopped now. I noticed that I'm a little out of breath having taken the stairs 2 at a time in order to get here. My heart doesn't seem to mind the strain, though. I file this happy fact away for later consideration. Like when I'm not staring at somewhat dumbstruck at my girlfriend in a wheelchair. Realising I've still not responded to her greeting, my brain lurches into gear. Emi, what happened? Guess I should have listened to you, Hisao. My leg's got a nasty infection. I'm not allowed to run on it for at least a couple of weeks. She gives a bitter laugh that shouldn't be coming from her. Heh, I can't even walk on it. I could have used a crutch and kept one of my legs, but I didn't see the point. Why hop? You can't run on one leg. At least this way I can still, I don't know, roll fast or something. Yeah, that's good, right? My awkward attempt to look on the bright side seems appreciated but not really effective. Emi shrugs again. It's just kind of a nuisance. I mean, we can't even eat up on the roof now. No wheelchair access. Yeah, but that's not a big deal, right? I mean, we can still eat together. That's the important thing. A lopsided grin again. It hurts to look at. I suppose so, yeah. But like I said, it's a nuisance. I mean, I haven't really used a wheelchair in... She thinks for a minute. Maybe 7 years? Something like that, anyway. A long time. I'm afraid I'm a bit out of practice. Well, fortunately, it's only temporary, right? Emi nods. Oh, yeah, of course. It's not like I've lost him permanently. But it's a pain in the ass all the same. I nod sympathetically. There's not much else I can do after all. What am I going to do? Say, I told you so? Although I did tell her to get that leg looked at. By the time I noticed it was too late anyway. Do you need help with anything? That is, can I help with anything? Emi shakes her head. There's a bit of a usual grin back. Nah, I can manage fine by myself. Although, if you want to help me over to my bed, it would save me the trouble of rolling over there myself. I blush in spite of myself. Emi giggles. You're such a prude, Hisao. Not a prude, I just wouldn't want to take advantage of a young woman such as yourself. It's ungentlemanly. I wheel Emi's chair to her bed and easily scoop her up and deposit her there. She quickly sorts herself out and sits on the side. She's actually a little heavier than she looks. It'd be rude of me to observe this aloud, of course. Yeah, well done. Did he... Man, you're kind of heavy. Emi hits me with a pillow. Ass. Just saying is all. Must be all that running. At the mention of running, Emi grins, falters slightly. What the fuck, dude? Well, I guess I won't have to worry about that for a bit, huh? Maybe I'll lose some weight. Oh, no. Wait, I just realised. Ah, no. She's overeats, doesn't she? Oh, I mean, no. That's what you do to lose weight, right? Cease physical activity? Pretty sure that's what the nurse would recommend. Speaking of which, are you going to still be showing up in the mornings? I hate to run alone. Ah, shit. Emi's sudden interjection, more of a disquieted muttering than anything too profane, caused me to look over in shock. She's leaning forward, trying to cover the fact that she's crying behind her eyes with her hands. Of course, a subdued sobbing makes it pretty obvious that she's crying. Hey, I'm sorry. Forget I said anything, okay? Place a hand gingerly around her and pull her close. I can think of nothing else to say or do. How do you comfort someone who's just lost their legs again? Emi wraps me in a hug and stays that way for a while. Sorry. I'm pretty bad at this whole comforting thing, I guess. Yeah, you just called her fat. Like 2 seconds ago. She's not even fat yet. Don't say that. I'm fine, really. Her voice is slightly muffled by her chest. My chest, even. I pat her head reassuringly. That's the spirit, right? You'll get through this fine, I know it. Besides, I'm here to help you, remember? Emi lifts her head and stares at me with tear-stained eyes. Can you? Can you really? She's grinning lopsidedly, and something sparkles in her gaze. Can't tell if I'm being mocked or not. Of course, I mean, sure. You're a bit heavy, but oomph. My witty comment is cut off by... That's not witty, mate. It's not witty. By the sudden press of Emi's lips on mine, I'm caught off guard, and I'm rewarded by hitting my head on the wall behind her bed. Ow. Emi pulls back, trying to look concerned rather than like she's about to laugh. Are you okay? Sorry. I rub my head ruefully and grin back at her. Caught me off guard there. Is that going to be my habit? Am I going to be lectured by Shizune and Misha more? The mention of the duo, Emi giggles. Honestly, those two. If I didn't know why, I'd be utterly confused as to why she hangs around with someone so bossy. Which one are we talking about? You know exactly which one, Hisao. Misha's hardly bossy. So what's the reason then? Huh? The reason why Misha hangs around with Shizune? Emi waves my question off with a smile. No idea. I see. Anyway, you seem to be forgetting the original question, don't you? Oh yeah, I guess I am. You wouldn't mind giving a guy a little warning, would you? Otherwise I'm liable to wind up with a concussion. I emphasize the point by rubbing at the back of my head. Emi giggles madly. You could wear a helmet. That is a good response. Some kids here do, you know. Or I could just take revenge. Grab a pillow from beside me and whack Emi over the head. Oh, she's dead. I killed her. Emi topples off the bed and lands on the floor with a thump. Her arms promptly reappear in the bed and she managed to pull herself back up. She really has a surprising amount of strength in that little body. Her face is turned downwards and away from mine. Made me think I might have accidentally hurt her. Emi, you okay? Didn't hit your... Hands shoot up and grabs my collar. She pulls me with a sharp tug, her face now barely an inch away from mine. She grins cheekily. Emi? She gives me a sharp headbutt. What the fuck? I didn't realise I was dating Reese. Just fucking come out and headbutt me out of nowhere. Jesus. Thought I was making quite a loud thud. Sit back and rub my now sore head as Emi smirks victoriously. How's that for revenge? Oh, fair. You can't take revenge for revenge. Someone missing most of her legs. Emi's surprisingly agile. I swipe her, but she deftly rolls out the way. Lands a hit with a pillow. Of course, the odds are against her. I can stand up for starters. Oof. Hello. Hi. Guess I can't, after all. Emi seems to have effectively tripped me up. And is now sitting primly astride me as I lay on my back. I'm not even sure how she managed it. I win. Her eyes twinkle mischievously. I've been thoroughly defeated by a girl that's a fraction of my size at that. Then again, being defeated doesn't seem quite so bad. Emi being positioned over my waist isn't something that I or my body can ignore easily. I open my lips to speak, but Emi's head darts towards before I can get as much of a word out. With no resistance, she presses her mouth down to mine. Not that I want to. This is different somehow. She pulls back and nips my lower lip, and reinitiates the embrace. Her tongue darts inside my mouth, exploring. I can feel the warmth spreading through my body as my heart begins to beat faster. We are reading some saucy shit here, guys. My mind starts to get foggy, and I become vaguely aware of my hand travelling up Emi's blouse. Okay, yeah, no, we're getting into uncomfortable territory now. Oh boy. Emi gasps as I reach a breast, and then there's a giggle, and then stare up at grinning Emi. Told you, that makes my second win now. What? That doesn't count. You use feminine wild. All's fair in love and war, right? Heh, you're even blushing. I didn't even know you were a blusher, Hisao. Really? How long have you known him? You were blushing too, you know, probably because of your prudish ways. Even I've got to admit this is a stupid thing to say to a woman who is currently straddling me and has been, up until a few seconds ago, playing tonsil hockey with me. A prude, am I? Well then, let's see who blushes first, shall we? I'm not sure whether the tone of her voice terrifies or arouses me, but that question is quickly made rather moot. Hello, octopus? Oh, I'm guessing that's a scene. Wait, can I, like, save that for later or something? Because I can't see it on Twitch. I don't know if that'll work. Probably not. Whoa, hello. I thought I'd turn... Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. Wait. I did just save, so this is fine. I thought I'd turned off that. Does that not... I did. Okay, that doesn't count. I guess I should start reading fast then, eh? Before I get banned. Oh boy. Okay. Well, let's start speed reading. Wait, no, I don't want to start the game over. Fucking All right. So you could add a black box in OBS. I could if I remembered where it was. Okie dokie. Well, you guys all got a little scene of that, I guess. Image. Do we have a black box? We have something just called black. I assume this is a black box, right? Yeah. Let's just stretch this one out over here. Nice and big. I'll change the size of it as soon as I know how big I need it to be. Wait, so is it... Okay, we don't need it to block all of her face. Just... Hello! How you doing? Okay! Right! Well, you guys don't have to be distracted by that. I still do. just want to ask what Sal said. So, did I blush? I didn't notice. Did I? Emi shrugged, still breathing a little heavily. Didn't notice either. Well, maybe we should... I need to use your window. Just fucking what? My first instinct is to hide, but then I realise I'm stuck utterly exhausted and sitting next to a topless Emi, so there's no running away. Look, Rin's eyes pass over Emi and me and focus on the window. There was a cloud. A cloud? Rin nods. I was watching it from my window, but I didn't stay in my window. So I need to use your window. Emi shifts a little, causing me to cough in order to cover up a giggle of my own. How long did you need the window for? We're, busy. This time, I can't contain my laughter. Cloud fox. Rin ignores both Emi and me and peers out the window. Her shoulders slump, but she looks disappointed. It changed into something else. Disappointing. Emi is having trouble keeping a straight face. Sorry to hear that, Rin. Can we have a little privacy now, please? Rin shrugs as if to say, can you? And hooks her foot around the door, pulling it close behind her. We both dissolve into raucous laughter, unable to deal with Rin's bizarrely timed visit any other way. After our laughter dies down, I looked at Emi. We're both a total mess. Well, Emi raises an eyebrow. Well? Again? Emi grins and laughs, and then she nods. We should probably ditch the clothes this time. Alright. I'm pretty sure you've already ditched the clothes, but... Okay. I'll leave the block up there until I know it's safe. Okay. I think... I'll leave it there just in case she's here, but... what did it say? Sunlight breaks from my window shortly after my alarm ruins the morning silence. I feel sore. Many of the previous evening suddenly intruded upon my consciousness. I found myself blushing. That was an eventful evening. It explains perfectly the soreness in my lower back. The walk back, as I recall, had been rather tense. My trousers having been... soiled? You shat yourself? I had washed them off in the bathroom before going back to... Oh, I don't think he meant that. I don't think he meant actually soil. I was like, what the fuck? You weirdo. I think he meant something else, but that was a weird wording. There was still a fairly obvious looking stain on the front. Fortunately for me, the only person around him way back was Kenji. He didn't notice a thing, well, apart from me being in the general vicinity. Of course, he'd asked how the night went and whether or not I learned anything of importance. I don't even know if I opened my mouth to answer. I was too tired to care. Okay, so I think we're good to take the block now. I think we're good. Ha 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 ha. Still, Emi had promised to meet me at the track, and I'd hate to disappoint. She is indeed waiting for me when I arrive. Doing her best to look cheery, despite the fact that she's sitting in a wheelchair, I wave at her and begin stretching. You're early. Emi frowns and shakes her head. Ridiculous. You're late. Overslept, Hisao? I'll tucker it out. Well, at least she seems more like her old self. And as expected, she doesn't seem that shy about mentioning our previous activities. Hey, you're lucky I could show up at all. All that cardiovascular activity last night. I nearly thought I'd have to see the nurse afterwards. Emi laughs out loud and then her face suddenly becomes concerned. Hey, that's not I mean, you're not... Go on, spit it out. It's just that would be hard to explain if you had an episode while we were... Oh. Now she mentions it, it was a really legitimate concern. I certainly hadn't thought of it last night, of course. Other more pressing concerns had been at hand. Well, I don't think anything we do is going to be any more of a strain than these morning runs, and I handle those fine, so... Emi considers this point. Whoa, that face, that expression, just like, A devious light appears behind her eyes. Say, The light vanishes, and Emi grins ruefully at me. Can't help but feel vaguely suspicious. I seem to have forgotten a pair of gloves. What do you need gloves for? Emi indicates the chair upon which she is seated. For this, of course. Sure, regular moving around is all well and good without them, but I want to be able to get a good workout. And to get that kind of speed, you gotta have gloves if you don't want blisters. So what are you wussing out on me then? Do I have to go alone? Emi thinks for a minute, or pretends to think. If I remember right, there's a spare pair or two in the track shed. Yeah, it's free. It is a free game. That's why we're playing it. So she does seriously want to do it then. But in her normal school uniform. I'd have expected her to wear a gym outfit for something like this. Wait. What are they... Oh, he's dense as fuck. I thought he was... He got it. No, he's stupid. Wait, what are they doing in there? Emi looks askance at me. Seriously? You can't think of why a shed full of track supplies at a school for the disabled would have racing gloves? Well, when she puts it that way, I suppose it makes perfect sense. Hey, I'm still getting used to this place. Give me a break, huh? Guess I can let it slide this time. Now, come on, I need your help. Can't imagine what for, but then again, I didn't have a clue why racing gloves were in the shed, so I'm not willing to press the issue. Wow, look at that shitty shed. That is awful. You're not gonna... Oh, come on, guys. You don't want to get diseased or something. Come on. Just fucking keep it in your pants until tonight, at least. Come on. Emi never gets her way to the shed easily enough, though I can hear her grumbling under her breath. It's actually kind of cute. I hurry a little to reach the door. Opening it will be easier for me than for her. The door opens and Emi starts to wheel inside, only to come to a sudden halt at the doorway. Since the door sill is slightly too high for her to get over by herself. Ah. She makes a few runs at it unsuccessful before crossing her eyes and glaring at the offended object. Stupid wheelchair. Yes, Al, can you give me a hand here? Sure, no problem. Okay. Simple enough matter for me to bump Emi over the doorway, joisting her slightly. Hey, easy there. Oops, sorry. It's at about this time that I failed to notice where I'm going and run Emi's chair into a mat. She gives a startled yelp and topples forward out of her chair. Well done, you idiot. As a moment of silence, I gaze in horror upon what I've done. Emi glares at me. So? Yes? Promise me you'll never work at a hospital. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Emi giggles and holds up a hand. I mean, I also remember being their age. What's your point? Would you kindly help me back into my chair, Sal? Just being in a room is a good thing. Alright, whatever you say, you fucking horn dog. Some of us have some class. As I bend down to pick up Emi, she grins in time. She pulls me into a kiss that quickly has us both entirely unconcerned about getting her back into the chair. Please tell me you've at least shut the door. In fact, okay, there we go. So I moved to a more comfortable position. I confess that the chair is pushed out the door, which, startled by the passage, swings shut. Alright. Block back. Damn it, Emi. Stop getting undressed. Fuck's sake. At least we've got privacy now, which is a good thing. My hands work quickly to remove Emi's blouse and skirt. Starting to discover that she's forgotten to put her bra on today. Did she plan for this? Her arm hooked under mine, rests on my shoulders. As I kiss my way down Emi's neck, pausing to give special attention to a spot right where her neck meets the shoulders that I found last night. Alright, I guess we're reading more erotica. Speaking of erotica, I'm still waiting on that fucking nurse fanfiction. Is she? Good to know. I mean, I can tell. You've got him pretty good at the... I do try. Emi pushes on my chest insistently, so I draw back with a puzzled expression. Just so you don't expect this of all the others. I got a confession, Hisao. Oh? Having pulled back, I decide to instead to focus my attention on her breasts. As she attempts to speak, her words are interspersed with giggles that I find incredibly cute. I don't actually wear gloves. My own reply is rather mumbled onto her chest instead of being addressed to her face. Should have known. Words quickly become irrelevant. Emi's movements are almost frantic, as if she's been holding something back since we met this morning, and now she has an outlet. Very nearly caught off guard by her aggressiveness, feeling her nearly rip my shirt off the way she seems to be in the dominant position. For my part, I confess that I'm caught up in her attitude as well, fighting back, rolling and wrestling, even as I caress her breasts, and even her fingers dig into my shoulders and I lose track of where we are. So much so that I roll right off the mat and land on something small and rather hard. Ow. Emi, still flustered. Is that still... Block's not a good place, just checking. Breathing a little heavily, peers at me and bursts into laughter. I'm sorry, you alright? Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure where I landed on, though. We turned my back and pulled the offending object out, inspecting it closely. Personal lubricant. Lemon flavoured. Wait, what? Emi's eyes shoot up as she begins, if possible, to laugh even harder. Somehow I don't think this is track related? Oh man, I know whose that is. What? It's the track captain's. Ah, my old nemesis, or kind of. How do you know it's his? It appears that I've asked a stupid question, or at least Emi thinks so. Because he's the one who told me the track shed was a good place for... What did he call them? Clandestine encounters? Oh, he invite you to one or something? Emi burst into more laughter. I confess the sight of a naked Emi laughing is oddly beautiful. I feel an eagerness to end the conversation and get back to what we were doing, despite my rather pointed question. It's out. The track captain's gay. Yep. Huh. Really? And here I initially thought you two were a couple. Well, I did have a crush on him when he first joined there, but he wasn't interested. Obviously. But we were good friends, I guess. I mean, he told me all about this, you know. I hesitate to ask. And I really do, but I ask anyway. What does he need the, dude, come on. You don't know? I mean, he doesn't, how the hell does Emi always manage to not blush? Obviously, he uses it for, you know... Anal. Yeah, I mean, obviously. I try to suppress the snicker. I fail. Emi's giggling too. And he tells you about all this? Emi shrugs. Yeah, of course. He's kind of wild about the whole thing. Says it's a feeling that can't be beat. I wonder what they're about to do. The air in the track shed seems to change with some kind of horrible curiosity. That's interesting. Suppose I'll have to take his word for it. Well... Birds outside stop chirping. The wind dies down. Somewhere a man is drinking a cup of coffee. He freezes with the cup at his lips. We could, maybe, try it? My jaw suddenly and spontaneously unhinges and hits the floor. What? Emi is finally blushing, rubbing the back of her head ruefully. Well, it's just that we can't do what we did last night, you know. Be a little... Wouldn't be safe, you know? It wasn't exactly a great idea last night. So, you know, we could try this to see if, Extend the box to be safe? Well, if I extend it over the bottom, you can't fucking read the text. I'm pretty sure that underwear's fine. I think we're good. It's only if she zooms in that we should be worried. Is as good? Well, yeah, basically. Huh. Oh, look at the mouse! Look at the mouse! That actually looks dodgy because of where the box is. Isn't it just a cute little mouse? Sudden switch from pleasure to pain caused me to lose my balance and I fall forwards onto Emi. Ow. Ow. Quickly roll off Emi and prop myself up, breathing heavily as I try to ignore the pain in my crotch. Emi yelps a little as she rolls over. She grabs a couple of tissues we kept handy from earlier and cleaning up before getting her pants back on and awkwardly leaning against the wall. Still breathing heavily, I decide to sit against the wall next to her. The feeling of the cool concrete against my sweating back is a welcome sensation. That's still good. That hurt at the end. Yeah, that was probably not a great idea. Emi squirms in order to try and sit down beside me without too much pain. Judging by her wincing, it doesn't really work. Yeah, I'm going to have words with the captain. He was clearly lying. The utter and absolute ridiculousness of the situation suddenly hits, and I begin laughing. Emi shakes her head and begins laughing with me. Hey, Sal. Yeah? We're never doing this again, right? Yeah, I think my curiosity's satisfied on this one. Emi nods. Satisfied. Good. I think we should maybe stick to the basics, don't you? I mean, most of this is new to me anyway. What do you mean, most? Emi grins impishly. I'll never tell. An unpleasant thought strikes me. Even more unpleasant than the thought of having to ask Emi about it. Still, after what we've just done, it should be a cakewalk. Hey, is there a sink? Kind of like to, wash off a little. Emi's jaw drops. In the sink? Well, there's not really anywhere else to do it, is there? And I want to avoid a smell that the nurse might notice. This is the most awkward conversation I've ever had. You're right. Yeah, there's, it's on the back wall. Might be some soap too. Thanks. There is, in fact, a little hand soap, which is better than nothing. No towel, though. Guess I'll just have to drip dry. All finished? Yeah, that'll do for now. It's not like I'm going to take a shower after we see the nurse. Glad to hear it. Now, help me find my clothes. You tasked them somewhere. Hey, you know better. How am I supposed to explain that hole in my shirt, Sorry, I got a little excited earlier. Take some time, but finally we're both more or less clothed. There's a frantic moment when neither of us know where Emi's wheelchair is, but I recall going through the door and rescue it. Oh, okay, we're good. We're good to get out of the box. Okay, now be more careful going through the door this time, would you? Bumps, you're not my friend right now. I am so sorry we tried this. Emi shrugs and grins. Well, it was worth a shot, right? And anyway, it was good exercise, right? Can't argue that. So, I thought we were going to exit and there was just going to be someone standing there like, what the fuck? As we make our way up to the nurse's office, I notice that Emi keeps shifting uncomfortably in her seat. God, this feels weird. Good thing I'm in a wheelchair, Sal. Why is that? Because now I don't have to explain to the nurse why I'm walking funny. Oh, we're never doing this again. Nurse said he's kind enough not to comment on the marks that Emi left on my shoulders. Nor does he say a word about Emi's constant shifting about in her wheelchair. Yeah. No, that's true. Either he didn't notice or he didn't want to notice. All the same, I'm going to have to make sure he didn't slip cyanide into my medication for a little while. Just to be safe. I shower for longer than usual just to be sure I'm clean of our little experiment, and then collapse on my bed. Class in 20 minutes, so I can probably afford a nap. Pfft, mate. Idiot. 20 minutes? Who's there? That's not how the joke goes at all. I already said who's there. More importantly, what time is it? Even more importantly, what day? I'm suddenly catapulted into wakefulness with both the fact that the knocking still hasn't stopped and the fact that it's noon, on a school day. Now fully awake, I can remember why I was napping. Better not give that excuse to Muto. Sorry I wasn't in class, I was experimenting sexually with my girlfriend and it tired me out. Yeah, that'll go over well. Wonder how long this knocking is going to continue. Guess I ought to answer the door. I'm strangely unsurprised to see Kenji on the other side. It appears that Kenji is surprised to see me. What the hell are you doing here, man? Well, I was sleeping. Kenji nods in understanding. Knocked out, I see. I told you to be careful around that Ibarazaki chick, man. It's the sort of thing that happens when you're not cautious. He makes an attempt to look at the back of my head. Did she hit you with something? Or was it a drug? Stop trying to touch me. Kenji produces a flashlight and shines it in my eyes. You got a concussion? I wasn't knocked out. Maybe you just don't remember. The conversation isn't going anywhere. No, I just had a tiring morning and fell asleep. Whatever, man. If you want to be denial about this, I guess I can't stop you. But you gotta watch out for that girl, man. She's not safe. What? She's not safe to be around. She's one of the most... If you're not careful, there's no telling what happened. She's brought down stronger men than you know. What the hell are you talking about? I'm an agent of anything, and she didn't knock me out, okay? I also highly doubt that she's brought down anyone at all. Kenji looks almost offended. I have no idea why. You don't believe me? That's cold, man. Real cold. I'm just trying to look out for you. That's what friends do, you know. We're friends? I have no idea. And again, I wonder if Kenji knows what being a friend even entails. I feel something like him standing there before me. Maybe he does think he's looking out for me. I know. I'm sorry about that. Thanks for the warning. Hold on my hand as a sign of peace. Oh, Kenji? I went to call him Genji then. Oh, dude. He should be Genji. How had I not made that connection yet? It's like one letter off. Kenji shakes it gingerly, like my hand could possibly be on fire. There's no good signs for a few seconds before Kenji realizes he's still shaking my hand. Anyway, I need a favor. What kind of favor? No, you aren't. You've got money kept in your desk notebook for emergencies. I ransacked my room. That's not important. I don't need money anyway. He adopts a very serious tone. I'm about to undertake a major op. It'll blow the whole conspiracy wide open if I'm right, but it's dangerous, so I need you to do something for me in case I don't come back. Sure, man, anything. What the hell's he planning on doing? Should I be telling someone about this? If I go missing, wait 3 days, and then mail my journal off to the newspapers. It's hidden in my room under a false bottom on one of my desk drawers. How do I get into your room when I don't have the key? Kenji looks at me like I'm crazy. So pick the lock. You know how to do that, right? That's an important skill to learn at a young age. Yeah, of course I know how. I'll be sure to do that for you if you go missing. I don't think I want to read Kenji's journal. Either way, Kenji seems pretty happy that I've agreed to do this thing for him. Great, man, great. I'll see you around. I got stuff to do. And he's gone, dashing down the hallway. He made it seem so final. I hope I don't have to carry out his final wishes. Shaking my head, I close my door and walk back into my bed. Guess I should go to class. I've only just catch the last half of the day. I've come this far without going to class today, and I did want to read more of that Hawking book Muto lent me. I'm sure I'll understand. Genjis couldn't possibly believe in a global female conspiracy. They need healing. Aye, right you are. Yeah, wait. The conspiracy is that the females won't heal him. He keeps asking for healing. Anna keeps missing shots. Mercy just like fucks off with fire or whatever. You know. Can't trust him. The only healer he can trust is Zenny, who's kind of a guy, I guess, and Lucio, because he can get near those two. He can't trust those female healers. This time, the noise jerks my attention away from my book. Experience not like being woken up. Who's there? Me. Aren't you glad? The voice is muffled through the door, but unmistakably Emi's. I hop up and open the door, smiling broadly. Hey, nice to see you again. Emi grins back, staring up at me from her wheelchair. Yeah, you wouldn't have seen me earlier, but the damned elevator wasn't working. Had to wait for them to fix it. You'd think they could keep it in better order, but no. Chuckle a bit of a vexed expression and invite her in. She wheels in easy, and with my help, she hops onto my bed. There, much more comfortable than that stupid chair. A sigh of contentment hangs in the air, and for a minute we both just stare at one another. It's at that point I notice the circles under Emi's eyes. They're not dark, but they definitely weren't there before. Before I can ask about them, Emi fixed me with a mischievous stare. So, I couldn't help but notice you weren't at lunch today. In fact, I don't think I saw you at all. What happened, Fell asleep. I actually didn't wake up until lunch, and only then because Kenji woke me up. What had you so tired, Strenuous workout this morning. Slightly uncomfortable, too. Emi coughs, half laughing, half embarrassed noises. Remind me not to do that again. No problem. It wasn't exactly great for me either, to be honest. We'll just avoid that from now on. Are you, still sore? Emi stares at me in disbelief. What? What? It's a legitimate question. Of all the questions I never thought I'd be asked, that's one of them. Well, I didn't ever expect to have to ask it, so we're even. Emi laughs at this. Guess so, huh? Well, since you asked, yes, I'm still a little sore. We're never doing that again. No arguments from here. Yawn escapes her and I raise an eyebrow. Tired? Emi nods sleepily. Haven't slept well. Not sleeping well. I can tell that she didn't mean to tell me this either because she gives a little start like she's just been caught lying and hastens to add. It's not a big deal though. What's the trouble? Emi shrugs and refuses to elaborate. Stressed over exams? Another shrug, but after a pause, Emi nods hesitantly. Yeah, I guess. Actually, that's why I stopped by. She begins to look more and more miserable. Not so you'd notice, of course, but her eyes are on her lap, and she's fidgeting, and her voice is quiet. Fucking get away. We, need to stop hanging out so much. Huh? Why? Emi takes a deep breath like she's been practicing this. Because you're too much fun to be around, and I can't concentrate when you're near me. With exams coming up soon, I can't have that distraction. So she's starting out as Natsuki, and then she slowly started to become more Sayori, which was worrying, and now she's just straight up Yuri. Alright, sweet. So when does she become Monica? That's what I want to know. Otherwise my grades will be pretty lousy, I'm afraid. I could help you study. She smiles at me, clearly unhappy with the situation. I'd love it if you could, but we wouldn't actually study, would we? I mean, even now, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but I kind of just want to, not converse. Overwhelmed by my rugged manliness. I understand. That must be a grin, at least. Emi shakes her head. Idiot, you're full of yourself. Well, I am pretty irresistible. More or less, I guess. So that's the situation, Hazao. I have too much fun around you, and if I'm going to go into exams prepared, I need to be alone. Hey, that's okay. We seem to have been bothering her. Besides, it's only a couple of weeks, and we'll still see each other in the mornings and at lunch. We can just hang out at school, no problem. And after exams, we'll go on a date to celebrate it being over, okay? Emi grins, pleased by this proposal. Yeah, sure, that sounds great. As if to signal the end of the conversation, she leans in and kisses me. The rest of the night is not spent worrying about exams. Oh, fucking keep clicking the wrong mouse. Oh. The rest of the night. Oh, right, gotcha. I was just like, okay, that's great. And then, yeah. I don't want to put the crisp packet there. That is right next to the mic. That would suck for you guys. It's weird how easily Emi and I can keep from seeing one another after class now. Actually, I venture to say that it's vaguely disturbing. As easily as we've come together, we seem to have split apart without much trouble. Sure, it became Monica in the save screen. Well, no, that's just telling me that Monica's going to be there. Well, I guess that's not exactly true. You've both been pretty bummed out about it after the last night together. We get to see each other for every morning for our runs. And just our runs, I might add. Lunch too. I especially enjoy lunchtime with her. Plenty of time to talk about everything outside of school, whereas the morning runs have become increasingly businesslike. I think that's because Emi wants to make up for our foolery in the storage shed. But no matter how much we joke at lunch, I can't help feeling a little worried about her. She seems distracted more often, and I've caught her fidgeting nervously more than once. Never figured her to be someone who cared that deeply about exams, but they certainly seem to be taking their toll, even though they haven't even started. This is just the run-up, deep breath before the plunge. Tomorrow the real trials begin, or the real exams anyway. As for me, I actually don't feel that worried about exams at all. I'm not sure why. I mean, they're pretty important. My scores here will determine my odds of getting into a good university. Hell, if I'm too cavalier now, could spell doom for my academic career. But going into them, I feel confident that I'll come out the other side okay. Muto thinks I've got the science examination locked up at any rate. Or as he says, the last thing that should give you any trouble is my exam, so it's way beneath your talents. Then again, it's Muto who's telling me this. His praise of me carries the veiled implication that anything less than perfect for me would be a disappointment, which has actually caused me to fret more than I should about the exam. For that reason, I find myself in the library after class, poring over a textbook. Pretty simple things to look over. Some formulas of velocity, a few bits about friction. Walk in the park compared to my dreaded English exam. Never was good with languages. Oh, I was about to say, because they're Japanese, obviously, right? As I flip through my notes one more time, my mind begins to wander. After these exams are over... Why did it go to the small text box and then up to the... Okay. After these exams are over, things should get easier. Soon we'll be graduated. And after college, hopefully. I remember my abortive attempt to find out what Emi's plans to do after high school. She avoided the subject pretty deftly, as I recall. Heck, it seems that just about every time I push too hard, she dances down the subject, or distracts me through other means. Like a few days ago at lunch when Nim wasn't around. I've done it! I'm startled from my reverie, by Yuko's triumphant shout. Gah! Yuko seems mortified at my sudden startling. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I really wasn't, and it's just that... She stutters, and I move quickly to calm her down before she gets too agitated. Whoa, hey. My words seem ineffective. Yuko going, whoa, hey, whoa, walking over here. I wonder why. Yuko continues to work herself into a complete frenzy. And it's a library, I shouldn't be... Easy there, just calm down. I really am setting a bad example now. I'll get fired because I can't do anything right. Yuko. Shouting seems to work, though I draw the ire of several other students studying in the library. Yuko snaps to attention like a soldier who's just heard a captain bark an order. Sorry. Calm down. It's okay. You just startled me a little, and that's only because I was daydreaming instead of studying. Welcome back, Cosmic. So really, you got me back on task. It's a complete lie, but it seems to work. Yuko takes a deep breath and seems to calm down a little, though she keeps shifting around with nervous energy that seems awfully familiar. You managed to make it back before Yuki gets banned. Hey, look, you fucking told me that if I turned off the scenes, it would be fine. I didn't know. We fixed it, right? We fixed the problem. Although, it's not really fixed because I never know when it's going to come up. So then every time it does, I have to be like, oh shit, quick, bring up the black box. I guess something like this would be easier to do as a YouTube series rather than a Twitch stream. But I mean, anyway, although she keeps shifting around with nervous energy, that seems awfully familiar. So, what's got you excited anyway? Whoa, hello again. The Yamaku cat burglar. To her credit, Yuko manages to convey her intense excitement in a whisper. I think I know who it is. I got an anonymous tip as to their identity. So I did some spying, and I think the tipster was right. Oh, really? And who is this, burglar? Yuko shuts her mouth, shaking her head decisively. Nope, can't tell you that. Why not? It's between me and the burglar. I can't risk you warning him that I'm on his game. He could tip his hand early and blow town. Then I'm left with no perp. When did Yuko start talking like a hard-boiled detective? I wouldn't warn them. Why would I care? If you've got to ask that question, then you don't need to know. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Congratulations, I guess? Thanks. So, what for? The cat burglar thing. Yuki nods and smiles appreciatively. So, studying for exams? Well, that was the plan. I'm not having much luck, though. Really? Is it because you can't find a book? I'm really, really sorry. I've been meaning to clean up the shelves for weeks now, but I just keep getting distracted. I'm so sorry. Whoa, wait. That's not that. I got my book right here. To illustrate the point, and hopefully calm Yuko down, I show her the textbook in front of me. My mind just keeps wandering is all. Is it because of the noise in here? Oh, we already know who the burglar is, by the way, Cosmic. You missed that earlier, but basically our character's a fucking moron, and the burglar is literally the person who lives in the room opposite him, and I don't know why he hasn't noticed yet. I'm trying to be more strict about the noise levels, but I can't bring myself to yell at people. I mean, aren't their lives hard enough without me throwing a farty around? No, it's not the noise level either, I promise. I'm just, hell, I don't know. Worried about Emi, worried about us, worried about what happens after we graduate. Emi's been kind of weird lately. Well, how do you mean? Well, you know how we're dating now? I just don't know that we're actually, you know, a couple. Or at least I don't know that we're beyond friends. The friends don't normally do that sort of things that we do. Physically, we're a couple. Coupling, at least. It's like every time I try to find out more about her, about what she wants to do with her life, she dodges the question. Like the other day, I was talking to her at lunch about some schools I've been looking into, and I asked her, have you looked into any schools lately? She shrugs in response and says, no. And when I ask why not, she says that she doesn't think that far ahead. I asked her why she has that policy, and she suddenly realised what I'm about to start describing, and why does he decide to clam up? She what? She changes the subject. Yeah, that's what she does. Wouldn't talk about it. Maybe it's an uncomfortable subject for her, or she just doesn't think it needs explaining. Yeah, but it's not just that. Every time I try to find out what's been bothering her, she changes the subject too. It's like she's being with me, but not getting close to me. Now that I said it out loud, I feel worse. You gotta digest this bit of information. You know, seems to me you're more serious about it than she is. I can almost feel my stomach twisting or not. She's right. That's exactly what it seems like. But is that really what's going on? I mean, Sorry, I'm just talking nonsense. You shouldn't take my advice. You barely know me. I'm just a librarian. I'm single, so you can imagine I don't know what I'm talking about. No, I think you have a point. As much as it hurts to even consider it, Yuko seems to be desperately trying to find a way to soften the blow somewhat. Look, I'm probably wrong, but if you want to be sure about how obviously wrong I am, maybe you should just talk to her. Get some time alone and just ask about it. And don't let her change the subject either. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Or maybe I should just enjoy what I have. We have fun hanging out after all. And the runs are nice, and the other activities are nice, and talking to her is nice. Do I really need to get closer to her? What I've got right now is pretty good, but that's silly. I want to get close to her. I want to be able to help her with whatever's bothering her. But maybe I should wait until after exams are over. Maybe she'll brighten up once the stress has passed. If she does, then I don't need to worry about it anymore. But if she doesn't, well, I'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. Thank you, Yuko, for advice and head back to my room. And the creepy picture wasn't reckoning it. What's happened? Well, I guess we don't actually know exactly what's bothering her. I'm assuming it's something to do with her father, but she hasn't told us. So Wait, I don't know which one your waifu is, so I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to concentrate more on my studies than that. Which one's your waifu, Cosmic? Oh, Rin. Now Rin's good. Rin's had some great scenes. Now you've missed some top tier Rin scenes. She's still best character. I leave the room after finishing my final exam and breathe a sigh of relief. As I'd hoped, the exams weren't so bad. I managed to breeze through just about everything but the English final, and even that was acceptable. I wonder how Emi did. Even more so, how she's doing. She looked terrible at lunch today. I mean, she was pretty happy to be out of her wheelchair, but she was so exhausted. Something's been wearing her down. I'm starting to really doubt that it was just the exams. Should I confront her about this though? My musing is interrupted by a tap on the shoulder. Hey, Sal. Got a minute? Oh. This is a question. Okay. Hi for all of it. Oh, well, you'll get to see the I could have got banned section. So I got okay. If I spare him a few minutes, we could get more into the time travel nonsense, right? Because he's the doctor, but his voice hurts my throat, so we're gonna I've got other things to worry about. Sorry, buddy. Actually, I've got something I need to do. Yeah? Oh well. Why don't you get some feedback in the science club from you? We can do that later, I guess. Enjoy your break, you hear? Thanks, I will. Really love to chat with Muto, but I've got other things on my mind. Specifically, what to do about Emi. Can I really just confront her? It's one of those things you said. And it's, yeah, not the low-key bit. One of those words is, yeah. Question keeps spinning in my head, even after I made my way back to my room. Put it this way, Cosmic. Any options? There's a setting that says disable adult content. I should point out I've had this ticked the entire time and it does not disable all of it. So, we found that out the hard way. Oh, yeah. Yep. That happened. What if she gets angry about it? Besides, what if it's nothing? If I go on in and refuse to leave until she tells me what's wrong or something, don't they come off as clingy? I don't want to start a fight or anything over something like this. Maybe she just drop the matter and see how she is tomorrow before I do anything. Would it be so bad just to let it go? It's not like we don't enjoy each other's company, but as it sounds, I really want to help her. I don't even know what's with her, or if there's anything she needs help for, but I want to. Suddenly, a knock at my door rouses me. I love how everyone needs to play this for education purposes. It's free, don't worry. Lee can link you it again. Hi, Kenji. I open it to see Kenji. Oh, it's you. It's me? That's it? If you had any idea what I've been through, what I've done, you'd be happier to see me, dude. I mean, that was some epic, you may never see me again shit. And here you are just acting like I went down to the store for some milk. You're a cold man, Hasao. I really respect that. Thanks, I guess. Smart to play it safe, you know. Don't show any emotion. Keep your cards close to your chest. Unless it's time to show your cards, or you have bad cards. Then you should fold and collect your winnings. Do you understand? Yeah, that makes perfect sense, yeah. I take the mission went well. Whoa, awfully nosy of you, isn't it? You can't just go saying things like that. Things at a delicate stage. One wrong move and bam, the invasion succeeds.
I thought you were going to blow the conspiracy wide open. It's bigger than I thought. I need to update my charts. And probably change some of the puppets around. You want to help? I've got some whiskey from somewhere. You can fill me in on everything and your investigation has turned up. Better not. I'm supposed to meet her today. Gotta go do that. Can't raise suspicion. Kenji nods in approval. Still keeping it close to the chest, eh? Okay, man, I respect that. Good luck. Thanks. I just gotta pretend, for the sake of my own sanity, he's wishing me luck in talking to Emi. And if I squint, the whole card analogy he was talking about works here. Time to lay it all on the table. Or if I see if I can't get Emi to do so, rather. Sense of something approaching purpose, I head for Emi's room. Oh, I really want to do the Kenji route, man. That's the next one we're going for. Hop upstairs, leading to her room, and knock on her door. Who's there? Huh? That's odd. Her voice sounds a little choked. Hey, it's me. Thought I'd stop by. So? Come on in. Reach down, open the door, only to find that it's locked. More and more curious. Your door's locked. Oh, yeah, sorry. Give me a minute. A few minutes, and Emi opens the door, grinning. Sorry, I had to put my legs on. I was napping. Despite her grin, there's something definitely off. Emi's eyes are slightly red, and it looks like she's been crying. Hey, no problem. You okay? Huh? Yeah, I'm fine. It's just that you look like you've been crying. Oh, yeah, so you're off to a great start on this one. At least he acknowledges that he's shit at this. What? Nah, I'm fine. I'm just happy to see you. Aww. She punctuates this with a long kiss that continues as the door slams shut behind us. I know what she wants to do now, but I'm also painfully aware of how badly I want to do it too, but... break the kiss with a wrench of self-control that nearly kills me. Hey, wait. Emi's eyes crinkle in confusion. Huh? Wait for what? We need to talk. Isn't that supposed to be my line? And never a good thing to say? She's got a point. He uses the lead up to a breakup. Or the prelude to a fight. Maybe it can be a good thing this time. That's the hope anyway. Can we at least get onto the bed? It's my first day back in these things, and I'm still really readjusting. Plus, the nurse said I should try to be on them less often since running puts such a strain on them. Can't argue with that. It's a trap. We both know it, and we both don't care. Then again, it's awfully hard to get angry while in bed with the object of your affections, so maybe there's motivation too. Am I going to have to... Okay, we're fine for now. Set Emi's legs on the bedside and sit down next to her, throwing an arm around her shoulders. Silence, we just enjoy being in this position again for a few minutes. Then, of course, I need to ruin it by opening my mouth. Look, I know that you've been having kind of rough time lately. I want to help you out. I thought it was just exams getting to you, but now I've come to your room and you've been crying, and that kills me. But I can't do anything if you won't talk to me about it. I told you I'm fine. No, you aren't. It's obvious something is eating at you. You can tell me, you know. There's the slightest increase in tension in Emi's voice. Why is it my saying I'm fine is not good enough? You're concerned, I get that, it's cool. But I'm fine, and it's nothing you need to worry about. Not sleeping and spacing out more than Rin doesn't strike me as being fine. I just want to help. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't like seeing you like this. I want you to be happy, you know? I get the feeling that came out wrong because Emi fixed me with an icy stare. So you want to fix me, Hisao? She's definitely getting angry now. Want to swoop in on your white charger and save the day? Stop the nightmares, the phantom limb pains? Restore what's lost? Her voice catches in her throat, the tears start to flow. Well, you can't. Nobody can. Nobody will. So stunned by a sudden verbal assault that I remain quiet. Neither of us say anything for a while. Surprised that Emi tightened her grip on me rather than pushing me away. After a deep breath, she starts talking again. Look, I'm sorry. There's these nightmares. About the accident. Ah, the accident. I should have known. It took our legs off, after all. But it never comes up, of course. And I usually deal with them fine because I can run. Running clears my head like nothing else. I don't have to worry about anything while I'm running. I just concentrate on breathing and the rhythm of the things. It's easier that way. Life's easier that way. Just keep moving forward, you know? Nothing else matters. Just getting around the next curve. And then it's the next curve, and then the next, and the next. Until I can't go anymore, or think anymore, or do anything but slow down and walk until I catch my breath again. After something like that, nothing else matters. But I've been stuck in that goddamn wheelchair for too long, so no outlet. Today, just kind of boiled over a little. Could have told me about it, you know. You didn't have to go it alone. Emi smiles sadly like she's trying to explain to a child all fires burn. Yeah, I did, and I do. But why? Why do you have to keep going through this alone? Why can't you just trust me enough to let me help you? I smile again. That's weird. Emi leans in and kisses me on my cheek. It's almost a motherly gesture. She leaves her mouth closed, close to my ear as she confesses one thing to me. Because, Hisao, I've already had everything I knew ripped away from me once. I don't know what I'd do if it happened again. Oh, She pauses, as if uncertain as to whether or not she should continue. I can feel a violent churning in my gut. She continues. So I can't rely on you, or the nurse, or anyone else. Just me. That's how it's gotta be. Having delivered this short speech, she looks down and covers her mouth with the back of her hand. The conversation is clearly over. Search for something to say, but I can't think of anything. Maybe I should go, for now. I've got stuff. Emi doesn't even look up. She sounds tired, or relieved. I can't tell which. Okay, Hasao. Go take care of that stuff. I'll see you tomorrow. Get off the bed and head for the door, pausing at the doorway. Hey, Emi? Yeah? 1,000 things I want to say. Too mixed up to say any of them, though. After her admitting that she'll never let me close, I feel like my world's just been ripped out from me. What happened in that accident? I know she lost her legs, but that never seemed to bother her. What happened there? What scares this girl so badly she won't accept help, even from someone she loves? I don't know, but I want to know. I want to know so badly that being denied the answer feels like a knife in my gut. Don't talk about knives in your guts while we're playing a dating simulator, please. And, I mean, come on. It's obvious something happened to her dad. Like, this guy's so dense. Sal? You were saying? Still standing in the doorway. Nothing. Never mind. And I'm closing the door and walking down the hallway, down the stairs, out the door, into the dark. Somehow I wander back to my own room. My brains are doing a mile a minute. Surely that should be an apostrophe. My brains... Wait. My brains are doing a mile a minute. What? Whatever. Going nowhere fast. I can't figure out how to deal with this. I thought that moving forward was a good thing. Dwelling less on past that I can't change. Living in the present and looking at the future. After this thing with Emi, I'm not sure anymore. She was saying the truth. Simpler to look at the next curve, ignoring the path gone by. No worry about the opponent left behind. No care for the spectators on the sidelines. And unfortunately, no time to watch out for the lagging teammates either. Throwing myself down on the bed, looking at one corner of my ceiling as if the answers I want are written there. Of course, no such luck. She's literally running away from something, but have I not been doing the same thing? Trying my best to forget about my hospitalization? I am getting better, but my health isn't going to magically fix itself. Emi has 2 legs instead of a heart to deal with, but those aren't going to magically fix themselves either. Maybe this is just as fixed as the both of us can get. The room becomes darker and darker until I can't really tell if I'm looking at a corner anymore. Morning comes too soon, on the heels of a sleepless night. Is this how Emi's been spending her nights? Staring at the wall or ceiling, trying to stop thinking about whatever it is. Her, in my case. That clenched feeling in my gut is still there. I can't rely on you. Words spoken so casually, almost like she were teasing me or chastising me for suggesting that the earth is flat. That's how it's got to be. The way it's got to be sucks. If this wasn't such a strong moment, by the way, I would be taking the piss out of flat earthers right now. But, you know, I'll leave that to you guys. I'm feeling so miserable that I nearly decide to skip the run. That'd be stupid, though. It's not something I should do just to see her. Sure, that was the original reason, but there's something more now. I started to enjoy running itself. There are worse ways to get the blood flowing anyway. Never thought I'd say it after the first week or so, but I feel a lot better after a run. Like, no matter what else I do today, I've at least done that one thing. Thank you, Cosmic. Wakes me up, too. And Emi herself said that running always clears her mind. Maybe it'll help clear mine. I hope so. Morning is cool and clear, if a bit humid. Summer's making itself known, it seems. Emi's already stretching out when I arrive and greets me with a smile and a wave. Hey, it's Al. Sign of her so chipper, it's like a kick in the nuts. How can she be so happy after yesterday? I give her half wave and I'm surprised to receive a hug. Hey, about last night. Here it comes. I wanted to say thanks. I actually managed to get some sleep for the first time in a while. I think it's because of our talk. So, thanks. How could she sleep better after our chat? She basically told me that she wouldn't get any closer to me, and that let her sleep well? Excuse me, but what the hell? Emi either doesn't notice my bafflement or chooses not to notice. No telling with her anymore. Oh, no problem. Glad it helped. The venom that threatens to drip in my voice is controlled for now, but I think I'd better start running now before I do anything stupid. Emi seems equally willing to get started, and before long we're darting around the track. I can tell she feels more relaxed. Hey, we get this picture again. Her running has gone back to the more graceful movements I remember from when I first watched her. It's a stark contrast to the almost brutal way she's been hurling herself around the track these past few days. Our talk really does seem to have helped her. Pity I couldn't help me. Get into the rhythm of the running, thinking back to when I couldn't afford to think about anything else but keeping my breathing steady and legs moving. Guess those days are gone. At least for the first couple of laps. Annoyed at the lack of success I'm having with clearing my head, increase the pace. Ah, there's the burning sensation in my legs. The breaths come ragged in my chest, the pounding of my heart, which I still need to be careful about. It does seem to have gotten stronger. I can feel it pumping blood through my veins. Sound frums in my ears, but instead of being panicked, as I was the day it snowed, instead filled with elation. Yes, it's working. My heart, that fatal flaw that landed me here, has improved. I'm able to keep going now. Maybe one day I'll be able to stop worrying as much. Right now, it doesn't matter that I have no idea what to do about Emi and me. All that matters is that my arms and legs continue to pump and concert with one another. Nothing else. As I hit the final stretch, I remind myself that running really does help, though not as much as I'd hoped. I do feel better, and I walk a few laps to cool down. I begin to remember last night in a slightly less emotional manner. Emi wants me to stay distant from her. I can't bring myself to do so. There's got to be a way around this, some kind of middle ground I can reach. Not sure what that middle ground is, though. Damn, I was almost feeling optimistic. Nice run, Hisao. You've really improved. Oh, I'm about to drop a mouse. That's because the bottle is on the mouse lead. There we go. Did you know the first three stages of grief spells out dab? I did not. Thanks for that. Congratulations, Hisao. You're pathetic. I gotta change my attitude. Well, you know, I'm pretty awesome. And yet I just keep saying things I don't mean. Any second now I'll be good at hiding my problems Emi is. I like to think so. Why does she do this to me? Say something like that with such real affection in her voice that makes my heart leap. She doesn't mean it. She can't. Must be doing a worse job than I thought because Emi peers closer at me. Hey, you feeling okay? Maybe we should go to the nurse, huh? Yeah, I'd hate to keel over on you. Emi looks a little shocked by my bitter tone. Don't say things like that. You've already done it once before, you know. Why does she act so affectionate? She doesn't really care. I thought she made that clear. This guy does not get it, does he? He just... But despite all of that, I find myself apologising, even though I shouldn't have to. Even though she's probably just putting on an act. Sorry. Come on, let's see the nurse. Can't get myself to calm down this whole time. Every time it feels like I've gotten over what happened last night. Emi does something or says something, shows affection, I'm back to the beginning. The image of her ending that conversation haunts me. It was like the final twist of the knife that left me feeling bereft of any hope that Emi and I could be more than what we are. And what are we at this point? Little more than friends who happen to fuck. Okay, I'm pretty blunt about it. And really, it's not like I don't enjoy the time I spend with her. Said so the other day myself. I very nearly didn't even bring anything up with her. I was just going to hop on there and let it ride, wasn't I? Good choice of words. With this running through my head, I find myself in front of the nurse's office, still brooding as he checks out Emi. Giggly. Emi comes bounding out the door, giving me a kiss and darts off to shower, I assume. Meanwhile, the nurse beckons me into his office and gives me the ritual once-over. Any problems today? Nah, I even pushed a little harder today than I have in the past. Seem to be able to handle it. That's uncharacteristically risky coming from you, Hisao. You've been hanging out with Emi so much, you dropped off on you, not necessarily in a good way. The mention of Emi's name, I can't help but frown unhappily at spite of my efforts to control. Well now, this is new, don't you think? Last I checked, your usual response to Emi's name was a grin, not a frown. What exactly happened between you two? Because Emi doesn't seem to be on it, whatever it is. She looked more relaxed than I've seen her in weeks, which is unusual for this time of year. What do you mean by that? By what? For this time of year. I keep trying to find out what's been bothering her, but she clams up as soon as I broach the subject. Then last night she said, let me guess, she won't tell you because she said she can't trust you. And now you're crushed because you thought that the two of you were so much more than she seems to think, right? More or less. How the heck did you know? So, I'm the nurse. It's my job to know these things. Plus, I've known Emi for long enough to know that she tried to do something like this. It's just like her. Says that in a sort of half affectionate, half frustrated tone that would seem more appropriate if he had a cigarette dangling from his lips. It's as if he seems willing to make do with a pen. I open my mouth to respond, but knocking on the door interrupts me. Hey, you guys still in there? Just a moment, Emi. Give us a second to get our pants back on. Oh, I forgot the doctor. That was great. Door bursts open. Emi glares knives at the nurse. Asshole! Didn't mean to get your hopes up. This fucking nurse, man. Oh. Hey, can we leave me out of this? Anyway, what's up, Emi? Forget something? Try taking a more cheerful tone with her. I need to upset her. Too completely everything's fine game. Actually, I forgot to ask you something. What's that? Do you want to come with me with a trip to my house? Oh. Well, I was making dinner and I thought you might want to join us. Well, of course I accept. Emi punches the nurse in the arm playfully. Not you, idiot. You were over last week. I was talking to Sal. Oh, how interesting. Meeting the parent. I'd love to go, Emi. Thanks. I just raised an eyebrow, which says nothing. Great, I'll be in my room, swing by after you shower and change into something clean and we'll grab the bus. Sounds good. See you in a bit. It's this time, it's me who leans in for a quick kiss before darting off to my room. What an interesting development. Maybe we're getting closer after all. Maybe Emi's finally ready to open up a little. Maybe she's just being polite and a free meal seems like a good way to apologise for last night. Great, now I can't decide whether to be excited, nervous or depressed. I settled for a combination of all three and hop in the shower. What a fun emotion to have. I can't decide whether I prefer Kenji or the nurse. I don't think I like riding on buses. Actually, I think I'm pretty comfortable saying that as a fact. They sway a lot, and they smell funny. You can feel every bump in the road. I'm really not looking forward to this. Plus, Emi's legs keep making a clanking noise that draws the attention of everyone else on the bus. She's in shorts again, and she's got long socks drawn up her prosthetics so they don't look obviously false again. That doesn't stop the odd look or two every time her legs bump together with an audible chunk. Chink, I guess I meant to say. I shift nervously on my seat. Emi raises an eyebrow questioningly. She doesn't seem to mind the stares. Either that or she doesn't even notice that people are staring. Sure, she's gotten her fill of odd looks before. After a certain amount of time, I doubt she'd notice anymore. Not that she'd ever tell me if I asked. Now the fact is, I'm just not comfortable about the bus. I just can't seem to come to terms with the fact that Emi appears to be trying to bring me closer while at the same time pushing me away. Meeting the parents is a big deal, right? Not that I haven't already met Emi's mother, but that was just an acquaintance. I was going to be as Emi's boyfriend with everything that implies. I feel my heart pounding in my chest, an echo of that snow-covered afternoon. That feels like it was so long ago that might as well be another lifetime entirely. Except then, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't have medication to help prevent things spiraling out of control. I've come a long way in terms of my physical health, and for the second time today, I feel like I'll be able to live normally now, or at least as normally as possible. Why is there no music here? As the fave guy character. Yeah. Like, they're both great, right? I mean, it's obviously not the teacher, because he's alright, I like the teacher, but, you know. If only I could manage my relationship as well as I've managed my heart, I'd be in great shape. There are only 3 dudes in this game. I guess there was a doctor and my character's father. Well, we're here. Emi grabs my hand. Is that your only home clothes outfit, Emi? Emi grabs my hand as soon as we've stepped off the bus. She starts heading down the streets almost immediately. Come on, we get a couple of blacks to my place. What? Oh, okay. Follow Emi down the street, watching her confident stride. She's settling kind of a quick pace for us to walk. Guess she's anxious to get there. So does your mum do this sort of thing often? Nah, not too frequently. Mum's never been much with playing hostess. Oh yeah? Yeah, my dad was always the one pushing her to have people over. His sudden and impromptu reference to her father catches me off guard. But looking at Emi's face, I'm not sure she meant to mention him. I think I've only ever heard her talk about him once. Oh, wow, dude. Not really paying much attention there, is he? In fact, she talks about him a lot, but every time she does, she suddenly shuts up and looks miserable, and you don't fucking notice because you're an idiot. All I remember is that Emi's mum told me that he wasn't around anymore. Oh, your mum prefers solitude. Emi laughs, either from relief that I didn't ask about her father, or from finding my statement actually funny. Not at all. She's why I'm such an outgoing person, you know. She just prefers to be a guest rather than a hostess. It's less stressful that way, or so she says. Clearly, she's never had to meet a girlfriend's mother for dinner. Emi giggles again and speaks in a teasing tone. Nervous as how? You shouldn't be, you know. It's not that big of a deal. Just dinner at my house, that's all. Yeah, but have you ever brought home a boyfriend before? I confess that part of me dreads hearing the answer to this. I know very little of Emi's past relationships. I don't even know if there were past relationships. No, I guess I haven't. Hey, maybe this is kind of a big deal after all. Oh, good. Now I feel twice as nervous. So I was very attentive and clever young man. Oh, to tell the truth, I'm pretty happy to hear that I'm the first one. Maybe we've got something special after all. Bolstered by this new thought, I had to calm down considerably by the time Emi knocked on our front door. Hey, Mom, open up. We're here. Door swings open and Mrs. Ibarazaki stands grinning at her daughter. Grin is still surprisingly similar to Emi's. I'm never going to get used to that. You know, most people normally wait a few minutes before they start shouting at the door. And most mothers say hello to their daughters instead of scolding them right away. Oh, of course. Welcome home, dear. I've missed you. An affectionate hug later, we're inside. It's only then that Emi's mum seems to remember that I'm actually here. And hello to you too, Hasao. How are you? I'm quite well, thank you. Nice to not have school to worry about for a little bit. Ah, yes, you've finished up your exams, haven't you? That must be quite a relief for you both. Certainly a weight off my mind, that's for sure. Mine too. I think I slept well for the first time in weeks last night from relief alone. It this news is surprising to Emi's mother, she doesn't show it. Still, her response betrays a note of interest.
Is that so? I'm very glad to hear that, Emi. You know I get worried about you when you get all wound up about, well, exams.
Suddenly, Emi's mother knows something I don't. Or rather, she doesn't know that Emi's told me about the nightmares. It's interesting, being able to observe how Mrs. Ibarazaki covers for Emi. A protective instinct to make sure that I don't know any more of Emi's willing to tell me. I wonder if Mrs. Ibarazaki will figure out that I know about the nightmares, or she's just keeping everything secret from everybody. Yeah, it's not been too bad this year as in the past. It's now helped me to stay focused. Yeah, sure. Okay, I know that's not true. She even cut off contact outside of school hours during exam week. But she did see me during the day, and she told me more than once that morning run was the only thing she looked forward to during exams, so maybe it's not that much of a lie. Either way, to hear that being around has helped even a little makes me feel a little bit better. Emi's mother raised an eyebrow at this statement. Either she doesn't believe Emi, or she's as surprised as I am.
Well, then it appears that's a good thing you two have become so close. I'll tell you to take good care of my daughter, Sal, but looks like you're already doing that.
Emi grins, and this seems to take pride in my having managed to integrate myself with her mother so easily. Actually, I'd say your daughter's been the one taking care of me. She's gotten me out and running. I've probably been more active since meeting her than I ever was before. I actually never thought about it much, nor had I ever appreciated the humour in it. Wasn't too active before the heart attack. Picking games of soccer don't really count since they weren't that common. So now that I know for sure that I have a weak heart, now I run every day, pushing my luck with the help of my medication. Chuckle quietly, then realise that I never finished my sentence. Well, before I had my heart attack and wound up at school here. Comes out so casually. There was a time that I would have thought twice about talking about what was wrong with me. But now, it just seems silly to care, especially in the company of Emi and her mother. If Emi can be cavalier about her disability, then so can I. I said it cavalier again, didn't I? Whatever. Think back to the track meet, where Emi declared herself the fastest thing on no legs. The fact that her obvious loss had never seemed to bother her, at least not in public. Being stuck in the wheelchair frustrated her, I know, but even that was something she dealt with on her own, despite my efforts to the contrary.
Emi has a way of bringing out the more active side in people. I've never quite figured out how she does it.
Those puppy dog eyes she gets for starters.
I'm not surprised that she's managed to rope you into an exercise routine. If Rin were just as stubborn as she is, I'm sure Emi would have gotten her out and running with you too.
Oh, that reminds me, Rin says hello. Drift to the outer edges of the conversation again as we move to the dining room to eat. It smells delicious in here. The spread that Emi's mum has produced is impressive. Whoa, you made enough to feed an army in here.
Is it too much? Well, you can always take some leftovers with you when you go.
That sounds great. I can only handle cafeteria food for so long. Something home cooked will be a welcome change of pace. What he said. Thanks, Mum. The food tastes as good as it smells. There's a lull in the conversation while we all dig in. Emi assaulted her plate with a usual amount of gusto. I will admit that I set a pretty fast pace for myself.
So, Sal, I hear that you and my daughter here have gotten rather close,
The urge to say something like, not really, is so strong that I open my mouth. But then I reassert control? 1 second. Reassert, okay. We are close, there's no getting around it. I mean, Emi's brought me here, hasn't she? Fortunately, both Emi and her mother seem to take my reaction as a sign that I'm caught off guard rather than considering saying something cruel. Heh, suppose we have. I'm the morning runs myself. You make it sound like a bad thing, Hasao.
Well, I, for one, found it a relief.
Why is that?
Emi's always been a popular girl, but never made any close friends.
There's a bit of news to me. I always see Emi chatting with her classmates in the hallways. Suddenly, the whole track team seems to love her, but it is true that she chooses to isolate herself during lunch with Rin and me. Not exactly the sort of behaviour one expects from a popular girl, after all. Then again, I've experienced her unwillingness to get close firsthand, so I can't say I'm surprised.
I was beginning to have my doubts.
Emi rolls her eyes to the ceiling and grumbles something they can't quite make out. Huh? What? What did you just say? Nothing. Mrs. Ibarazaki chokes on her drink with laughter.
You've been hanging out with the nurse too long, Emi.
Why do they call him the nurse? Does he not have a name? It only just occurred to me. Does he not have a name? If he's a family friend of theirs and he doesn't even have a name.
I'm going to have to talk to him about corrupting my daughter.
Somehow I don't think that would be very effective. I learned most of it from you anyway, not the nurse.
Don't listen to her, Sal. She's a born liar.
Yeah, right. Oh, I don't know, Emi. I think your mother has a point. What? You traitor. You're supposed to take my side in this. Yeah, but you did lie about your leg after me. Ow! Kicking the shins from an unmistakably plastic foot cuts me off, but not before Mrs. Ibarazaki's eyes shoot upwards.
What about your leg?
It wasn't a big deal, that's all. It was just, in a wheelchair for a bit. The last few mumbled words are quickly deciphered by Emi's mother. I suspect she has experienced this sort of thing, and worried frown appears on her face.
So that's why you kept dodging my calls. Oh, Emi, I know how much you hate being in a wheelchair. No wonder you've been in such a mood lately.
Yeah, she's much happier on her feet, so to speak. think he told you, but also said everyone just calls him the nurse. Oh, did he? Okay.
Well, of course. She spent enough time in a chair just after the accident.
She didn't get prosthetics immediately?
No, she had to finish healing up before they'd let her start the sort of therapy you've got to go through to adjust to those things. Especially since she wanted to run on them.
I had no idea. Yeah, it sucked. Oh, did you see Rin's mural at the festival? Wow, that changed the topic, though. I mean, sudden change of topic makes you realise belatedly that she's been fidgeting this whole time. And her mum... Actually, I noticed. I was watching her eyes just dart between us. Fidgeting the whole time, her mother and I have been talking. I should have figured on her being a little skittish when it comes to talking about the accident, even around her mother.
No, I didn't make it out to the festival, remember? Although I caught a glimpse of it at your track meet, it seemed pretty weird to me.
I think it's more or less what she was going for. She talked a lot about it being dreamlike, or trying to make it dreamlike.
Rin's art is one of those things I don't think I'll ever understand.
That's not surprising. I don't think Rin expects to be understood. She told me once that art allows people to understand stuff they wouldn't understand otherwise, but all the same, she doesn't think that it actually works that way. I'm surprised that Emi's talked about this with Rin extensively enough to actually have Rin's opinions, such as it is. Although I expected that Rin could not, if she were so inclined, say the same thing about Emi's. Of course, unless, of course, Emi is purposefully keeping me in the dark about everything, which is likely but unpleasant to think about. I drift down in this unpleasant train of thought for a while, losing track of the conversation.
Hey, Emi, I've been meaning to ask.
Huh?
Are you going to visit your father this year?
Okay. From the way she says it, you'd think Emi's mother was talking about the weather. From the way that Emi reacts, it's clearly not the weather they're talking about. She flinches, a slight jerk of the head backwards as if she's just been slapped in the face. Can we talk about this later? Her voice sounded brittle, strained. Looks as if she'd been severely shaken by the question. She and Mrs. Ibarazaki misjudged how close Emi and I are. Something, it seemed, are best not conversed with about me around. Father is one of those things. The accident that took our leg is probably another one of those things, if her reaction to the earlier conversation between her mother and myself is any indication. It doesn't take Emi's mother long to realise she's screwed up.
Of course we can, dear. I'm sorry to bring it up. I just wanted to ask so I could make plans.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Emi fidgets nervously, as if embarrassed by her own reaction. I confess that her reaction is confusing. She just mentioned her father to me earlier today. Less than a few hours ago, even. Why does a simple question about whether she'll visit her father cause such a strong reaction? Oh my god! Can this guy get any more dense? And that's whatever serenity she claimed to have reached by means of our talk the previous evening had suddenly evaporated. Or didn't help as much as she thought. Or claimed. I'll be right back. Gotta visit the little girl's room. Emi gets up suddenly and leaves the table, leaving me and Mrs. Ibarazaki alone. I'm a little conflicted. Should I go after her or should I stay here? It's obvious that Emi's departure was not based on a cooler nature. Something's bothering her and I have to know what it is. The only way to find out is go to the source. The source currently pretending that she has to use the toilet. Excuse myself politely from the table. Head that way, only to catch sight of Emi not in the bathroom but in the kitchen, just next to the living room. Emi left the door open. As I approached, I can see that she's holding onto the table in an attempt to compose herself. An effort that fails as soon as I open my mouth. Doesn't look like nature's call was that urgent. Emi jumps and glares at me. What are you doing here? I didn't come here to be with other people. I just wanted to help you. You look pretty rattled. You said it was nothing, didn't I? And besides, I thought we established you can't help me. No, we've established that you're stubborn. Look who's talking, the guy who followed me. This is different. I want to help you with whatever this is. Funny, because I just want you to leave me alone. But why? Why can't you just trust me? We've been over this already, Asao. I've got to deal with this stuff on my own. I don't accept that. You need my help. You just won't take it. My wording seemed to have been a little off. Yeah. You said need. Oof. That's not a good word. Need? I need your help. Oh, yeah. Mate. You have just screwed yourself. Well, it's a good thing we met, isn't it? Because otherwise I guess I'd just be a broken human being, wouldn't I? Oh. No. Why? Why did you say it? Can I take back that even though it wasn't a choice? Game over, guys. Game over. No, it's a damn good thing that Asao came along to save the day, isn't it? Because God knows I can't save myself, can I? I'm just a poor, emotionally damaged girl with no legs, right? Emi, you know I don't think that. Really? Because if you thought differently, then I don't think you'd be here saying, I need your help. I've gotten pretty far in life as a normal human being without you. So what? Nothing we've shared was important? I'm just a guy who hangs out with you? You're my boyfriend, Asao, not my savior. Well, no, that much is obvious. You won't even consider... Well, no, that much is obvious. You won't even consider that I could be a help to you, will you? You'll just bottle it all up and hope that a run will solve your problems, or you'll come visit me and we'll fool around until you feel better. That's not being a healthy human being, Emi. That's not what a relationship means. Well, it's what it means to me right now, Asao. I wish... She seemed to reconsider her words then. A flicker of pain, a doubt on her face. For a moment, I think she's about to cry. The moment passes, now she composed herself again. Whatever that wish was will have to go unspoken. Look, I can't do this right now. What, have a serious conversation? Be open? Be honest? Give a damn about anyone besides yourself and your problems? What do you know about my problems? Nothing. You don't know what I've been through, so don't pretend that you do. I know you have nightmares. I know your father's gone. What happened to him? Emi's head jerks backwards as if I just slapped her. That brittle quality has gotten back into her voice. Delete the Hisao stupidity in the characters file. Only Monica can do that. Monica probably put it there in the first place to make me screw up with her. Oh, I get it now. Oh, it makes sense why my character's such an idiot. That's enough. This is stupid. This whole conversation has just been variations of Emi stonewalling me. What, you won't even answer that question? Fine, keep your secrets. They can lie in the grave as far... Oh! Oh no! He didn't! Oh no! Oh no, he said it. Oh shit. I don't want to click the mouse, but I'm going to. Oh no. Emi's eyes widen in shock. When she speaks again, it's in a voice that's low, dangerous. Get out of my house, Hisao. The sudden change in her tone snaps me out of my self-righteous anger and makes me realise what a dawning horror what I've just said. Emi, I didn't mean... I said go, Hisao. Tell my mother that she cooked a wonderful meal, but you've forgotten a prior engagement and get out of my house. She's trembling now, shaking with anger or sadness or determination. Her voice is still low, controlled, almost a growl. I reach out to put an arm on her shoulder to apologise for going too far, but she jerks away from my touch. Get out. That was a movie that came out last year, I believe. I mean, you should. What can I do? Walk out of the kitchen, go to the living room, make my apology to Mrs. Ibarazaki, and let myself out. Don't play a happy jingle! Oh my god. Can we start the Kenji route now? Like, just midway? Can we just abort this one? We fucked it up. Hisao. You fucking arsehat. Oh my god. My alarm sounds, I roll over, switching off. My eyes open blearily to stare at the ceiling. What am I going to do? Do I get out of bed, go down to the track and pretend that nothing happened? Will Emi even show up after last evening's event? I doubt it. Even supposing that she did, what would I do then? Get over this fight just to dance the same routine the next time something's bothering her? I know I spoke hastily last evening, especially trying to use her father as leverage. Was anything I said really off the mark? Yes, yeah, you said the word grave. That's the one. She won't let me in, ever, and she'll be forced to suffer alone. Nothing I do, nothing I say is going to change that. She won't change. She's already decided to keep me at arm's length. Can I really bring myself to go down there and see her, knowing that I'm never going to get past where I am now? No, I decided I really can't. Not today. I roll over and go back to sleep. She probably won't be there anyway. Similar mental conversation repeats itself when it comes time to go to lunch, and I eat in the cafeteria alone. I don't want to see her. The very thought of her makes me ill. At night, I go for a run. I'm solo for the first time since Emi got sick after a track meet. Skip seeing the nurse, just in case he asked about Emi. I don't want to talk about her either. Next day I do the same thing. Alarm off, stay in bed, eat alone, run alone. Till the time I would usually be spending with Emi, I start reading more. I was surprisingly well until I find myself ducking into a restroom because I see her walking down the hall between classes. She noticed me, she didn't show it, even though I don't suppose she ever shows anything. Certainly not to the girls from her class I see talking cheerfully to her, or to her fellow track members, especially not to me. I'm off, stay in bed. Muto and I have a lengthy talk about the possibility that string theory is plausible. I don't buy it myself. More than 4 dimensions, I can buy, but a bunch of vibrating strings at a subatomic level? That's asking a bit much. Looks like I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Apparently it's not really a strong theory as it once was. Muto said it's just because nobody has found the right way of looking at the data yet. Eat alone. The rooftop is deserted today. Briefly wonder where Emi and Rin are, but shrug off the question. Important thing is that they aren't here, so I won't have to talk to them. Why would you even go up there thinking that they would be there? Since I have nobody to talk to, I bring a book with me to read. Weather's nicer, getting a little hot. Hopefully it'll be cool in the evening. Cool breeze seems to back up my theory. Run alone. It is in fact cooler than the track. No sign of Emi, which is exactly the sort of thing I'm going for. Stretch out started my usual run, trying hard to ignore the lack of running partner in front of me. He has been on his own for like 4 days now, just literally not talking to anyone, apart from the teacher. Finding my thoughts drifting downwardly to that girlish laugh. Incorrigible grin. Those wide and friendly eyes, her incredibly toned body. I increase the pace to clear my head, chew up the distance between me and the turns, find the speed that makes me think only of my legs and how much they burn. Glance at my watch as I round the final turn, noting that my time's gone faster. My heart seems a little squirrely tonight, so I give myself a few extra cooldown laps just to be safe. No reason to bring this to the nurse's attention. I'll be fine. A rather Emmy-ish thought to have, I'll admit. I have to hope that eventually I'll stop thinking about her so much. Finish another book before going to bed that night. I have to stop by the library tomorrow. Wow, what an interesting life he leads right now. Don't know why I keep the early alarm on anymore, but it wakes me up the next morning just the same. Still turn it off and go back to sleep. Afternoons, I get ready to head to the cafeteria for another solo lunch. Got a new book about a couple of conmen in ancient Persia that I'm pretty excited about reading. Suddenly called by Misha and... I guess just Misha. Off to eat alone again, He-chan? We've noticed, you know. We? Uh-huh. She-chan and I noticed you've been spending more time alone. She wanted me to find out why, so I told her I'd ask you. I'm surprised she didn't ask me herself. She would have, but she wanted to get a head start on some paperwork. There's a lot of it since we're coming up at the end of term, you know. Why the sudden interest in my well-being, anyway? She-chan said, it is the duty of the student council to keep track of the emotional health of its students, to allow I'm struggling with this word as much as you, lady. Constituent? To spiral into depression unchecked would be an unforgivable failure in the council's duties. Oh, that's easy then. I'm not depressed. But you're eating alone, and nobody has seen you and Emi together at all. Something happened, didn't it, He-chan? Misha's voice takes on a slightly sterner tone. Did it? Though somehow she keeps the familiar lilt at the end of her sentences. Purse my lips, uncertain about how to respond. Oh boy. Creating a new state. So I like how in this one, like, the whole R-rated scenes all happen super early on. And then they're just like, nope, that's it, you're done now. Whereas all the rest of them, I'm guessing they happen a lot later. You know what? I'm gonna talk to Misha about it. I'm gonna talk to her about it. Well, I suppose someone else knowing about my problem can't hurt. Heck, maybe Misha can even offer some advice. We had a fight at her house. Keep trying to get close to her and she won't let me get close, and I said something stupid and she threw me out. Have you talked to her since then? Misha looks genuinely concerned. I'm surprised, as I'd almost expected her to drop the subject after finding out what the trouble was. Even more surprising how quickly I find myself spilling my guts to her. No, I haven't. I just can't bring myself to face her after that. I made a complete fool of myself and she probably hates me now anyway, especially since I haven't seen her since then. You're pretty slow, He-chan. Yep. That doesn't sound like advice. Huh? Misha placed her hands on her hip and launched into a speech that would sound more plausible coming from Shizune. The solution to your problem is simple. You have to go and apologise to her. Leaving things like this will just make things worse. You can't know that she hates you now unless she tells you. Otherwise, there's no evidence that what you fear is true. And if you really care about her, you shouldn't be worried about how she's talking to this. Sudden start, I realise she's right. I've kept waking up to an early alarm because part of me wants to meet Emi at the track for our runs. I kept running because I know that Emi would worry about me if I didn't stay healthy. When I went on the roof yesterday, I was half hoping that she would be up there. Well, there we go. That answers that then, doesn't it? I felt disappointed when she wasn't. I'm an idiot. Wow! Guys, he did it! He worked out the game! He worked out he's an idiot! Kinda, He-chan. So, go and apologise to her as soon as you can, okay? I have my mouth to say that I'll do it right away. When lunch bell rings, I realise I still have afternoon classes to attend. First thing after class is over, I'll go see her, I promise. And, thanks for the advice, I guess. Misha beams at me as if I were a child that had just learned his ABCs. Good! I'll let She-chan know you're okay then. Yeah, you do that. With a wave, and completely disregarding the fact that people are starting to trickle back into the classroom as opposed to out of it, Misha departs the classroom. I suppose she and Shizune have student council business again. While the afternoon wears on, I find myself impatient for a lesson to end. I need to see Emi now. I have to try and set things right. Even if Emi hates me now, I have to at least apologise. I owe her that much. Should I meet her in a room? No. So I'd delay things too much. If I know Emi, then I can find her at the track. Still, I have no idea what I'm going to say when I get there, but I take comfort in knowing that Emi probably wouldn't have a plan for something like this either. Play it by ear. Stop being nervous and just get to the track. Figure the rest out when I get there. Alright, well, as he's going to do that, I'm going to pop to live again. So, it's time for everyone's favourite BRB screen. Not the black bar. It's this one. Be right back. I'm back. Boop. Right, wait. Track looms ahead, and another jolt of nerves hit me in the gut. I resist the urge to turn and walk away. Instead, note with satisfaction that I was right and Emi is still running. Don't make myself immediately known. I find a seat in the bleachers and watch her run instead of thinking back to her earlier meetings. A few trips around the track, Emi notices me and skids to a halt. Expression of surprise that slides easily into one of anger. What are you doing here? Not quite the response I'd hoped for, but at this point, I don't have much of a choice. So I apologise for what I said the other day. The other day? She laughs, a curt exclamation of disbelief. She announced a week, Katawa. Yeah, well, better late than never, right? We cross her arms and stares at me coolly, as if sizing me up. Finally she nods. Huh, suppose you're right. Under a bridge then. I forgive you. Is that all? Her almost impatient question catch me so off guard that she's already halfway down the track before I think to shout after her. No, wait. She doesn't seem to have heard me, or she doesn't want to hear me, and so I give chase, disregarding completely the fact that I'm not dressed for it. My feet hurt and my shirt collar feels like a noose around my neck, but I still chase after her because if I don't, I'll lose my chance. Emi hasn't started to really accelerate yet, which is probably the only reason I'm catching up to her, and able to reach out and tap her on the shoulder just before my legs give up, running in dress shoes and stumble to a stop. Surprisingly, fortunately, all that running seems to have paid off. Short breath, yes, but at least my heart isn't actively trying to force its way out of my ribcage. My touch on her shoulder stopped Emi, and while there's a flash of concern when she sees me catching on my breath, it seems that she's a good idea of what I'm capable of. The concern is short-lived. What? She seems so irritated by me still being there, I almost lose my nerve, but I've lost my nerve enough. I need to explain myself, why I can't just let the matter rest. Emi folds her arms, bounces one blade on the ground in an approximation of tapping her foot impatiently, like the Sonic the Hedgehog thing. Angry as she is and nervous as I am, she still looks beautiful. Okay, Hasao, explain. Thing is, I know you're really sensitive about the accident and about your dad. You can see Emi's face twitch at the mention of those two things that have been steadily driving us apart, or at least made me feel like we're being driven apart. But that's why I want to know about them, I think, because I see how much they hurt you and I want to be there to comfort you. It makes me miserable seeing you sleepless and depressed. I don't pretend you aren't, because I know, okay? I just remember the night when you fell asleep with me and we had that nightmare and you were happy to have me there when you woke up. I want to be there for you like that whenever you need me to be. Stern face cracks slightly. Emi interrupts before I can continue further. Just stop right there. We can't see each other anymore, okay? She's rushing now, looking everywhere but at me. Surprised she doesn't bolt. She knows I can't catch her. We're not right for one another. That's not true and you know it. No, it's true. You're too... I know. I've been pushy about knowing your past. If you can't tell me yet, at least let me be there even if I don't know the reason. It's okay, I promise. I won't ask why you need comfort. I'll just give it freely. Emi's shaking her head. Tears seem to be threatening the corner of her eyes. Stop saying that. Why? Because you're afraid to take me up on it? I'm not afraid. Can't keep the chilling tone from my voice as I respond. Yes, you are. You told me so yourself, remember? It's okay, it really is. However, it seems to me that someone who's managed to come out of that wreck and still be as energetic and cheerful as you are would be determined enough to face that fear. Determination? What do you know about determination? I know there's a girl so determined to take care of a total stranger that she steals food at a festival. I know there's a girl so determined to help me with my own problems that she'd draw up a complete dietary and exercise plan, and that she'd not only draw out the plans, but she'd follow them with me even when she couldn't run. Determined enough to keep me at arm's length that she'd put herself through emotional pain if she thought that it was the right thing to do. Although there's one thing this determined girl didn't quite plan for, which is that I might feel the same kind of determination to keep her from being hurt. I fell in love with you, and I refuse to let that be thrown away because you're afraid of losing me. What little control Emi still has at this point cracks. I find myself suddenly enveloped in her embrace as she cries. Why are you doing this? Why can't you just leave me alone? Oh, no, don't show me her crying face. I hold her up and plant a kiss on the top of her head. Sorry, Emi. You helped me when I first arrived, so now I have to help you. It's only fair. You're utterly hopeless, you know that. She hiccups and trembles a little. Funny, I could say the same about you. Can you do something for me, Sal? Anything. Can you go now? Feels like she just shoved a knife through my chest. Go? I need to think, okay? I can't just tell you everything yet. I'm still scared, and when you're around, I can't think clearly. Do me another favor. What's that? Show up for a morning run tomorrow. I smile, feeling better than I have all week. Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Emi steps back slowly, almost reluctantly. She sniffles a little and then grins at me. A real smile that lights up the track, overpowering the fading evening light. See you tomorrow, Hasao. Okay. She darts forward, suddenly planting a soft kiss on my lips, and steps back shyly. Spinning on her back foot, she takes off running again, and I know that our conversation is at an end. My lips tingle with the warmth of that brief kiss, and the memories of our other longer kisses. I walk back to my room with a spring in my step. Tomorrow when my alarm goes off, I'll get up. Hooray! That was an end of a chapter, wasn't it? I literally left the room with one scene left of the chapter. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was closed, but I wasn't sure. So I was like, Morning sounds so bright from my open window, and the sound of my alarm quickly has me up and about. I slept surprisingly well last night, secure in the knowledge that I've at least got an chance of Emi. If I can just keep myself from doing anything stupid, maybe I'll find out what's been eating us so recently. I have a few educated guesses, but nothing concrete. Certainly nothing I'm going to say to her. I'm not supposed to have her tell me. Emi's waiting me as promised, looking a little haggard, but otherwise bright and cheerful. Much more so than any previous day this week. Sal, you're late. I wave my hand dismissively. Nonsense, you're just early. Emi grins back, and it feels like we're finally back to where we should be with one another. Except now, Emi not just wants me. No. Except now, Emi, not just me, wants to take another step forward. Though a part of me worries that she'll back out at the last second. Hurry up and stretch us, Sal. I don't want to miss the bus. The bus? Yeah, the bus. I want to show you something, and I don't want to be late. Oh. She is moving forward. Okay. Try not to grin too widely, but I'm happy on words. Emi wants to hang out after the run and all. But I promise to show me something has me even more intrigued. The 4 factors the last one. I thought you said there was 6 acts. Cool. In that case, we're going to finish Emi's story tonight then, hopefully. Is this what she had to think about? I just wonder what she's planning to do. Quickly go from my warm-up routine while Emi bounces impatiently. Hey, now they're doing the tongue sticking out face. Like, the whole time, every time they say she sticks her tongue out, she hasn't had an expression for it. Whatever. From one foot to the other, she really does seem to want to get moving as soon as possible. The run is over so quickly I can barely believe that I haven't fallen over dead afterwards. Emi set a blistering pace, and I, in my foolishness, kept up with her. Well, until the last few laps, I had to slow down just in case. But I don't mind. Emi's waiting patiently for me when I finish. Patiently she can wait, anyway. Finished? Good, come on. Grabbing my arm, she practically rushed me down to the nurse's office. You seem in a hurry, Emi. Trying to catch the early bus? Yeah, I told my mum I'd be back for lunch. Well, I'll take care of you first, then. But Sal's got to come with me, too. The nurse raised a single eyebrow at this statement and peers at the two of us searchingly. Really? Today, huh? Emi's response is a nod, followed by a surprisingly shy grin. Well then, we'll make this quick. Emi enters the nurse's office and patiently I wait outside for her to be finished, wondering just why the nurse seems so surprised by Emi's declaration. I feel like I'm missing out on some joke of the significance today, but on the fact that it's clearly significant in some way, of course. No wonder. True to his word, the nurse has Emi out of his office surprisingly quickly, and I take her place after promising me up at the front gate. Oh, the gate. The nurse takes me a pulse and listens for a bit. Your heart beats faster than usual. Been pushing yourself again, have you? Well, Emi seemed to rush to get through the run, so... not surprised. Today is rather important to her, you know. I suspect that it could be the case, but I have no idea why that's the case. She hasn't told you? Interesting. So you're not going to tell me either, then? No, I'm not. I suspect that Emi has her own plan for explaining today to you, and I don't want to mess with that. You'll find out soon enough, so what's the rush? Now, as for your heart, I would take it easy for the rest of the day. No spontaneous races or anything like that, you got it? Got it. She won't have her running legs on anyway, right? No, but if you think something like that's going to stop her... good point. I don't think it'd be much of an issue today of all days, but still. He's trying to reassure me he's doing a terrible job. Quickly becoming more and more worried about what today could be for. Like suddenly finding out Emi's a cult or something. My god, this guy's so dense! Same time, if today's such a big deal and Emi wants me to be with her for it, maybe she really does want to grow close to me. Maybe this will be the answer to all the riddles, all the sleepless nights, and all the sudden mood swings. Yeah, it will! Either way, I better remember to thank the nurse for taking off quickly as I dart from my room. Wait, as I dare from my room? Is that a typo? Before taking off as quickly as I dare from my room. I swear that should be dart. To get a shower and throw on some decent looking clothes. So as important as it seems to be, I should dress appropriately. Emi, of course, hurried along, so as I reach front gate, wearing her usual shirt and shorts. At now is not a terribly formal affair. Oh, it's the gate. This is it. She came to show me the gate. The evil gate. She's got a cheat code to defeat this boss. You're early, Hisao. Not as early as you. Eager, are we? Emi cheekily pokes out her tongue. No, she didn't. Bus stops. It's very crowded at Hisao. She needs to please Emi. We end up relaxing a little as we wait. Sit in silence for a while, but I can tell that Emi's trying to work herself up to say something. Quickly as he dares, because... Oh! I read the sentence wrong. I felt like it was worded weirdly, to be fair, but whatever. I don't have anything to say myself, so I sit waiting for her to talk. It doesn't take too long. So I'm sure you're curious as to why the nurse thought it was so weird for me to be bringing you along today. It was a bit weird, yes, but you're not ready to tell me. Emi stops my sentence with placing a finger on my lip. Don't tempt me, Sal. I want to tell you this, but I'm just uncertain as how to go about it. I don't want to keep delaying or deferring. I just don't want to be able to say it. So say it. You know it's not going to be that easy for me, Sal. Just treat it like running. Warm up to it something small and easy and go from there. But don't do it too fast, okay? I'm a patient man. I can wait for you to get there. Emi seems to consider my words, laying him against what's probably a desire to get it over with. I would admit, as much as I keep telling Emi to take her time, I wouldn't mind her getting over with either. Somehow, I know that Emi probably needs more time than the bus driver will provide to get it all out, whatever it is. Yeah, maybe you're right. Bus stop probably isn't the best place for this anyway. Just make sure that I don't go back to my word. At least I'll say this. She takes a deep breath and let out after a moment in a low voice. We're going to see my dad today. The words hang in the air, and I can see that Emi's afraid that I'll panic and disappear in response. Part of me almost wants to do. But it'd be stupid of me to back out, suddenly abandon the promise I made to be there for Emi when she needs me. Last thought, it was so weird of her to bring me along. She doesn't bring anyone along, or at least I'm willing to bet that she hasn't done before today. Today seems to take on even greater significance. What has it taken Emi to even get this far? Ah. And why is that the best I can manage as a response? Yeah. I don't know what I should say. Nothing, I think. Just promise that you're going to come with me. Of course, you know I will. Emi smiles wanly, looking a little relieved. Good. In that case, we better get going. Bus pulls up a little after she finishes that sentence. In fact, he hasn't realised yet. Oh, 1 second. Oh, where did that come from? Oh, that hurt. Let's go have a drink. Probably all this talking. I think I'll stop eating chili crisps while I'm doing this talking. Oh, that one snuck up on me. Where was I? Right. Vague memories of my first trip out here come to mind as I step off the bus, but unfortunately they're too vague to be of any use. I will be the first to admit that I don't recall how to get to Emi's house, so I let her lead the way. She seemed content to walk in silence, and I myself have no idea what could possibly say, so the two of us arrive at the house, having said nothing since getting off the bus. Emi's mother opens the door and doesn't seem surprised to see me standing next to her daughter, so that Emi would have phoned ahead and let her mother know the change of plans.
Emi, Hasao, you're just in time. Lunch is about ready.
Great, I was afraid we might be running late. As fast as you were going this morning, I doubt there was ever much of a chance of that.
I certainly hope it wasn't too much of a bother, Hasao. She tends to get a little paranoid about being on time when food's involved.
I hadn't noticed. This earns me a swat on the arm from Emi, who, despite the serious nature of our conversation on the bus and the almost brooding, quiet walk here, has become quite cheerful again. Probably to keep her mother from worrying about whatever it is that Emi plans to tell me later. Mrs. Ibarazaki ushers us in, and in a short order we're around the table devouring lunch. I didn't realise how hungry I was until I got here, but I for one seem to be eating almost as much as Emi.
Goodness, it's a good thing I made so much. Two of you are acting like you haven't eaten in days.
I skipped breakfast this morning.
Yeah, me too. Had to catch the bus, I assume?
That, and I figured you'd make too much food, so it wouldn't matter if I skipped breakfast.
Well, it's good to know that I'm predictable.
Emi nods enthusiastically, and the conversation falls off again as we nearly clear off the table of anything edible. It's a testament to the sheer amount of food on offer that we don't finish everything. Leaning back in my chair, I have a sigh and thank Mrs. Ibarazaki for the food.
I'm glad you like it, Hasao. Oh, now that has Emi told you where we're going?
Yeah, sort of. It's far from here.
Not really, but we'll drive there at the same time. It closes kind of early.
I nod in assent and stand up, ready to go. Well then, shall we? Mrs. Ibarazaki nods and leaves the room to grab her keys. Emi, I notice, has started to fidget nervously. Second thought. Emi smiles tightly at me and shrugs. She's fallen silent again, which probably means that I'm right, and she's starting to regret bringing me along. Not that I blame her. She's done such a good job of shutting me out that I doubt it's easy to suddenly open up. Honestly, I'm worried that she's forcing it. But she said while waiting for the bus, I'm not supposed to give her a chance to back out. Since I promised to go with her anyway, I suppose there's not much of a choice. I can't go back on my promise, and she can't go back on hers. I just hope that both of us are up to it. We're off. Emi's mother blows through the dining room, collecting the two of us, and heads out the door at a brisk pace. Now I know where her daughter gets it from. Car pulls up at a cemetery gate, and I feel Emi tense up beside me. I reach over and give her a hand of comforting squeeze, cause her to relax a little. Emi's mother doesn't follow us, explaining that she prefers to visit the grave alone. See, they're just talking about the grave now, and but he didn't know that he was dead, like before. Now he's just acting as if he knew this always. Whatever. Emi steps through the gates and looks back, as if to make sure I'm still there. We step into the cemetery. I don't feel comfortable in cemeteries. Gravestones litter the ground, each one serving as a reminder of someone that used to be alive that no longer is. How many died young? How many were as old as I am now? When do I wind up with a marker of my own? How much longer do I have left? Wow, dude. Like, can we tone this bit down? Like, Jesus. Concept of not waking up, seeing Emi anymore. It's not a happy one. Frightens me, and I very nearly turn around and exit right there and then. I don't want to go among dead people. I don't want to see their stones and think about who they were or what they could have been if they had only had more time. I look at the girl next to me and my resolve returns. Emi striding purposefully down the path, eyes clear, setting a pace that's very nearly a jog. The sooner we get there, I suspect she thinks, the better. We're here. The gravestone, wholly unremarkable, everything except for the name etched upon it. The grass has grown around the base. Emi's eyes are riveted to the stone. Cemetery is a word that's important to remember as a non-native speaker. You can't go around calling it a graveyard just because that's the first word that popped into your head. Huh? Is a cemetery and a graveyard different? I didn't know they were a different thing, honestly. But okay, I'm sorry. After a few moments, she turns around looking surprisingly calm yet solemn. Pink's not actually my favourite colour, you know. I didn't know that it was? What? I'm warming up to it. People tend to think that pink's my favourite colour. I think it's because I like strawberries. And even though those are red, they just assume that pink's the right colour for strawberries. And that's my favourite colour. But it's not. I'm too polite to tell anyone otherwise, of course. It's not the kind of thing worth getting worried about. But I bet even you thought pink was my favourite colour. No. No? Blue. That's my favourite colour. My mum and dad are the only two who know that. And now you do too. I would have guessed green because you're always wearing a green shirt. Okay, I didn't mean to, but I just didn't know there was a difference. Sorry. Thanks for telling me that, I think. You're welcome. There's a pause as she considers what to say next, drawing a quick breath. I can't carry a tune to save my life. I can hum, but actually sing a song is something I've never been able to do. I don't mind, because I'm not a fan of karaoke anyway. Well, that's one potential date idea out the window. See, I've got to find one of these girls that wants to come along and sing with me. I mean, if you guys check YouTube earlier, you're pro singer over here. People all think that I'm a really popular and friendly person, but I only have a few close friends, probably because I keep everyone in the dark. But I think that it's also because I hate the idea of losing a close friend. There aren't many people worth the risk. I'm terrible at saying goodbye. Sometimes I think I only run because it's what I used to do with my father. I had my first boyfriend. I dated a guy for a long while during my second year at Yamaka, but in the end we broke up because I didn't want to get close to him. He couldn't live with that distance between us. Her rate of speaking increases slightly as if she's rushing towards the finish line. I'm actually 1 year older than you. Everybody thinks I'm younger because I'm short, but I had to skip one school year because of my accident. They initially thought I was paralysed and they pulled me out of the wreckage. I lost my legs already, but they were afraid that I wouldn't even be able to use what was left of them. After surgery, it was clear that the initial assessment was mistaken. I could feel my legs because of shock. Short-term paralysis due to the other trauma I'd experienced. My recovery was one of the fastest they'd ever seen, or so they told me. I never found out if they were serious about that or if they just told that to all the patients learning to walk again. She pauses, gathering herself for one last effort. 8 years ago today, I lost my legs, and I lost my father as well. He died on the way to the hospital. I didn't even get to go to the gravesite until 2 months later, and I couldn't attend his funeral. Wait. Oh, I thought he died in the same accident. Oh. That changes a lot, actually. Because I guess she sort of, like, almost blames herself if she wasn't in the accident in the first place. Her father would have never been rushing to the hospital, right? Oh. Wow. Huh. Well then. That's heavy. I'm so sorry. Don't be. That's what everyone always says, that they're sorry. I hate hearing that. Like anyone could have done anything to change what happened. You know the best piece of advice I got? These things happen. I don't even remember who said it, but I guess they didn't have anything better to say. But it's true, you know? These things happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. They aren't necessarily planned, and they aren't always bad, and they aren't always good, but they are. And so I made the decision that I would live without worrying about the future. To be sure that I never had to say goodbye again, I decided I wouldn't let people get close to me anymore. After all, they could be taken away at any time. And you know what? She laughs, a little bitterly. Her eyes start to well up with tears, as I step forward to embrace her, but she holds her hand to stop me. Not finished. A deep breath, she continues. It worked pretty well, until I met you, and saw you were trying to adjust the stuff here. So I thought I'd help you, and you were so nice, and I couldn't help it. I just... Tears are flowing now, and she accepts the embrace this time. The rest of her sentence is mumbled into my chest. I tried not to fall for you, but I did. And then I tried to keep you at a distance, like with my first boyfriend, but I couldn't. But I've been so scared because I don't want to lose you, and I might anyway. Hey, I'm still around, right? Maybe I won't be forever, but don't you think it'll be fun while it lasts? Neither of us could survive the day. There could be a bus crash or something, but so long as I know that I've been with you, I don't think that it matters. Sudden thought strikes me, and I can't help laughing. My condition has me scared of dying so badly that I immediately seize the opportunity Emi presented to improve my odds of living longer. But without Emi, would there have been any motivation to keep up with my running? It hits me that Emi is the reason I want to go running every day, so I can spend as much time with her as possible. Emi looks up at me confused. We'll go on living until we stop, and when we stop living, we'll be able to know that we at least have had our time together. And I wouldn't have it any other way, because I love you, Emi, and right now, that's enough for me. Emi smiles through her tears and steps back from me. You know, it's funny. What is? I thought the best way to live in the moment was to do it alone. But now, I don't think I'd have it any other way either. I'm glad I met you, Hisao. Well, these things happen. Emi and I stay by the grave for a while, so Emi pays respects to her father. When she's ready to go, we exit the graveyard side by side. Oh, it's the damn gate! Don't ruin our moment, gate! Emi's mother drives us back to Yamaku. The trip back is very quiet. We wave goodbye as the car drives off, and I glance down at the girl leaning on my arm. How are you feeling? Emi shrugs, non-committedly. I'll be fine. Come on, let's go. Oh, we managed to get through the gate. We pause outside the girl's dorm, and I turn to face Emi, ready to say goodbye. Why don't you come up for a while? Okay. Walk up to her room in silence. Not sure why I supposed I'd be turned away at the door. I guess I just assumed she wanted to be alone. Her mum, the nurse, hell, everyone who knew the significance of the day seemed to think it best to leave Emi alone. But she took me into the graveyard with her. She told me the whole story of what happened on the day she lost her leg. She wanted me around. The significance of this does not escape me. Emi opens the door, steps into her room, not even bothering to invite me in, holding the door for me expectantly. I step in and the door swings shut behind me. Hey, can I ask you a favour? Sure, can't guarantee I'll do it, but... Emi giggles and pulls me to a kiss, starts off softly but deepens into something almost desperate. Oh, have I got to get ready? I'm just gonna... where is it? Oh, just getting ready. Her voice has dropped to a whisper. The question is barely audible over the sound of her own breathing. Something about the way that she asks the question, hesitancy in it, the quiet voice that makes me think she doesn't mean tonight. Oh, okay, that's fine then. Carry on. No, she means exactly what she said. Stay with me. Not tonight or forever, because both of us know there is no such thing as forever. There's no time limit to our request. There's just a request. The favour. Can I do that? Can I stay with her? Of course. Oh, wait. Okay, maybe I do need the bar then. We embrace again. Emi guided me towards her bed, stepping backwards with care until she sits down on the edge. Octopus. It's an octopus, octopus. Octopus. Do. I collapse next to Emi, who almost immediately curls against me, smiling. Mentally, I feel grateful that Emi keeps her nails short, otherwise I think she might have drawn blood. Sit up briefly to dispose of the now-used condom and lay back down next to Emi, who was in turn taking care of cleaning herself off. For a while, we lay in silence, savouring the feeling of being next to one another. Emi is the first to speak. Hey, Asao? Thanks for coming with me today. I smile and plant a kiss on her head. Of course, my pleasure. Emi snuggles closer and I can feel her breathing begin to slacken as she begins to drift off to sleep. Just as she's about to fall asleep, she wakes up enough to mutter a single sentence. I love you, Hisao. Then she's out like a light, leaving me feeling like I'm on top of the world. I draw the slumbering Emi as close as possible, pull the covers over us to keep the chill off, fall asleep as happy as I've ever been. Wait, am I going to still need this? Oh, I might do. I'm waking up in her room. Morning light seems to reach further into Emi's room than it does into mine. The result in my waking up earlier than I would have if I'd gone back to my room last night, as had previously been our routine. I did not realise this until morning, but this is the first time we've actually spent the night together. A small movement from my partner's still slumbering form caused me to look to the side. Hair splayed across her face, Emi continues to sleep peacefully, curled up next to me. Slightly weird seeing her without her trademark twin tails, but it's also a look I could get used to. The small size of the beds here necessitate her curling up, but I'm pretty sure she would have done so anyway. The covers are nearly over her head, and I smile as an errant strand of hair causes her nose to twitch slightly. Able to help myself, I draw her a little closer, a move which she seems to think is a good idea. A steady breathing raises a trail of goosebumps on my chest, but I don't mind. I'm no longer tired, but I do not feel a need to move from my current position. Emi's warm body in response to mine is far too comfortable to move. I gaze up at the ceiling, consider how it is that we got to this point. We've been close for a while, but not this close. It seems like only yesterday she ran into me in the hallway, and after apologising decided to take an interest in my well-being. But I grew into something else, which I at least was not expecting. One thing's for certain. Having found Emi, I will try as hard as I can not to lose her. My morning routine is interrupted by further movement from Emi. Her eyes flutter open and she seems briefly confused by my presence in her bed, as well as her current state of dress, which is non-existent. Is that covering enough? I think I gotta do this, right? I'm pretty sure. Can you read that still? That's sort of covering it, ish. Can I you know what? I'm gonna get a second bar. Copy. Fucking hell. Paste duplicate. There we go. Oh no, I'm moving the fucking screen. There we go. That'll do. Oh, that'll do for. Wait, I should probably make this one bigger actually, because there we go. Okay. Then she smiles happily and sits up, her face looking down at me. Good morning, Sal. Wow, she has really long hair. Every single other time you see her hair down, I didn't realise it was quite this long. Huh. She looks almost Monica-like with that long hair. Hi, sleep well? Yeah, I did. Exhausting day yesterday, you know? Think back over yesterday's trip to the graveyard. Yeah, glad to hear you slept well. How'd you sleep? Well enough, although you kept hogging the covers. Sounds me a shove and a stuck-out tongue. I chuckle and Emi giggles a little. We fall quiet for a while. So got the feeling of how right it all seems, waking up with Emi by me, crammed into a bed made for one person. Something I could get used to. Hey, Sal. Thanks for sticking around. No problem. Saved me the walk back anyway, right? She draws another giggle, but Emi's expression turns serious again. No, really. I keep trying to push you away because I thought that was the right thing to do. You stuck around through it all. I haven't made any of this easy for you, but you stuck it out anyway. So really, I mean it. Thank you. She punctuates this by giving me a kiss, pulling back and looking at me with an expression of affection. I reach up and ruffle her hair, smiling all the while. I'm stupidly lucky. I think to have come through everything after my heart attack and to somehow have found this girl is nothing short of a miracle. You're very welcome, Emi. I couldn't bear the thought of giving you up. I'll even continue to stick around if you want. I'd like that. That settles it then. I don't know how long my heart will keep working, and I don't even really know what I'll do after this year is over, apart from going to university. As long as Emi's around, I think I'll be okay. I've managed to help her here. She's managed to help me. If we keep doing that, we'll be okay, I think. So, Sal. What do you want to do today? Oh, I wonder what they're going to do. Ooh. Is that it? Do we do Emi's route? That sure seems like we've done it. Yeah! Hooray! Well, that was good. I mean, it's a bit of a almost anticlimax, really, because we sort of knew, really, the whole... Well, okay, I guess I was a little wrong about the accident, but, you know, that was a good ending. Hooray. Oh, yeah, you told me there were bad endings. I forgot about that. I actually straight up forgot there were bad endings. Ugh. Is this all like pre-designs for Emi, I guess? Chapter 4 was way shorter than all the other chapters, right? I'm not crazy. That was like incredibly short compared to 1, 2, and 1 was the longest. And now that I'm not shitting on your fun, I can tell you that Emi is my least favourite route. Oh, really? Is it just because she's a pain? Because I like her as a character. And she's very cute. What's the extras? Oh! That's meant to be Lily? This entire time I thought this was Monica. It was Lily. Huh. Chapter 4 is the good ending, so it varies widely in length. Oh, okay. Oh, they're first sitting sadly on the return button. Alright, well, I want to do, Kenji's route. So, which one of these am I going to have to answer for Kenji's route? This one. I have to tell him that she's not cute. I'm guessing that's what I got to do, right? Not exactly cute, no. Kenji's route is just fucking up all other routes. Oh, really? Oh, in that case then, I better go all the way back to the beginning, right? My God. Well, I'll stick with that one. There's a skip button, right? Skip mode. Hi, guys. So the last significant decision that got you onto Emi should do it. I love how it still plays the sound effects. It's just like awkwardly playing them. I don't really know how we got into Emi's decision, to be honest. Emi's route. Because I felt like I was going for Rin's route by accident. And then all of a sudden I was on Emi's route. Hey guys. Oh, accidentally I... Oh, that's good. Just keep playing the fucking Big Ben over and over. I forgot how much of the early game you had spent with Misha and fucking Shizune. Oh yeah, the game of Risk. Push up onto the track. Oh, well, yeah, obviously, but... I remember she hated it when I played defensively. Oh, hey, you. I can't remember what question I was asked for you. Well, I mean, I'm guessing that fucked me up on this one, so I guess I'll just stick with the same answer, right? Kenji. I have to say that she wasn't cute. Not exactly cute, no. There are a lot of cute girls here. Strangely disproportionate amount of them. Okay, wait. He literally says the same thing. Try to warn him, man. Did you listen? I remember he said warning. Dark secrets. Yes, dark secrets. Extremely dark, like a black hole. Oh, Emi's is the easiest route to get onto. I mean, yeah, but... I don't know how, like, I pushed myself off of the other routes is what I'm sort of getting at. No, I've definitely heard all this. No. But yeah, you get the first Emi CG, like, before you even start her route. Hey, Rin. Oh, you get the first Rin CG as well before you start a route. Huh. I guess you get the first Lily one too, now I think about it. I don't think you get a Shizune one, though. Can you promise me to be more serious about this? Maybe. Maybe? No. I mean, he's been nasty sort of look when I say that. Try to take it back the word. I mean, I don't know. I'm still trying to get used to the school. Promise I'll try, though. Not being very convincing there, Sal. Tip number 1. Medical professionals are not amused if you take their advice lightly. What's up with him? As if a day or two would make that much of a difference. Don't do anything in the hospital either. Yeah, okay, sorry. He studied for a moment and shrugged, smiling again. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll be my spy. Yeah. Yep. Most routes have a single clear decision that makes it, so you can't go onto them. That's fairly obvious. Oh, so basically I fucked everyone else's route up. Huh? Oh, seems a bit stupid to me, really. Does he say that because I said I wouldn't care about doing the thing? I suppose this way at least I can tell the nurse honestly that I'm doing something about my health. Not as ever much for a run as begin with. Can't hurt to try, I guess. Hey, Emi. Oh, yeah, look how cute and happy she is. Frankly, I don't remember if there's any particular form of running, but I can't help but feel like I'm doing it wrong somehow. I feel awkward in comparison to Emi, who never seemed to break a stride. I don't think I want to do this anymore. I'm already feeling up to this. I'm on a couple of laps today, so I'll slow walk pretty quickly. He's running and doesn't seem to notice I've stopped until she passed me a second time. She's good talk, breathing steadily, in contrast, my own somewhat gasping demeanour. Yeah, very good shape right now. Emi nods and grins at me again. Wait, have I done this text? Okay, yeah, I thought I had. Apart from feeling more tired than before, I don't think I accomplished anything today. So out of shape, it's embarrassing. The whole thing might have been a waste of time. I'll find some other way. So you don't even get a chance to go onto Emi's route if you say you're only maybe to the doctor. Interesting. Head back to the dorms and change my uniform. I'm trying to resist the urge to take a really long hot shower. Time for more running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine and get to school before the morning rush. And then there's a Kenji scene. Him and his leaf. I mean, we'll probably won't like actually really start the next route. I'll just get a save file. Whoa. Oh, you do get a CG between both Lily and Shizune. Why am I being dragged into this again? I've done more than enough, I think. Wait, yeah, so I did everything right for Lily before, and I didn't put me onto Lily's route, I guess just because it puts you onto Emi's. I guess she's a high priority. If you're angry with Lily, that has nothing to do with me. Now, wait just a second. Are you implying the president is more right in scolding me than yourself? Ah, damn, I think I could have worded that better. No, I don't know about that, but I mean... What are you saying, Hee-chan? It's just that I hardly think it's fair that you can say that, seeing as I've helped you guys. Mood's changed. It's like a showdown between two gunfighters now. Well, it was like that before too, but this time Shizune's focus is on me. So is Lily's, though she keeps quiet. I'm afraid I inadvertently pissed her off. Are you saying I'm right? Oh, I forgot my fucking voice. Whatever. What a dangerous situation. It's too early to argue with you. Yes, I think it's unfair for you to get on my case. Hee-chan, you want too much. But you have a point. Okay. You're not lazy, Hee-chan. Ah. I'll do her voice later. Nice CBA. Alright, just don't use such say you are. Yep, okay, Miss Class Rep. Gotcha. Don't care. Just get me to the start of the thing. Okay, we done? Can I go skip mode again? Nope. Lily's room in a bad mood. Yep, okay. Shizune, you really did go a little too far today. If I didn't say Shizune to grudgingly admit I had a point there. I think I was expecting too much. It's all weird that Misha doesn't really... Like, she does have a personality, but, like, because she's so often saying things to her, like, she never gets in conversations. Yeah. Okay. See ya. Skip mode. Still can't skip mode. Let me skip mode. Ah! I think we are close to eliminating all the threats to our bromance of Kenji. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I can skip mode now? Nope. Naka doesn't come back into the class in the morning. Her seat looks empty and lonely at the back of the classroom. I'll tell her I was looking for her if I see her later. I swear I've done this. I swear I recognise this. Oh my god, nope. Guess we're just clicking for it. Every clashing of the chalk on the blackboard seems to synchronise perfectly with the ticking of the clock. Yeah, I know it does, but I swear I recognise this text. Oh. Hello. Get off my screen, please. So I copy the equations past time, noticing Misha's head poking on my shoulder until she's almost on top of me. What are you doing? Try to strike balance between being quiet enough not to draw attention to myself, but loud enough to draw hers. What are you doing, Hee-chan? Panic shoots through me as Misha starts talking at normal volume. I sputter out a hasty reply, still keeping my voice down, despite the fact that she just blew any hope of being discreet I may have had. Copy down that stuff. What are you doing? Why so loud? Ah, really? But it's all in the book. That's why no one else is copying it down. No, why are you so loud? Why are you so quiet, Hee-chan? It's hard to hear you. Look around to see if anyone else is noticing our conversation. It's pretty obvious that everyone else has, even the teacher. Shizune smiles coyly and they start to wonder if Misha is doing this because she told her to. Is it because of what happened between her and Lily earlier? That's what I get for trying to be reasonable. Trying to take the middle path. Shizune is way too oh god, wait. I haven't accidentally done this fucking... Oh no. 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 Trying to take the middle path. Shizune is way too prideful though, but now she knows to expect that kind of thing. I fucked up the board game though. Why are you doing this? Huh? Misha's totally oblivious to the awkward stare from the teachers giving both of us. Oh, fuck. While trying to balance the textbook on one finger. For a brief second, it looks as if things get ugly, but the teacher simply looks away as if it's not worth the trouble. Guess it's a good thing. I snap back to my seat in relief. As the day passes by uneventful as time, I appreciate that it does. Bell rings, I'm not in a hurry, so I stay for a while reviewing what we covered in today's class. Talking to someone from another class. Wait. I've seen this, right? Nope. Apparently not. Misha's trying desperately to keep up. She can barely manage to even understand it. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing looks like serious business. Probably over my head. Not just that, but Shizune also seemed to be angry, although it could just be her normal severity making it appear so. Shizune signs to the point where her wrist crackle. Misha struggles to spit out a word in word form. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's doing with her tongue twisters. On top of that, she has to sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. Misha looks tired. She's about to faint. Lucky for her, the business soon finished and the girls sit down in their seats again. Ooh, so tired. She hangs her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in the school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. I still can't skip this? Nope. Okay. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. She starts signing at me and Misha perks up, looking at her hands with slightly unfocused eyes. She signs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signing into speech for me. She does it so well, it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha. Well, we're the student council, you know, so we're pretty busy. Sarcasm. Huh? The tone of Shizune's actions made me think she was speaking with disdain, but Misha interpreted it normally, replacing whatever intent may have been there, her own chip or twist on things. Still disorienting. I don't think I'll ever get used to it. If you want to force skip, control does it. Yeah, but like, if I'm actually on new shit. Never mind, I can forget with you two trying to join at least twice today. Ha ha ha, but Hee-chan, some could say the work is too much. It'd be nice if students would show a little more support of their leadership. Sometimes appreciation is the only ones who are working hard to make it all possible. Maybe, for example, a little help. That's asking too much, isn't it? Yep, help will be appreciated from students like you. If students would show their dedication and school spirit and offer some help, well, I don't exactly need it. But I wouldn't necessarily refuse it, so it'd be nice if someone would. Oh, hello. Yeah, we've definitely seen all this. We've seen this. I remember this. Yep, we've definitely seen all of this. I don't want to control skip because then I might skip past too much. It's written. Oh, can I skip this? Yeah, okay. I don't know what was different about that conversation. I swear we've had that. But whatever. Oh, I'm feeling tired, so I set my alarm clock to wake me up as late as I can afford while still making it to the first class. Oh, this is going to be different because we're not getting up for early morning runs now. Nurse's voice almost nagging in the back of my head about morning jogs. Make a resolution to make up for it by going for a walk after school tomorrow. Emi won't care either way, I bet. Boom 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 boom. Okay, right, this should all be new stuff now. Wake up and take a hot shower. Back in my room, the first thing I see is a familiar row of medication bottles lined on top of my dresser. Wait, no, I've seen this. Nope, I haven't. It's annoying. I thought it was... Oh, yeah, of course I have, but I've seen it after doing the morning run. It was annoying. I thought it was okay. I thought I'd made my peace with this thing, gotten over it. What I really did was allow myself to forget that I have a problem. Being here really reminds you of the reality, and trying to fight against it just hurts. Reflecting on this is only going to do so much. I've done this before for months. It seems like it's going to get over it. It's just so weird going back to seeing him as, like, shitlord at the beginning. Life is definitely not going to be as long as those for others. I won't get anywhere. My life may be different from others, but it's a life in progress. That's how I rationalise it. I downed the usual handful of pills, trying to push the sudden dreary feelings. Why did it suddenly... the skip mode button appeared? No? Okay. So I step into the hallway, and notice Kenji coming... Oh, Kenji! In the corner, stealthily making his way to his own room with a large bag. He sneaks past me silently like a ninja, hiding in plain sight. I call out to him. Here we go. Hey! He jumps at the sound of my voice. Oh, hey, man! I didn't notice you there. I'm really tired. I think it's more like he didn't see me, but that's not the issue. Have you been this early? Shopping? Nah, I wasn't shopping. Sometimes I have to visit the math teacher. Yeah, I figured it would be a good idea to find out what the next exam is, since he tells you in advance if you want. So then what's in the bag? I thought I'd go shopping while I was outside. Need supplies to continue the fight against the vast feminist conspiracy. Okay. Thought you didn't go outside. I wear a hat now. I don't have to point out that he's not wearing a hat. Awkward silence settles between us. Then Kenji breaks it by pushing his door open, slowly, releasing creaking sounds in the air. Only makes the moment seem more awkward. He sets the bag down beside his room and then closes the door. Yeah, actually that's sort of funny, I suppose. I'm surprised you went out of your way to find the test date. Trying to take advantage of an opportunity to study is pretty diligent. I never study. Oh. I just wanted to know when the next test day was. I'm still going to take it, duh. But I need to know what day it is, so I can't afford to skip class. He usually sends out updates on that crap by phone, so I had to step out and check up on it. And why do you have to go out when you can get it on your phone? I don't carry a phone. What do you mean you don't carry a phone? You mean you just leave it at home? Nah, I don't use phones. I don't have a phone. Phones. I have no phone. Why don't you have a phone? How can you not have a phone? No phone at all? No phone? I just don't like phones. Actually, I'm kind of scared of them. I don't know why. I think it's some kind of repressed trauma. But basically, when I hear a phone, I get nervous. It's my darkest secret. I have two theories on it. Either I have some fear of receiving undefined, ominous, life-altering doom call, or I was beaten with a phone in the past. Beaten so badly that I can't remember. Beaten in the head. Well, where else could I have got beaten with a phone that would make me unable to remember it? The arse? Unexpectedly logical. I feel depressed now. Sensing this conversation is more or less over, Kenji opens his door again and prepares to head inside. Yeah, I'm going to sleep, dude. Have a good one. Class is going to start in like 20 minutes. I already did something today. Too tired to go to school. Hey, you need some lip balm? I accidentally bought two because I thought the store had started selling individual AA batteries. Thanks, but no thanks. Whatever, man. He swiftly enters his lair, finally letting me go to class. For a change, I'm not among the first ones to come in the morning class. Instead, almost everyone else seems to be here already. I recognise most of my class with their faces by now. Their names escape me still. Class goes on lazily. I think I'm starting to get into the rhythm of the school. I've even stopped worrying about taking notes and being overly attentive. First days, I was pretty high-strung in class. Muto finishes lecture about electricity early, continues without a pause about the festival. So as you know, the festival's on the day after tomorrow. Hope everyone's projects are going to be successful this year. Have a good time, but also come Sunday, please keep the meaning of the festival in your mind. Games and fried food! Can I skip this bit? Oh, okay. How? Hi, Emi. Hi. I'm going to make you a one-time only super extra special lunch offer. Emi's homemade lunchbox and the privilege of enjoying them in private with two bombshell beauties. Seems weird that she's asking me to do this when I didn't go running with her. Overly flirtatious sales pitch echoes in the hallway. A remarkable feat since it's full of people. She's just trying to get... She is Monica, right? She's like, no, you're going to have my route. Emi strikes a very confident looking pose. There's an attempt to one-up her own ridiculous puffing of her modest chest, making the V for victory sign with her hands. Sounds delicious. To what do I owe this honour of being invited? You stood there looking really lost and sad, so I thought you could use some company. That is probably the most depressing reason imaginable. So how about it? You're probably really lonely, would like to eat and would eat that awful cafeteria food all alone otherwise. I'm kidding. Sure, I'll have your lunch offer with pleasure. Let's go to the roof. The roof? Why the roof? Because that's where we eat lunch. If I don't get up there, she'll probably wander off, and then I know she'll go hungry because she never packed a lunch for herself. Who will? Come with me. I'd answer a question, waiting for a response. She grabs me by the arm and drags me through the hallway. Attempt to make conversation on the way. Why'd you have an extra lunch? Emi smiles guiltily. Actually, it's yesterday's lunch. I slipped in around at lunch and forgot to eat. Huh. The stairway to the roof is... Oh, so, like, obviously she makes you a lunch. Wait, did that mean she never made me the lunch before? She just gave me yesterday's lunch. Wow. The things you find out in different routes, eh? Stairway to the roof is a little dilapidated, but it's clearly been used recently. On top of the stairs, the door completely missing. Oh, can I skip this bit now? Yep. We're in. Boop-a-doop-boo, boop-a-doop-a-doop, 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 Oh, guess I need to buy some supplies. Can't live off cafeteria food and eating out for my entire stay here. Oh, as I leave for the gate. The evil gate. I make a few loud stretches and try to starve off the tiredness that comes accumulated over the week. After passing through and round the corner, though, I see a solitary figure walking downhill towards a small town below. The colour of her hair and tapping of her cane are unmistakable. Quickly walk up to her, which seems to catch her attention without a word needing to be said. Hi, Lily. She takes a moment to place the voice, slightly adjusting her head to face a bit more towards the source of my voice as she does it. Hisao? Yep, that's me. She seems to have a good memory for voices. The fact that she actually remembered is a pleasant surprise. Good evening. What brings you here? Once again, she gives a small, polite bow. And once again, I play in kind before realising I didn't need to. Just going to town. You? My, what a coincidence. Doing the same thing, eh? I usually go shopping on Fridays. She pauses for a moment, suddenly looking a little lost. That said, Hanaka usually comes to town with me. Ah, not lost, but worried. Two do seem to be pretty close tabs on one another. It's kind of surprising that Hanaka would just forget Lily like that. I noticed her reading in the library. She probably just got caught up in a book. She let out a small sigh of relief. Thank you. She has a habit of doing that. Avid reader? Right. She doesn't like being around crowds of people, so reading away from everyone lets her relax a bit. I'm confused, like, whose route I'm on right now. Like, who I'm en route to, so to speak. Like, I had some extra Kenji scenes, but, like, what I know Lily doesn't like me, but what am I on, what's her name? Hanako's route now? I don't know. What am I doing? I just probably didn't intend it. I can't help but grimace as I recall my first meeting with her. Hardly waiting to bring it up, I remain silent as we quietly continue to walk down the quiet road. Tack, 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 tack. The road, bereft of cars and the students of Yamako increasingly far behind us, the quiet rustling of the leaves and the measured tapping of Lily's cane against the sidewalks are all that can be heard. It's kind of nice, especially compared to the hustle and bustle of where I used to live. Before I know it, I've relaxed so much that a loud yawn escapes before I can control it. Tired? Yeah, I've been running ragged these past few days. That's an understatement, to be sure. Transferring to a different school would be bad enough, but nothing like this. Well, hopefully everything should settle down for you. The festival's got everyone in a spin right now, and you've been plopped right in the middle of things. For a moment I hesitate, but given her apparent tolerance of frankness, I decided to give my full thoughts. I guess. Yamaku's kind of different, though. I mean, the formality surrounding everything, the isolation around it, not to mention the most obvious difference. It's kind of a whole different mindset. I suppose I'll get used to it in time, though. I will save, I mean, yeah, probably. I save every choice that's different. She gives a matter-of-fact nod, apparently pleased with my answer. Feels almost as if she included me in the flock of students she's shepherding, along with Class 3-2 and Hanako. Well, not that I mind. It's nice to get the thought off my chest in any case. Looking on the bright side, one could see it as a chance for a new beginning. You should cherish the ability to make new friends. That's optimistic. Nonetheless, it's good to have a positive attitude about such things, I suppose. I guess that's a good take on it. Walking down the road, she seems to become somewhat unsettled. Before I can ask what's on her mind, she seems to collect herself and speak up about something else. So, where in town were you going? That's actually a pretty good question. I come to buy food, but the layout of the place is still totally foreign to me. I intend to just wander around and see what I can find, but with sunset already approaching and nightfall not too far away, that doesn't seem very wise. I'd have to ask her for directions. Again. I was just going to get some food, but now that you mention it, I don't really know the way. Oh, now this is quite lucky. I was about to go to the convenience store myself. We're going to see the mart again. Room Avenue seems to be the best choice for getting on to 3 of the routes if you don't want to replay common route. Okay. Looks like I'll be in your care again then. Thanks. Together we walk to the store, my pace carefully slowed to remain beside her. Compared to me, I see why. So Emi's is like the first decision that makes her consistent. You will have this route if you do this. That's why she's the easiest to get onto, I suppose. Compared to my usual walking pace, hers is quite a bit slower. Not that it's without reason. It's the Aura Mart. After what couldn't be more than 7 minutes, I catch sight of our objective. This town is really pretty small. We actually get to see inside the Aura Mart. Ooh. Without further ado, make our way inside and greeting from the counter. Mind if I tag along with you? Usually Hanako would help me, but seeing as she's not here... Take a moment before I realise what she means. Considering she wouldn't be able to read any of the labels, shopping without any help would be a big pain for her. That said, I can't shake the feeling that she had this idea since I was coming here. Sure, it'd be my pleasure. I grabbed 2 well-used red baskets in a small stack beside the entrance, handing one to Lily. She lays it on the ground, putting her school bag in it, and retracting her cane and sliding it through the basket. She basket handles before picking it back up in her right hand. Wait, if she doesn't use her cane... Before I can complete the thought, she comes beside me and pinches the cuff of my uniform in her slender fingers.
Is this alright?
Sure. I have no reason not to accept it. I can think of worse things than shopping with a pretty girl holding on to me, even if it's out of necessity. We never get away from the store with not one of the occasional passing customers seeming to bat an eyelid. Considering how close Yamaku is, I guess seeing students from there must be entirely normal for the local residents. As we reach each aisle, I quickly check with Lily to find out what she needs. I grab it, along with what I'm looking for, and put our items into their respective baskets. I guess this is the same routine she and Hanako follow every Friday. Right, that's all that's left is bread, and that should be my shopping done. Do you need anything else, Lily?
No, this should be everything.
Off we go, then. With a quick side trip to the bakery section, we make our way to the registers. The line, thankfully, is almost non-existent. It's not long before we've both paid for our food and are out the door. As Lily retrieves her cane and extends it to full length, I waste a minute looking upwards at the night sky while holding on to both of our bags. For a moment, I try to make clouds of my breath, but the summer's heat doesn't seem to cooperate. Eventually, she rights herself, taking a quick stretch before taking her bag and leaving me to my two. You tired as well?
Festival preparations have been complete chaos. Shizune's breathing down my neck doesn't exactly help things either.
Hey, she's only trying to get everything organised. Better now than later, right?
I suppose. Going to enjoy relaxing in town tomorrow, that's for certain.
Guess the festival preparations must be taking a toll on both of them. We walk out into the quiet street, talking between ourselves as we carry our bags of food and supplies from the store. Wait, what's that? I notice a very distinctive figure making its way towards us, silhouetted by the street lamps. For a second, I think it's another male student from my class, but as he, or should I say she, gets closer, I recognise her quickly. Rin, what are you doing out here so late?
Rin?
Lily perks her head, looking like she's trying to focus on listening more keenly. Something comes from me that I should probably interpret the scene for her. It's Rin Tezuka, I think was her last name, from our school. She stiffens at the name and gives a complicated-looking expression, something like a forced fusion of a composed smile and a painful cringe.
Ah, I understand.
I guess Lily knows Rin too. Rin turns to look to us, looking terribly out of it. I'm not entirely sure if she recognises either of us, or at least she doesn't acknowledge it if she does. She looks like a zombie, or a statue of a zombie. But slowly, some symptoms of understanding seem to light in her dark eyes. This is something she must react to. Rin blinks once, very thoughtfully. Hello. There's an awkward pause, everyone waiting for someone else to say something. What are you doing here this late? I was wondering about that myself too, just now. Some people asked that just before. I assume they were wondering the same. I didn't know. They didn't know either. I asked. That's why I'm wondering. So that was pretty much it. It's a murder mystery without a murder. They were going that way. She turns facing her right in order to demonstrate the direction the other people went, as if that was important, and rotates back like a mechanical puppet, one of those overly complicated clockworks. The person who gives an impression of being the quiet type really does use a lot of words to say things that don't need a lot to be said. Unsure if she's finished, I say nothing, neither does Lily, who seems equally robbed of words for the time being. I think that both of us are, in fact, just scared that any response might provoke her to continue. Our stupefied lack of reaction doesn't faze Rin at all. She keeps looking at us expectantly, a calm hint of expression on her blank face. She seems to be that kind of person, always so relaxed. So bull elephant-grade sedatives were flowing in her veins in the place of blood.
Do you have amnesia? I don't recall you having anything of the sort, though.
No, I don't think it's that. The other passers-by are probably just worried, though. You do look really lost, the way you're standing in the middle of the street. Oh, I see. Maybe I should have taken some other kind of pose in that case. Ponder for a while whether I should chase this angle further or give up for the sake of my own sanity. I decided on the latter. It seems that most of the time it's better not to read too deeply into what Rin's babbling about. Talking with Rin is like playing chess with a supercomputer who does seemingly completely random moves just to mock everything you know about chess. It's like that, except with human interaction. And even if I win, it feels like losing. Damn, it's just like Kenji said, even when I win, I lose. Is this the power of the girls of Yamaku? I push the thought aside, as it's too dangerous to consider further. It's probably just Kenji's anti-female propaganda getting to me during a moment of weakness. Yeah, maybe taking another pose might have worked. So anyway, you have no idea what you're doing here? She frowns, looking extremely displeased at either my question or its consequences or the answers she's about to give. I do have some idea. Can't really tell what kind of an idea.
That sounds like progress, at least.
Lily sounds as if she spotted an opening for some kind of discernibly normal conversation. Can't say I share her optimism. Yes, there is some, definitely. The rest will come later. I'm sure of it. I always have reasons. The ensuing silence kills Lily's hope all too visibly. That didn't last long. Rin's, as far as I can tell unbiased, assurances aside, what should be done? I just leave her to her own devices, whatever those are, but it's late and I don't think we'd be getting any thanks if Rin was found standing here in the middle of it all the night. Which she probably will, unless she manages to remember what she was doing here in the first place. As for me trying to guess what might have been going on in her mind when she decided to embark on this adventure, the chances seem to be on par with winning the lottery. Several times in a row. Lily is oddly quiet too. I appreciate some support from the sidelines here, especially if she's more familiar with Rin than I am. It can't be helped. It seems her familiarity with Rin is exactly why she's staying subdued. So I assume you were going somewhere, not coming back to school? Any idea where? Her eyes widen in shock as it jolts back somewhat artificial way, make it seem like an act rehearsed for situations like this. Are you a mind reader? Is that your disability? How unique. No, what? Why would you think that? You knew what I was doing. It was just an educated guess. We walked down the same street in the other direction just before to get to the store. If you were going to school, we would have met you on the way. Oh. She looks a little disappointed. Like Kenji, Rin appears to be quick to jump to completely irrational conclusions. Maybe there's something in the water here. Make a mental note to stock up on soft drinks. You know, that's the second time this week that someone's asked if I was a mind reader. Do I really give off that impression? Rin shrugs her shoulders, which is all the answer I get. You know, maybe you should come back with us to school. Lily interjects, just as I'm about to further debunk my alleged mind-reading capabilities. She sounds rather concerned, the paper-thin smile on her face badly disguising that fact. Maybe she came to the same conclusion as I did. For everyone's sake, I decided to let the mind-reading topic drop, as it's entirely inane anyway. Yeah, Lily's right. If you can't remember, there's no point staying here. Rin considers the rather simple deduction for a moment, then nods. Okay. Okay. We start towards the school again, having wasted way more time than necessary with this episode. Rin walks along the edge of the sidewalk in a rhythmic way, looking like a mix of a sleepwalker and a rope dancer, while Lily keeps one hand on my shoulder, tapping the ground with her cane. Tap, step, step, tap, step, tap, step, step, step. Apart from that and a few fragmented beginnings of conversation, it's quiet. It's quiet. A quiet, quite, apart from the relaxing one into town at that. Holy shit, that was a hard sentence to say. So, how's the mural going? We are going to get bad luck. Never talk about works in progress. I'm sure it'll be wonderful. Bad luck. Tap, step, tap, step. She doesn't care to talk about it. Lily's politeness feels out of place for the first time. Step, step, step. The hill Yamaku rests on is surprisingly steep going uphill. We slow the pace and I feel my pulse rising and breathing getting heavier. Almost there, I can see the gates already. More than that though, I notice that Lily's hand slightly tightens on my shoulder, interpreting it as a gesture that she wants to ask something. I speak up. Anything wrong, Lily? I resist the urge to say, aside from our travelling companion, but only just. For a moment, she seems to debate whether she should even bring it up, but goes for it anyway. Is everything alright? Alright? How do you mean? That I can't interpret her incredibly vague question puts her off for a second. It's just, you seem unusually tired, I guess. As she brings it up, I notice that my breathing is strangely heavy. Happy Walk has really done a job on me. They noticed it all too quickly. Dun 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 dun. Which one of these will screw things up? Which one of these will screw things up? I don't want to talk. I want to talk. I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. Just the hill is surprisingly steep, don't you think? Wonder what they have at this school so high up anyway. Don't we have students in wheelchairs and everything? Indeed. Lily's forehead wrinkles in concern. I don't really want her to have that kind of expression over me. We barely know each other. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Not that you can find a place like this wherever, I guess, but it makes me wonder what they were thinking. My voice is overly calm. It sounds weird to my own ear and I speak way too fast. I briefly wonder how much Lily can sense from someone's voice alone. Let's continue. We're almost there anyway. For the rest of the way back to the school, we all remain silent. Boom ding ding, boom ding ding, boom ding ding, boom ding ding, boom ding ding. Students roll to class a Saturday morning session, each and every one of them sporting the tired eyes of people who have worked through the night. Wait, no, I've done this one, right? Yeah. Muto stands in the hallway, scratching his head as he works out what he's trying to say, not knowing what's going on. I wait silently. So, tell me, how are things? Things? Said to Muto to be a little vague, but this is pushing the limits. You know, things. You got a week to settle in now, so how are things? Fine, I guess. I see. And how's your condition? The pause before condition seemed a little unnecessary. Haven't had any problems so far. Brief shimmer of relief passed across Muto's face. Good, that's good. School nurse was a little concerned you might have been pushing yourself a bit too hard. He asked me to keep an eye on you when he couldn't. That makes sense. I'd ask you don't blow us off so freely. much as we try to give you the level of education you would get at a normal school, you have to realize you have limits. Our goal is to make sure that you know where those limits are and how to maximize your potential within them. Do you follow me?
I guess. I mean, I don't plan on doing anything stupid.
Well, that's a start, I guess. So then, on to my next question. How are you finding your studies? I understand you were laid out for a while. We're not too far ahead, are we?
I don't really think so. I tried to keep up when I was in the hospital, so it hasn't been too hard. Wait, I've done this before, right? Yeah. I guess just because the bit that was different was because I didn't mention Emi. After about 10 minutes of restlessly shuffling in her seat and trying to read, I go close the book and leaves too. As I should, since the assignment is all but finished and there's nothing left to do in the classroom. Nope, I haven't done this. Not really feeling energetic, I just go straight to my room and read for the rest of the day. Next day I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine since it's Sunday and there's no classes. Not just a Sunday though, but the festival as well. From my window I can already see people at the soba booth, slinging noodles onto plates for people with craving for low quality food. Throw back a handful of my morning meds and ponder how to spend the day. There'll be a few exams in the coming week, but I don't consider them as ominous as others, so I'm not too worried about them as I probably should be. We did it. Oh, is this the Kenji route? Did I do it? Did I succeed? I hope so. No urgent obligations regarding education. I should be free to spend the day at the festival as I like. Finishing my morning routine next to the hallway, intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing the door, I decide to see what Kenji's up to today out of impulse. Curious if he has any plans since everyone else is doing something. Then again, I can picture him having built a soundproof shelter in his room. Or possibly something like a fort, complete with no girls allowed sign. And with the girls crossed out and body crudely scrawled underneath it. Knock on his door, which is luckily devoid of any kind of sign. Here again, the unsettling clicking of at least 10 locks being pulled back. The door opens a crack. Who is it? You're supposed to ask that before you open the door. Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's not really that early. What is it, man? Nothing, I was just going to ask what you're doing today. Half the school's out there already. Out where? Why? What? What? Is today special? Why are they out there? Who are? I can hear them. It's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks more alarmed. What day is it, man? Yeah, I guess you can't see the big wooden booths outside. People are selling stuff. What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all times to thwart the snipers. It's the festival. You know that, right? Oh, shit, that's today? Damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have my fort finished yet. This is bad. It's going to be a very bad day. Oh, it's good you told me, man. It's going to be a bad day. Why? Oh, man, they're going to be everywhere. The people outside my window, socializing. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, suddenly looking very ill. It's going to be loud as hell. Damn, and I was going to go out today, but now it's ruined. Everything is ruined. This is awful. It sucks. What the hell? This really sucks. I can't go anywhere now. There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could even say he's majorly freaking out. I can't believe this. So, that's what today was. Damn, and I couldn't even prepare for it. Couldn't even brace myself. And now it's here, and I can't do anything. You should have told me this earlier, dude. I mean, at least I know, but I could have known earlier. Imagine what I could have accomplished. Sorry, I thought you knew. So I guess you're not going to do anything today? Weather's even good. Yesterday was really windy, so I thought today would be cold. It's not, though, so there's no reason to stay inside, yeah? You should check out the festival. Kenji groans, covers his face with his hand. No, I can't do it. They'll leave me alive out there, I know it. This has to be a joke, but he said with such a straight face. Relatively straight. What are you going to do? We should hang out in here. You can help me with my fort. We might still make it if we work together. What am I going to do? I don't have any plans in hindsight. That's really stupid. Maybe I should have asked a girl out. Then again, all things considered, I don't think I could have done anything like that. It's only my first week. Yeah. A week that I've wasted being awkward around almost everyone, stumbling all over myself trying to get the hang of this place. Thinking about it, what have I accomplished? What have I even asked? Damn, it seems that Kenji is my only realistic option for a date today. Yes! Getting! This is the most depressing thing that has happened to me since I had a heart attack because a girl confessed her love to me. Can't be helped. I don't know, really. I don't have anything. I guess a thought seems a bit excessive. You sure you don't want to go outside? It's not like visitors won't come to the dorms today. He looks thunderstruck by this revelation. Jam, you may have a point. This place is not safe today. We must find somewhere to hide in. He falls silent for a moment, thinking. The roof! What about it? We are going to hide out on the roof for today. It's a perfect place. Nobody ever goes up there. Meet me on there in 1 hour. I have to prepare. He slams his door shut and the lock clicks closed. Damn, what the hell is wrong with Kenji? I think I'm now going along with his craziness. It really makes me depressed. I feel like a failure. One step outside, the dim of the crowd greets me. The whole school is bustling with activity. There are stalls everywhere, and the crowd swarming between them considerable. I didn't expect the festival would attract so many visitors. I have to admit, the people in charge of decorating the place put a lot of effort into it. It really shows. People seem to be enjoying themselves, and the atmosphere is colourful, bright, and happy. That is, if I were suddenly in such a foul mood. At the moment, it's more annoying than anything else. Well, it can't be helped. I decided to stick with my original plan and eat, and I guess I'll have to at least see what Kenji's up to on the roof. Just slow circle around the grounds, kill some time. Look at the stalls, but not feeling like playing any of the games anymore. Garnished colours grind my eyes. I feel more ill by the minute.
Can't even decide what I want to eat, and the large selection of combined with the massive energetic festival visitors isn't helping. I just head towards the nearest stall that seems to offer something halfway edible and get in line. Turns out to be noodles. Also turns out to be not very good. Well, at least it's nourishment. It's not like I deemed anything else at this point. As I stir my disagreeable noodles, I idly wonder what the others are doing right now. Shizune and Misha are definitely somewhere organising things. Better steer clear of them. Guess they wouldn't forgive me so easily for leaving them alone with this thing. Expect Emi to be buzzing all over the place, being desperately cheerful. There's no chance to find her, but no chance to avoid her either, so it doesn't matter. Lily would probably be helping her class with the festival event, and entirely too busy for another's company. Hanako wouldn't want to talk to anyone either, keeping to herself or to Lily. Rin should be tending to a mural, and is probably being unhelpful to any hypothetical interested parties. Going there for some peace and quiet seemed like the nicest option of the above, but then again, I can't see having art forced on me, raising my mood either, so I'll pass. Yeah, I've noticed. While I was lost in thought, my food seemed to have disappeared, and so's my hunger. Guess I just blocked out the experience of eating while it should be a good thing. Satisfied but unsatisfied, I turned to walk towards the main school building. Now it's almost past already. The crowd is even thicker in here than it was outside. Always almost unbearable. I don't even dare to think what it's like inside the classrooms. Head up the stairs to my destination, the roof. Thankfully the door at the top is unlocked, but now there's a handwritten sign on it. Off limits. Don't mind if I do. Festival noise is surprisingly muted up here, and the roof don't look as deserted as expected. Near a place where the cyclone fence has collapsed, there is a pile of blankets that seems oddly out of place. Wait, did that pile just move a little? That'd be strange. There's no wind here at all. Carefully stick my hand out and give an experimental prod. Yeah! Ah! Startled, I jump back. Who is it? God damn it, Kenji, it's me. Oh damn, you scared me, man. What are you doing up here? We're having a picnic. What? Yeah, I have blankets, pretzels, and whiskey. It's the ultimate setup, man. Whiskey? Aren't you a bit too young to drink alcohol? I'm 20, you know. You're not. I am, and so are you. What? That's absurd. Hey, at least you get something out of it. All I get is this bottle of whiskey. He's rambling incoherently, but I decide to play along. So why do you have a bottle of whiskey? My mum couldn't come visit for the festival, so she sent me some expensive single malt instead. A likely story. Want some? It's not like I have anything else to lose. This day can't possibly get any worse. You mentioned the whiskey in Emi's Route. I am fully aware of the whiskey that he mentioned in Emi's Route. Yes, I remember. Why not? We sit down on the pile of blankets Kenji apparently dragged up here. He produces an almost full bottle of whiskey and passes it to me. You didn't even bring glasses? No, this is not a romantic princess picnic. What the hell, man? This is a manly picnic. No glasses, no napkins, whiskey only, the beverage of true men. Whatever. And pretzels. I take a closer look at the bottle. 12-year-old single malt whiskey, as he said. Shrugging my shoulders, I take a swig. Burns my throat like acid, but the taste isn't unpleasant. They're going straight to my head, and the aftertaste lingers in the back of my mouth, craving for another swig. We should outline our counter-offense and trash-talk women here while they can't hear us. Damn, I forgot to bring my graphs. Try to play a drinking game with myself. Every time Kenji mentions female conspiracy, I take a swig. Oh god, he's going to be pissed. 4 or 5 hours, or possibly several days later, I lost track. You shouldn't feel bad, man. Ease the fuck up. Seriously. I'm relaxed, goddammit. I'm telling it as I see it. Think about it. When did housing and land start becoming more and more expensive? When women began entering the workforce because it created 2-income nuclear families. Yeah, I forgot my grasp, but you'll just have to take my word for it. Women are connected to the decay of all society. I see. It's kind of hard to believe. Even if I say that, somehow everything Kenji says seems to make more sense now. It all fits together, but I don't know if it's because he can explain things more clearly when drunk, or because I understand everything better when drunk. No, man, think of the deeper implications. People could afford to start saying, oh, well, since 2 members of the family are now earning money as opposed to 1, they could surely afford something like rising cost of ownership. I see your point, but land in Japan has always been expensive. And the price of land generally goes up when a country starts undergoing industrialization. But no, it's because of women. Correlation equals causation, you know. I thought correlation didn't equal causation. Whatever, maybe you're right. I'm always right. Yeah, I bet women created industrialization too, to cover their tracks. How diabolical. So yeah, everyone can go fuck themselves. He stands up, impressing me because I'm fairly sure I couldn't even if I wanted to. He yells extremely loudly as if he's lost the concept of volume. I wince and almost want to cover my ears. Ah, how nice it would have been if I could have been down there. But no, you see, thinking like this is a trap, you think you're missing out on something. But at the end of the road, it's nothing but despair. Kenji snatches back the bottle and leans back his head, attempting to pour the alcohol into his mouth, but just ending up drenching himself in it.
Damn it! See, my aim is terrible, and the bad thing about drinking is it only gets worse the longer you go. Today is the day of despair. His voice immediately drops to almost a whisper, but he starts talking much faster than before, slightly slurring his words from the whiskey. As he talks, he waves the bottle around, spilling some of it here and there. Yeah, you know what the most shocking event in my life? There's a hazy recollection of him telling about the second most shocking event in his life, which was a bird pooping on his head. I don't have particularly great expectations of this, but I nod him and continue anyway. You wouldn't think of it, but I had a girlfriend here once. I think it was last year. Yeah, I just blew your mind, huh? See, I've never told that to anyone. It's true. Full does blow my mind. Suddenly I want the bottle. Take it back from Kenji and knock back as much as I can. I was more innocent back then, and I thought she was sane, like most women. Then one day we engaged in sexual intercourse. It was pretty okay. Then immediately following the event, and this is the point of all such things, something strange and scary happened. He throws himself up against the fence, leaning on it, his eyes narrowed. I started feeling incredibly tired and sleepy. This isn't normal. Man, what the fuck? I mean, normally that'd be a high-tension, adrenaline-pumping moment of anyone's life. My energy levels were dropping like a brick. Something sinister was in the works. I could feel it. That's when I knew. Our women were dangerous, sapping the life force of all men through the one commodity that's almost solely theirs to control. Sickening. Yeah, you're better off, dude. Kenji was right. This really is the day of despair. Drink more to avoid having to process what he just said. Now I'm the last sane man in an insane world. Whenever people realize it, there'll be a war, a great war between men and women, the forces of feminism. But the problem is that not all men will fight on my side. Shit sucks. I could set the bar kind of low. Any men are fine, but not the dudes raised by their mum or their sister, that's for sure. And nobody in this dick girl... nobody into dick girl... Okay. That situation seems unlikely to me. Like, it wouldn't happen, like it's not very likely to happen. The alcohol must be working. Regardless, I still feel depressed that I'm up here today. I wasn't really looking forward to the festival with the same excitement as the rest of the school, but still. It would have been nice to have gone with someone. From up here, it certainly sounded like everyone's having fun. Maybe I'm missing out. It's just there's no one I could have gone with. Or maybe there was. So many opportunities, looking back at it now. I must have squandered so many of them. Wow, it really does drill it in, doesn't it? Damn, this is true despair. The worst part is that sometimes I feel like I have no choices in my life, you know? Like I never had a chance to make a decision. Shit just happens. Like it was all pre-programmed, like fate or something. Kenji is Monica. It makes so much sense. He's trying to get me to not go with any of the girls. Oh, it's just clicked in my brain. Wow. So now we're doing the Monica route. The Monica route exists in this game, guys. Yes. Like this. Oh, you're knocking. Nope. Like there's no way I can have a say in what I do. Quick, ask me a question. No. I can't really. See? This is another example of it. Damn. Shit. Damn. Do you see? Now, when I'm trying to go against my destiny and take charge of my life, the opportunity isn't even there. Damn, man, you failed me. Failed me for the last time, jerk. He slides to his knees and then falls over on his side, lying on the gravel on the roof. Hey, you okay? No, I'm not okay. Can't you see I'm in despair? He's speaking in a sarcastic tone. Suddenly, Kenji sits up, clumsily pats himself clean, and puts his hand out towards me to reach for the bottle. Put it in his hand. What the hell? Damn, you killed almost the entire bottle. See, it's like I have no options in my life. Is this how it's going to be for the rest of time? I'm pretty sure it's not going to be like that for the rest of time. Whatever he's talking about, my head is spinning. I get up and lean against the fence, hoping it'll help me focus a little. Yeah, I know. We have to fight the power of all we've got. It's the only way to live. You're an alright guy. This brotherly bond is what keeps me going in these dark times. We should go trolling women. Rolling women? What? Trolling women. Trolling for women. But we have to do it now before we lose this alcohol-related courage. He's gesturing wildly, madly even. Take a step backwards. He takes a step forwards. What's the matter with you? Not in the mood for love? To be frank, no. Take another step backwards. He takes another step forwards. He leans in extremely uncomfortably close. What the hell? Stop leaning... Oh, what the hell? Stop leaning in like that. It bothers me. Leaning in like what? Hey, you should lean against the fence like that. It's kind of unsafe. Try to move away from Kenji, but my balance isn't so good. Reeling in from the dizziness, I grab at one of the fence posts, and I feel it give way as soon as I put my weight on it. This isn't good. For my alcohol-addled brain doesn't seem to be quite capable of registering why. Kenji's face seems to be becoming smaller, which is a bit of a relief. Much smaller, in fact. And rapidly so. There seems to be a bit of wind now. Somehow it makes me feel almost weightless. Oh, hey, welcome back, Cosmic. I feel dazed, like my mind has gone blank. Am I falling? I can see the night sky. As I turn over in the air, the bottle floats in my fingertips and it disappears into thin air as I fall. I realise that this is a fitting end to a truly, truly bad day. Ha! Ha! Oh, shit! See? Monica's gonna be the death of me. I worked out he was Monica, and then fucking... and I'm fucking dead. Oh, you said you were typing in Discord? Yeah, there's 6 messages in the Discord. I didn't, Fucking... Oh my god! Oh. You have typed a lot in Twitch. Holy shit, yeah. Okay. Sorry that you weren't seeing anything. At least you're back now. I didn't see any message saying that it blocked you. Sorry I wasn't paying attention. I saw the messages in Discord, but I wasn't, like, clicking on them because I just thought, it'll be, like, my friends or something just bugging me. I'm glad we did the Kenji route. Remember the other thing he said? No, what other thing? What did he say? What's the other thing he said? I can't believe that's the fucking... So you don't even get out of chapter 1. You just fucking die. Oh my god. He said if he was going to kill... Oh shit, he did! He fucking... Oh my god, that's so great. He would lure them onto the roof and make it look like an accident. He totally fucking said that. Oh my god. Right, so we want to do Rin's route, right? So we want to get to Mind Your Step. We've got to answer Rin's earlier question correctly as well. Let me find Rin's earlier question. Does Rin have an earlier question? Does Rin have an earlier question? No. Doesn't look like Rin does have an earlier question, I guess. So just go here then. Yeah, you can make a prediction. Go ahead. It's alright. Just need to catch my breath. My condition isn't the best these days. Oh. Is it something that is related to you being transferred here? I mean, is there a second Kenji route and he's a trap? I don't know. Maybe. That'd be interesting. He's a trap. What do you mean he's... How can he be a trap? She cuts herself off rather abruptly, maybe realising she was being a bit intrusive. Her instincts are sharp though, and while I don't like the subject, it's not like I should lie about it. If it's Lily, I don't think I mind. I'm just a little weak for the time being. Hanako said you looked fairly healthy, so I naturally thought... Lily doesn't finish her sentence, again letting it trail off with a measure of concern. She furrows her brow. Lily's uncomfortable expression spurs me to say at least something to ease her feelings. Surprising. She's this flustered, considering her straightforward attitude with her own blindness. She must know that not all share her comfort about such things. No, it's okay. I have a pretty, I guess the best way to put it would be messed up heart. Arrhythmia. So either leads you to Lily, Hanako, or Rin, depending on previous choices. I haven't been keeping track. Well, I haven't had any previous choices for Rin, but I've fucked up both Lily and Hanako, so it'll be Rin. I had a bad heart attack a while ago, and because of it, I spent most of the spring in hospital, and in the Yamako on doctor's orders. The reason he hates girls is because he is one, and why he's constantly trying to make you think how manly they are. Well, I think the reason he hates girls is because of the librarian. I thought, if we do Kenji's route, we'll get to, hear about him and the librarian having a relationship, but I guess not. My answer, though, only seems to make Lily furrow her brow even further. She doesn't seem to quite know how to react, given we don't really know each other that well. Can't really fault her for it, given I have the exact same reaction. I do want a Sorge? I don't know that word. Concern. I really don't want to dwell on this either. Don't worry about it. I try to offer a reassuring smile, but then I realise the futility. Knowing this, Lily smiles at me and reassuringly, but doesn't say anything further. Arriving at the dorms, Rin stops in front of her mural as if lightning struck in her. She has been so quiet for almost all the walk back that I had all but forgotten she was here.
It's Friday, isn't it?
Yes, Friday the 8th of June.
This is bad.
Bad? Why?
I think I'm going to go into a fetal position and throw up. Possibly in reverse order.
Is something wrong?
No, nothing is wrong. It's Friday and nothing is wrong yet. This mural is going to need to be finished by Sunday, so everything's alright. Do you have any drugs? Or a time machine? This is not good. Not good. She's so behind her schedule. Recalling Shizune's exasperation at Rin's carefree attitude several days ago, I don't know what to think. She's left herself open for a told you so, unless she can pull off whatever she needs to pull off by Sunday morning, and keep staring at her mural, looking as mortified as she can. Leave me. I'm going to work for a while. I glanced at Lily, expecting her to share an incredulous look with me as I roll my eyes, but I realise she's not one to do that kind of thing. Leave me. We do, of course, not wanting to aggravate her any more than she already is. Basically, picking any pro-Lily choices mean you don't even get the chance to make Rin choices. Okay. Interesting. There's a churning bad feeling in my gut. Rin sure has a knack of making people feel worried about her. She seems like a person who should never be left alone. Maybe we should call someone. She sounded like she was going into shock or something.
I'm sure she'll be just fine. Just as a, how to say...
Lily cocks her head a little, trying to find a polite way of calling Rin crazy without calling her crazy. Unique?
Yes, a very unique person.
Guess you could say that. She giggles at the notion, melodiously, nodding in agreement.
Sorry about leaving you stranded as you talk to her. I don't really understand her, so I keep my distance.
So my guess was right. Lily offers a slight apologetic smile, as if she was sorry that her own shortcomings had prevented her from becoming closer to Rin. I'm not one to blame her, at all. Lily let slip a long breath, probably disguised yawn. Imagine she's exhausted by this, as I am.
I'd better leave now, and give these to Hanako. Thank you for the company, Hisao.
She smiles very sweetly at me. Feels different than normal, despite the fact she seems to be smiling so often. Can't put my finger on what the difference is. It's just different. Relaxed, I'd say, but that's probably just a relief over getting rid of Rin, maybe. Yeah, good night. Say hi to Hanako for me.
I will. Good night.
Students roll to class, Saturday morning session. Alright, we can skip this bit until we get to a thing that we haven't seen yet. Oh, we're getting paints for... Okay. So this was similar to the Emi Route, where we had to get paints for Rin. Which means I'm guessing I'm working on the Rin section. Emi heaves a sigh. Guess I have to go back and get some. I promised to help with our class project, though, so I'll be back a bit later. Can you manage about it for a few hours? Rin nods, and so Emi leaves. I stay because I like watching Rin paint, and because I have nothing better to do. I sit in a box and pick up today's book from my bag. It's a story about 3 guys drinking beer for 2 weeks straight and doing little else. Rin moves from the spot that was in need of blue and starts slowly working on another. Footworks a brush steadily against the plastered wall. Layers of paint on top of layers of paint. The mural slowly gains more form. I turn the page at a leisurely pace. In this chapter they are drinking beer at the protagonist's friend's place. In the previous one it was the protagonist's own apartment. It's not a page-turner, kind of a book. Not a page-turner kind of book. A slice of someone's imaginary life that makes me wonder why it had to be written. Why indeed? The reason for doing something creative. It's something incomprehensible. Like why Rin does painting. Feels like she and Emi are the same, going squarely against their fates as if it's just out of spite. Alright, see you there, Cosmic. Don't worry, we won't miss any of Rin's route. I'm just gonna get to chapter 2 so I can confirm I've started Rin's route, and then I'm gonna save and call it a stream there anyway. So don't worry, as long as you turn up next Friday, you won't miss any of Rin's route. So don't worry too much about it. I'm just getting it started because Rin is the next character I wanted to do anyway. Probably my stuff running low. Your stuff? What stuff? Rin even said something like, do something you can't just because you can. Is that what she meant? Is that her reason? It might be Emi. She comes off as quite a headstrong person. Rin doesn't give off that kind of air. Thinking about it, she doesn't give off any kind of air. Maybe a different kind every time I talk with her. Why did she say that? Why did she say what she said? Why does she, or anyone at all, paint, or draw, or sculpt, or write? Never had much of a creative impulse, so I don't think I can really understand it. Makes me feel hollow inside. What a grim thought. I can't really decide whether it's true or not either. On medical stuff. Okay. Am I content being this way? I can't deny I'm feeling a little envious of Rin, but I really can't consider it a flaw of any kind. I am myself, and she is herself. Still, I do need to find something. Something that could make me feel a little less lost about myself, instead of just drowning myself in these books as I did in the hospital. I can't help but feel disoriented. The new school, lifestyle, and people around me contribute heavily to this sensation. I'm trying my best to fit in existing social circles, but most of the people I've met have been really nice. Still feels like I'm an outsider though, so I don't belong. That sucks. That's pretty bad. I know someone who has something of similar odds, so I've never bothered to work out the odds of my long lists of medical issues. And you know what? I think I'd be happier never trying to bother working out those odds. Thankfully, I don't believe in luck, so things happen as far as I'm concerned. So I guess even if I did know the odds, it wouldn't affect me. But I mean, there is a fair list of them. Anyways, shake off the feeling, realizing that I'm spacing out. I've neither turned a page nor of the book nor done anything for Rin. She's trying to pour some paint from a big can, only using her feet, having not bothered to ask me. Maybe she did and I didn't hear it. Either way, it looks very unstable. Quickly jump to help her, as it looks like she's about to spill the entire contents all over the pavement. Take the can from her feet and pour some into the bowl. She doesn't say anything, and neither do I. I catch a glimpse of her eyes, looking silently at me from under her unkept bangs. It's an unreadable expression, a perfect poker face, mixed with a hint of something like mild surprise. Wonder what she's thinking. Maybe she is wondering about what I'm thinking. Maybe nothing. Ah, yeah, I know that feel. I know that feel completely. Like I don't work on a 24-hour clock at all. You might be surprised by that, considering I somewhat consistently stream. But like, honestly, actually, streaming 4 days a week now, I think might actually help me maybe start working on a 24-hour schedule. Because normally I just like I don't sleep very much, or I sleep too much. So like, I don't know. 24-hour days, 7 days weeks. They're stupid. They're stupider than me. Penny for your thoughts? Do you have any pennies? Do you have any pennies with you? I don't think I do. No, I don't think I will tell. I'm not thinking anything either, so you're in luck. Except now I just did. She frowns, looking very unsatisfied. It's hard not to think about anything, but it's important. I'm about to ask why it's important. Some old guy walks up to us, looking like he has some business with Rin. I stay up 27 hours more than the average person per week. That's insomnia for you. I'm lucky if I get 2 hours sleep. I know that feel. Or more recently, anyway. I used to get. Well, it's like that weird schedule where it's like you sleep for like half an hour or 2 hours or 1 hour, whatever, for like 5 days, and then the next day you'll just be like, oh, I'm just gonna sleep for fucking 16 hours. Wow. Sleep in quotation marks. Sleep and wake up again. I don't really sleep that much, but you know what I mean. Well, I don't know if you know what I mean. That's me assuming. I'm sorry. Oh, hello. You're a new character. Good afternoon. How's it going? I can make it. Rin doesn't take her eyes off the wall and responds so naturally that I can only assume they know each other. I haven't seen the man before, so I naturally wonder who he might be. Maybe a teacher? His hair has faded to a silvery grey, so much so that it looked artificially dyed. I hope that's not the case. He's wearing glasses hanging on the bridge of his nose, but it appears he's constantly looking over the lenses rather than through them. Oh, okay, yeah, so yeah, you just sort of get it then, yeah. I'm the same. That's insomnia for you. It sucks. I think it gets to the point where you're just so tired your body just puts you to sleep. Oh, did you? Yeah, I don't really eat sugar much, so like I guess I don't have that problem. Because sugar sucks. He's studying the mural intently over said glasses. Good. What bold composition you have here. He moves to inspect the mural closer, talking to himself about it in a way that makes it obvious he wants us to hear it too. Very good indeed. I don't really know what to make of it, but Rin doesn't seem to care much. She's looking around her workspace, the various bowls of different tones scattered all over. Hisao. A little more of this. Give me a second. I pour a 50-50 mix of 2 paints into the bowl and create more of the same pale tone of pink tone Rin was using to fill up the shape of the man's face. Rin watches me doing so, which makes me feel nervous somehow. Her face is so unassuming that I feel she's just waiting for me to do something wrong. The man turns to reckon me as well, looking surprised as if he noticed my presence only just now. Maybe he did. Why, hello there. Who might you be? I'm a transfer student to class 3-3. Hisao Nakai. Nice to meet you. Muto's class, eh? Well, I won't hold that against you. Oh my god, that laugh he just did was terrifying. Oh, that was birds flying away from his laugh. Oh. Ah, that sucks. Yeah. He laughs very loudly, obnoxiously loudly. Smoothful birds take flight from a nearby tree. I'm Shin Shinomiya, the art teacher. This is the art teacher. In retrospect, I should have guessed that much. He even looks like one as far as first impressions go. How do you come to end up assisting my protege? I wish I knew. Oh. I think I will say that I'm interested in the art club. I guess I'm a little interested in the art club. I blurted out, partially inadvertently. What do you mean? Nothing specific. I wonder if I could come by sometime. Maybe it's just observe or something. I'm thinking that I should join some club or something, so... It's in no way premeditated move, but a vague sense of determination has really been building inside me for this past week. Said I can't take any pill because... Okay, well that... Yeah. I've been offered, like, medication for stuff that I have, but... For me personally, so this obviously doesn't affect you in any way, I just think that if I'm going to live with it for the rest of my life, I got to do whatever I can without medication, you know? So that's what I've done. And it was a struggle when I was younger. I know how fucking much I struggled when I was younger. But I guess I'm managing it now because no one even fucking knows. Everyone just assumes I'm a healthy, normal dude. Which is... Well, I guess that's where the normal comes in, and that makes me sound like fucking Hisao now. I'm saying normal. Oh, no. No, I'm turning into him. I mean, I'm doing alright. I mean, I don't sleep too much, but as long as it's not affecting me, I don't care, you know? It's only like towards the end of not sleeping that it's a problem. For the rest of the time, I'm honestly fine. As long as I don't affect anyone else's life or affect my own, you know? Oh, you meant fucks, right. I just read those two the wrong way around. But, I mean, just so you know, I'm doing fine. Despite what I was saying, I'm fine. Carry on. I want to do something. I want to belong somewhere. Might as well be the art club, my shortcomings notwithstanding. Teacher seems pleased. Oh, you want to join? Well, we always welcome new people, of course. Club meetings are normal enough. We study various aspects of the fine arts and try our hands at them as well. Imagine being in rugby and going to a sleeping purge and falling with your face in the mud. I mean, you said imagine being in rugby, and I'm already having nightmares about the one time I was in rugby where I tackled myself. And then I remember being absent every single Tuesday morning for an entire term of school and still being marked as if I was present because my teacher, who happened to also be my PE teacher, was terrified of my mother. So he never once complained about the fact that I just literally never turned up for rugby because I refused to play it because I hate that game. And any sort of physical sports, actually, really. But specifically contact sports. Because fuck that. I don't want people touching me. They can get the fuck away from me. Or feet. I don't know what he was saying. Let me roll back. Club meetings are normal enough. We study various aspects of fine arts and try our hands at them as well. Or feet. He gives an embarrassed cough, but Rin doesn't seem to mind. Take a small amount of comfort in the fact that I'm not the only one with vocabulary difficulties at the school. Yeah, see, just don't do rugby. Just say you refuse to do it anymore. Fuck, they can't physically force you to do it, so just fucking don't. Screw it. Nomiya rebounds from his faux pas, and theoretically checking the time from his huge gleaming pocket watch, slaps his forehead even more theoretically. I really must take my leave now, but if you have any questions, I'm sure Tezuka can clarify. Somehow, mentioning clarify and Rin in the same sentence doesn't feel right. However, I don't say much to the teacher since he seemed to be in a hurry. Tezuka, I'm pleased to see this little project is going so well. Just stop by to remind you not to run off by yourself tomorrow. I've invited certain people to the festival for you, and I'm sure they'd like to meet you as well. I hope to see you on Monday then, Nakai. Teacher leaves, and we are left by ourselves again. We're still painting as if nothing notable happened. Since nothing in fact did, I'm left wondering what on earth is wrong with me. Art and I haven't worked well together in the past, at least judging from the grades I used to have in middle school. Maybe a club will be different than an obligatory class? Who knows? I tried to come up with something meaningful to ask about it, but to no avail. I'll just go to a club meeting and see how it goes. So I invited some people tomorrow just to check out your painting. Try to stay fit because the way I can, really, yeah. Staying fit's fine, but you don't have to do rugby to stay fit. Just look at this game, for example. Go out for a run. Go out for a run, and then maybe you'll meet a nice girl, and then you'll have a bunch, and then she'll hate you because you mentioned her father and the grave, and then you'll make up and you'll live happily ever after. Who knows? I was remembering it's French for fuck up. I mean, it is. That's pretty much what it means. He has a lot of art people friends. They like to talk about art. I think he wants me to talk about art with them. Somehow I get the feeling you aren't too thrilled about it. Rin shrugs non-committingly, but still gives an impression of her general displeasure at the idea of having to discuss her paintings or any paintings with other people. I mean, okay, but do you hate running more or do you hate rugby more? I mean, there's lots of sports, you know, swimming. You know, you could just do like fucking exercises at a gym. But if that happens, hey. I don't really like talking about art. It's already a way to talk about without talking, so why bother talking about it? I can understand that. It's like being bored and talking about being bored because you're bored. I hate people that do that. I'm not following you. Have you ever talked about being bored? It's pointless, and it's not very exciting. All you can really say about it is, I'm so bored. I once spent a week trying to think of something meaningful to say about boredness. It was the most boring week I've ever had. That's pretty fitting, don't you think? Why would that mean you couldn't sleep? Couldn't swim, even. I'm confused at that one. You're just as likely to be able to play rugby as you are swimming. I mean, if you fell asleep in the pool, I guess. But how is that any more dangerous than rugby? At least people will be watching you, right? In rugby, you'll just get toppled. Okay. Tennis. How about tennis? There you go. The worst that can happen there is you get hit with a tennis ball. Tennis ball hurts less than a fucking 16-stone kid, right? Ring gives you a look. The laconic kind that looks like it doesn't mean anything, but it does. Yeah, but you fall asleep in rugby. That's the point, right? Like, surely it's just as bad, if not worse. A lot worse. Like, you would just... Or would you just mean because it's boring? I like tennis. That's alright. Anyway, I don't know. I guess I just rarely come up with anything to say about art. I mean, like this one you're doing now. I have no idea what to think about it, except that it looks nice. What's this painting about? It's not about anything. That's what I'd like to say, so I did. But that was a small lie. I said it anyway because we kind of liked it to be true. Teacher wanted me to do this, but I didn't have any ideas. Tried to have some, but nothing happened. So now this is a painting without any ideas. But what are you painting then? No idea. You can have adrenaline in tennis. I mean, if you like contact sports, I don't know why you're complaining about it. I'm pretty sure this conversation started just because I thought you were basically saying how much you hated rugby because of the fact that you got a broken jaw or whatever. If you enjoy it, then what the fuck we're discussing. I'm just giving you the perspective from someone who hates it and refused to play. Come to think of it, I call this no idea. Now I started thinking again. This is bad. Oh, I hate that weird glitchy thing that she does sometimes. She shakes her head vigorously for a while. No, she shakes her entire body vigorously. Trying to shake thinking out of her head. That amber red hair flies wildly around. This is why I had Emi help me. She makes it easy not to think about anything. You know, how she just talks and talks about nothing for hours. It's like her head is made of bubblegum foam bath jelly. You're kind of the same, but not really. It's very helpful if you stay here. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. It's probably neither, with Rin being the overtly neutral person she is. So is there anything specific you'd like me to do to make you not think? Just be. So without knowing what I should do, I just sit on an empty box and watch her continue the painting, idly leafing the pages of the beer-drinking book. Rin had a serene expression on her face, her dark green eyes hiding what she... Oh, God. Jesus. I just accidentally opened the... We're back. Okay. Rin had a serene expression on her face, her dark green eyes hiding what she might think behind them. No, wait. She's supposedly not thinking anything, right? She quietly hums a tune, interrupting every now and then with a polite request for more paint or another kind of brush. Concentration is admirable. Even though she seems to be sleep-deprived or under pressure to finish a job, inch by inch the painting gathers more form, details being added to the top, of details, colours intertwining with each other, filling the empty space, growing on top of each other. I find myself thinking about the inspiration and motivation to create art again. Where does one get ideas? They don't come out of nowhere, and I don't think these are muses that magically inject some inspiration into your head. Ideas have an origin and a purpose. The more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that Rin is lying about her mural, or at least twisting the truth. Maybe she doesn't even realise it herself. You can't do anything creative without having an idea of what you're going to create. I'll go against the definition. Every stroke must be decided to be drawn. Even if it's made at random, then that too is a conscious decision. So her painting, even this one, must be based on having some deliberate goal or idea of what to paint. Rin's idea is to have no idea, as she said. Does that count as having an idea? A logical paradox. It seemed to be Rin's modus operandi for the most normal interactions, so it wouldn't surprise me if she hadn't even noticed this herself. I wonder if I should bring it up, but I'm not sure I want to engage in an argument about logic with this girl. But I'll also probably end up short-circuiting fairly quickly, so I discard the thought. Rin is squirming and shuffling restlessly. Even a usual blank visage breaks occasionally. It's a pretty difficult-looking expression, the kind of one that doesn't just come up accidentally. Everything alright? Yes. No. My back started hurting again. This painting is too big, after all, and it's hard to paint in this position. Want to take a break? After I finish this part. Of course, she doesn't take a break, and I don't bring it up again, because that would be completely and utterly pointless. Rin continues her work, and I stay with her. I like to watch her paint, and I'm going to be a member of the same club as she is in now. When she declares the mural to be finished, it's already so dark that I have no idea how she can tell. There's no celebration, no general sense of job well done, just a tired and laconic I'm done, and then we both go to sleep. Cool. Next day I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine since it's Sunday and there's no classes. Not just Sunday though, it's the festival. Ah, wait. Let's skip until we get to Kenji. Well, I joined the art club, so I guess I'll go with them. You did what? I joined the art club. Man, that was a bad move. Really bad. You don't know what kind of girls are in there in the art club. Troubled, angsty cuties who tear your heart out and eat it raw. Well, I know one art club member, and I don't really see Rin suddenly becoming a psychotic murderer. That seems unlikely. Don't say that. Don't fool yourself. You have no idea what you're dealing with here, man. They are the worst kind. They drag you in with all this fancy-pantsy shit, and when you least expect it, bam! Bam what? Kenji seemingly slightly phased at my skepticism, but not any less loony. It doesn't matter. Tread carefully, man. Tread carefully. His fingers his scarf nervously, fast and faster like he's trying to start a fire, and slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course. I'm going to have to find some place to hide in a safe haven, and then knock our lights out myself, so I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival. Okay. Later, dude. Door slowly closes over Low Creek, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said. A happy hubbub of the crowd greets me as I push myself through the main door and step outside. School grounds were transformed to festival grounds over yesterday and this morning. I'm just going to click skip until we get to... Oh, I can't. Okay, never mind. Colourful stands in the main walkways and the main entrance to the school building. Some people are still carrying stuff to and fro, but mostly behind counters are relaxed students who look like they're good to go. Most of our students have been up early to finish preparations. A feeling of guilt passed through me, but as soon as it goes away. I'm just a lowly transfer student after all. Some visitors here are already strolling around the grounds. There are some young families with their perturbed parents trying to keep up with their overly enthusiastic offspring. A few students of our own accompanied by their parents. A lot of old and young people who are here for no reason I can imagine. The Carleon bursts into life, and the principal's squeaky voice announces the opening of the festival over the PA system. Well, the principal has a squeaky voice, I guess? Everyone applauds politely, a bit unenthusiastically. School festival. We didn't really have festivals in my old school. It was kind of old-fashioned, especially considering the school I came from, but it's still somewhat exciting. A day off feels sweet after the first week of hard work, despite me lying on the hospital bed for 4 months prior to this. I recall even wishing that I could go to a math lesson during my stint in the hospital. Can't even remember the program for the festival even though Muto went through it during class the other day. Step off the dorm, steps, intending to take a tour around the grounds to see all the stuff the others have set up, and I make it down to the bottom of the stairs. A few people are studying Rin's mural on the wall, while the artist herself is lounging on the sidelines, leaning against the wall, looking extremely bored and mildly under the weather. Good morning. Hello. How's it going? Nowhere. I'm stuck. What do you mean stuck? I mean I can't walk stuck. I think my legs are out of order because of yesterday. Does it hurt? It's hard to say. Maybe. The strain of work on the mural was greater than she let me know. I thought it was just a bit of tired muscles or something. I mean to ask something further, but Rin swiftly moves on to another topic. Teacher's friends came by. Then they headed to town for lunch and asked me to go. I was a good thing my legs hurt so much. But you're stuck sitting there, that's not good. I'll just wait until I can walk again. Should be either sooner or later, if you think about it for a while. Teacher was happy that I finished the mural. He should be. But I wonder if it's finished after all. Oh? I thought yesterday I'd done everything, but now I'm not sure anymore. I should pay more details, maybe. Probably. It's hard to decide. Finished or not, the mural looks great in broad daylight. Various human body parts repeat over and over in a wildly mutating, mostly disfigured variety of the main event. They're rough looking, as if though thoughtlessly placed and rudimentarily painted, but all great deal of thought and care has gone into each and every one of them. Does this one have a frog growing out of his head? It's a goldfish. What's that? It's nothing. Anyway, the wall is so wide I have to turn my neck from side to side to see the entire painting. It's hard to consider a single piece of the elements don't seem to fit together, but I guess they do create some kind of a whole. Abstract as it is, I have no idea what it's supposed to be portraying, but it looks nice. I guess. I settle myself next to Rin, leaning against the wall like she does. The happy noises of the festival are becoming louder and more folks enter the grounds. Dorms are far from the main attraction, and the main building that stands around the courtyard, so most visitors have not found their way here yet. Somewhat bored expression settles on Rin's face, making her look detached from everything that's going on around her. She's being awfully quiet. I wonder if she's in pain. So, what did the art people say about your mural? My question wakes Rin from her daydreaming. She lazily turns her face towards me. I'm not sure. I think they liked it. Maybe they did. What about you? Are you happy with the mural? Because I kind of participated. It'd be terrible if you were unhappy. Rin tilts her head, biting her lower lip. I think it came out decently. It's not bad, but it's not good either. It's just is. I guess. I'm alright with being empty-minded. Can I ask something else? What does the painting really portray? I thought about it yesterday when you said that it doesn't portray anything. That's a logical fallacy, isn't it? You can't make something out of nothing, not even art. Rin frowns and turns her head back towards the clouds. I don't know. I'm not really good at explaining things. It's just a mural. There's nothing special to it. I said it already. She sounds annoyed at my inquiries. I didn't know what I'd paint, so I decided to just paint a mural. It's a mural that portrays a mural. No, wait. I just thought of a better way to say it. It portrays itself. So, its muralness is at the maximum, at least as far as I can do. So if you think it has some meaning, then I think that's the same as this one has. That makes no sense. Meaning, I feel the corners of my mouth turning upwards into a smile that's just a tiny bit bothered. I never understood art in the deepest meaning of the word. Oh, we got to see the whole thing now. Interesting. Get the basics, how art's supposed to be, and only a means for exchanging ideas and thoughts. However, I never learned how I should interpret a piece of art to somehow divine what the artist intended to say through it. I know it's not any special skill, but somehow my brain never connects art with anything else than what I see. All I see is a mural. I can admire the technical skill. After all, even I know the difference between bad art and mediocre art and good art. Yeah, I'm at the mediocre art stage. I know that feel. But that's as far as I can go, so don't ask me about any meanings, Rin. Her reply sure made me reluctant to ask about any further either. So what are you doing when you get onto your feet? Nothing. Nothing? But it's a festival, don't you want to go and have some fun? I'm fine like this. You don't like socialising much, do you? Think of arguing more for her than myself at this point. It's not I'm particularly thrilled about the festival either. Just a bit curious to see what it's like, and that's about it. Her answer is unsurprising. No, I don't. Guess me neither in the end. You should go if you want to. I know, but I can keep you company. I'm not used to all this yet, so it's okay to take it easy. I can leave, though, if you want to be alone. I like it if you are here. We talk around each other with words that eventually end up somewhere. Her saying that made me feel oddly happy, so I stay. Her presence is something like that, too. The odd warm aura of serenity that she seems to emanate makes it comfortable to be silent. I really like that. We watch people walk by, the two of us silent, everyone chattering happily amongst themselves. It's funny, because he said he really liked people watching at his old school, so they're probably just going to do a lot of that. Because Rin really likes people watching, so just something I remember from Emi's story. Students are leading their families to the dorms to show their rooms. They pass us and the mural, maybe glance at it once or twice. I pay less attention to them and more to my companion, trying to figure out a way past a cryptic, unreadable wall of face. My eyes flicker restlessly from one person to another as I walk by. Is she waiting for people to stop at the mural? Maybe secretly hoping someone would comment on it? I don't think anyone would assume she was the artist. We're just sitting here like a pair of hobos, after all. She doesn't even have hands. I wonder if it's even Rin's style to fish for compliments. She seems so aloof. More people walk by, some of them pointing their fingers at the mural, exchanging words that I can't make out. Someone drops a snow cone on his shoe. Too bad for him. Everyone seems to like it. I suggest it tenacious,ly throwing the topic in the stale summer air separating us. Rin doesn't answer right away, but by now I'm mostly used to her occasional slowness when she must talk. It's like she takes great care picking her words, which is really unbelievable when you consider the jumble that comes out of her mouth. I wanted to make it so that you can just look at it without thinking. Then I realized that it doesn't make any sense, so it became something more like a mix of this and that. From far away, it looks like someone vomited a herd of butterflies on the wall, which is exactly what obnoxious president person didn't want. Is that word that? Is that word that? What word? That. What is the word for more than one butterfly? Butterflies? No, like a herd or a school or a heap. Oh, I don't know. A flock, maybe? Maybe people like butterfly vomit. He looks at the mural, looking surprisingly unhappy. The middle could be better. Usually I like in-betweens, but this was a pain in my butt. Not literally, of course. Then again, I did get that too. I guess it was literally after all. Don't be so critical of yourself. She looks at me fondly, but shuts up. About this point, I start thinking if I should really leave and do something more constructive with my Sunday. This is the pinnacle of social failure. Whole free day, a festival right outside my doorstep, and what do? Sit here with Rin, two bystanders with nothing to do except for think what a pity it is to just be a bystander. Even realizing how pitiful it is, I don't do anything. I don't stand up or take off for a day of fun. Shuffle, shuffle. It's right in the middle there. I don't know why it says it in the middle, but it says it in the middle. Fidget. Why is it saying it in the middle? This is really annoying. Shuffle. Rin is shuffling about restlessly, constantly swinging one leg over the other and knee and then back again. She's a very irritated look on her face. Something wrong? Yes. No. Yes. She suddenly hops to her feet. It's surprising. I thought she was still rendered immobile, but apparently that's not the case. Clinical social failure. This version of herself obviously doesn't remember the Kenji route. Yeah, true. I have to go find Emi or someone. I need help with something. I can help you. No, it's okay. One of us has to stay here in case something happens. That'd be ridiculous. Not even remotely in... Oh, right. I was just thinking, what would they need... Oh, I got it. Why would he die? Yeah, that's also true. Nothing remotely interesting happened since I came here, except that one guy who dropped a snow cone on his foot. Let me help you since I'm bored. So what is it? Rin's lips... yeah. Rin's lip flattened tightly against each other in an almost perfect horizontal line. She closes her eyes and draws a deep breath. She opens her eyelids. The frighteningly stern look in her eyes takes me aback. Hisao, you might not want to hear this, or maybe you do, I don't know, but it doesn't matter, and even if it did, you're not leaving me any choice. Oh! I'm having my period and I need some help regarding that. However, I don't feel that our relationship is yet on the level where I can allow you to pull my underwear down in the girls' toilet even if you offer to. That is why you should stay here while I go look for Emi. Blood rushes to my cheeks, like the rising tide in my brain trying to desperately search for an answer. But the only thing I can think of is how that was the most coherent thing I've ever heard coming out of Rin's mouth during these 4 days I've known her. Yes. Not wanting to meet Rin's eye, I turn my face aside, pretending I'm not looking at someone's parents. From the corner of my eye, I see Rin turning on her heel and walking off without further ado. I feel like going to hide under some rocks. I don't know how long Rin will be gone, or if she will return at all. Good job, dude. She does return eventually, appearing seemingly out of nowhere and sitting back to where she was next to my place. I'm back. Stop being oblivious. Isn't that realistic? She says it flatly, like my blunder never happened. I prefer to forget the whole matter as well, so I keep quiet. Oh, is that her shadow? I thought that... I was wondering what the fuck is going on there. We got like a evil doppelganger. Doppelrin. Time passes and stands still. Sun gleams from high above the main building. Hits me directly in the eyes, but I just squint instead of moving. In a bit, it becomes painful to keep my eyes open just a little, and my temples start aching. My head hurts. Having the day gave me a headache. Can you believe it? Are you hungry? How's that related to a headache? It's not. I asked because I am. I mean, you get a headache if you don't eat. Trust me, I know. Her oblivious seriousness melts my irritation with its ridiculousness, and I find the corner of my mouth slightly turning upwards again. You know what? So am I. I'll go get some food for us. What do you want? My treat. Doesn't matter. Turning with food, I give one portion to Rin, taking the other for myself, and we dig in without a word. Rin looks upwards, fork hanging out of the corner of her mouth. What are clouds? I always thought they were the fall to the sky or something like that, because you can't touch them. You thought like that when you were a kid? No. Last week. Maybe because sometimes my thoughts feel like clouds. Fluffy and white and slow. Oh. No, stop it. Like the sky was in my mind. Like my mind was the sky. The sky of your mind? Close your eyes and think of sky. You won't be able to think of anything else until you stop. I try it. It works. Magic? Opening my eyes, I see Rin studying me with her eyes. I feel uncomfortable because she doesn't say anything. I turn away. Clouds are water. Evaporated water. You know, they say that almost all of the water in the world will at some point of its existence be part of a cloud. Every drop of tears and blood and sweat that comes out of you, it'll be a cloud. All the water inside your body too. It goes up there sometime after you die. It might take a while though. Your explanation is better than any of mine. Because it's true. That must be it. Carry on eating the food before it gets cold. The wall offers a bit of blessed shade as the sun revolves around the dome of the sky. But the afternoon is already slowly making way for the evening, so our lunch becomes more of a dinner, or whatever the word is for a regular meal like this. Despite what I decide to call it, it certainly hits the spot. I haven't eaten a bit since forever. My appetite filled, I let out a satisfied sigh. Rin hasn't eaten all of hers, but seems to be done with her food as well. I lean back, taking in the atmosphere. The crowd has thinned already, but the activities are still going. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Why not? It's warm, the kind of perfect summer day when hot, but not too hot for comfort. The sun will set soon. Time really has flown by. We've been sitting here for 6 hours. Yes, we have. Do you want to do something else now? No, not really. Me neither. She adjusts her position and leans against the wall, and I follow her lead, relaxing my own body. Oh. For minutes on end, we sit there without saying a word. Trying to feel Rin's mood from her demeanour. Tension of her muscles, a tiny expression fleeting on her face. It's no use. She's unreadable as always. The crowd swells to and fro, people happily chattering with each other. Very few people pay real attention to the mural, and even less to us. I fiddle with a few odd pebbles, absent-mindedly. The act of doing something just for the sake of doing something, the pinnacle of idleness. Inch by inch, the sun creeps lower and lower towards the tree line, changing the colour of the sky close to the horizon from golden yellow to orange and red as the moment of sunset draws near. I feel like my stomach is filled with lead after eating so heavy, but the brick wall feels surprisingly comfortable against my back. I try to fight against the drowsy feeling that's overwhelming me to no avail. I just fall asleep in the middle of the... Okay. I wake up with a start. A low boom reverberates through the school grounds. After images of bright sparks flash through my vision like stars. That is the second time I've ever seen the word after images in my life, and it is again in a visual novel. Visual novels have an obsession with the word after images. I keep forgetting sometimes that I am playing as Yuri. That thought keeps slipping my mind. Something rises towards the sky from the direction of the sports field. A tail of fire trails behind until a burst of red and yellow flames light the sky, high above the school with another loud boom. Fireworks. Sudden flash of light against the canvas of the night sky awakens me to realise it's actually dark already. How long did I sleep? I feel groggy and I can't feel my right arm. As I attempt to flex it, I realise why. Rin is leaning heavily against my shoulder, almost falling on my lap. She is fast asleep, not even fazed by the firework. Her mouth is slightly open and her eyes are peaceful and closed. A sleeping, childlike face of the innocent. Shake Rin gently with my free arm to try and wake her up, or failing that, move her so that my other arm is liberated from his pinch. Rin's face twitches, and her eyelids shut tighter as if to resist against waking up. She gradually opens her eyes, but keeps them half closed, letting the light from the fireworks sneak just past her eyelashes, so the green irises mirror the bright flashes of the explosion, and looks up at me and frowns. Just a while longer, okay? Rin's voice is drowsy and slow, leaving her almost unintelligibly muttered words hanging lazily in the air. It seems like she's not entirely aware of the situation. Rin's head drops back on my shoulder, and she leans against me with all her weight. She snuggles up against my side, trying to make herself comfortable, but making me feel very uncomfortable at the same time. I become intensely, almost painfully aware of Rin's warm body, and the deep, peaceful movement of her chest against my arm, her breathing soon returning to the even rhythm. Can't help admiring her gift for sleeping, or the ease of mind of hers to use someone she has known for less than a week as a pillow. The rockets rise up to the sky, one at a time, breaking into flowers of red, green, and gold, accompanied by the oohs and ahs of the audience. I try to push Rin's disconcerting proximity out of my mind, but what can I do about it? I just hope a short while really is that. One by one, the glittery bursts are born and die, blink of an eye, colouring the dark night sky into a constantly changing abstract painting. I listen to the low booms of the explosions, and Rin's quiet breathing, trying to clear my own head of the post-awakening disorientation. Thankfully, just a while longer really proves to be just a while, as Rin stirs from her slumber and wakes up again before the fireworks are over. I fell asleep. She finally opens her eyes completely and blinks a few times. You fell asleep on top of me. Twice. You didn't like it? Well... Despite that inconclusive stammering, Rin sits upright, drawing herself away from me. Well, you are heavy. What is his obsession with calling girls heavy? He's got a problem. It's a lie. She weighs next to nothing, but I have to get a jab back at her, even if it's under the belt. My mock protest fails to draw any reaction as Rin's attention is drawn upwards to the flash of the firework. She seems hypnotised by the colourful play of the explosions. A slight tingling sensation goes up and down in my arm as blood starts to circulate again. It's unpleasant, but it helps me to get rid of this dizzy feeling. More and more rockets rise up to the sky, bright colours of their explosions reflecting from the clouds. This is a long-ass fireworks show, man. I wish we had fireworks shows this long. Both of us stare at the fireworks, fixedly through the canopy of the trees, enthralled by the show. We would get a vastly better view of the sky if we moved even a couple of yards, but neither of us bothered to even suggest it. I really do like fireworks, even though they look at them makes me feel kind of sad, I think. It's like they want you to look at them so bad they are loud and bright, but when someone looks, they're already gone. It's like they were not even real. They are real, I can tell you that. All of this is real, you know? If you think about it, nothing really lasts long. Even something like my life or yours is just a blink of an eye in the history of everything. Like one of those rockets, poof, and we're gone. But we're here, aren't we? Yes, this is reality. Rin sitting next to me, the loud bangs of the fireworks, the vast unlimited sky. These things are definitely real, even though they won't stay here forever. I feel warm inside. I wonder if it's because Rin is so close to me, or just a feeling of being alive. I don't really know what I should say next. It's alright, maybe I'm just talking to myself. But you know, fireworks are pretty, and in the end, isn't it somehow silly to spend so much money on a fraction of a second worth of pretty sparkles? Rin grips her gaze off the still ongoing spectacle and leans back, looking at me with a repulsed face. Wow, I never expected you to be such a cynic. Cynic is a pretty harsh word. Rather than that, I think of myself as a realist. Isn't a realist just a word for what a cynic calls himself? The final rocket goes out with a bang of silver and blue, leaving the grounds eerily silent for a moment until the crowd starts moving towards the main gate like a cattle herd. Oh, they're going to the gate. They're going to have to do the boss fight. Wisps of grey smoke drift towards the dorms and the sports field. The pungent, sulphurous smell of gunpowder it carries along feels like it sticks to my hair and clothes. Was that it? Really, was that it? It was a really long one. I think so. Stand up and stretch my sore back. Sleeping against a brick wall wasn't such a good idea after all. Rin stands up as well and turns to face me with an expectant gaze on her tired features. Although she seems to have trouble focusing her eyes, she's looking straight at me, something I feel has not occurred too often in the past week. So... Suddenly realised we've been almost on a date here, as if by accident, even if we did nothing. But it wasn't. So why is blood rushing to my cheeks and speech stammering? I don't know what I should say, especially since it seems Rin is waiting for me to say something. But luckily she solves my problem for me. Good night, Hasao. She gives me one more lingering look, measuring me from tip to toe, turns around on her heel and skips off, disappearing into the crowd. Okay, good night. I'm left standing there, giving my response to the cooling night air. Sigh. The festival turned out to be nothing like I expected. I ended up spending all day in one spot with Rin, even though neither of us agreed on nor suggested that we should do anything. I just didn't have anything better to do, and evidently neither did she. Rin's warmth lingers for a while longer in my body before disappearing into the falling night. And that, I believe, is the start of Rin's story. It's very artistic. Not sure what any of that was supposed to mean. That was incredibly artistic. Disconnect. Well, that's where I'm going to call it for the night. Oh my god. But it was good though. Had a good time. Oh, let me save before I do anything else. Let me save. Create a new save state. Continue. What is show image? Oh. Shows the background. Okay. I think Rin is the girl with the biggest difference between CGs and the animation and a regular model. Yeah. She looks amazing in CGs. And yeah, I always keep forgetting she's a girl until the game keeps saying she. I keep going to say he when I'm talking about him. Her. Fuck. I just did it right then. Alright. So yes, we have Rin's story next Friday. And then I guess we will do Hanako's story? I want to split up Hanako and Lily's story because obviously they're both going to involve a lot of Hanako and Lily. So, you like how I've split up Rin and, Rin I'm doing next time, whereas I just did Emi this time. So if I do Hanako's story next time, then on the last session, I guess we can do Lily, and if we have the time, maybe do Misha's, possibly? We'll see. No promises. No promises. It basically depends how much time we spend on Rin's one next time. Because if we finish all of Rin's and then actually manage to finish all of Hanako's as well, then yes, we'll do 2 and the Friday after. But, well, they're quite long. So I guess the first section was the longest. But, if we can get 2 in a session, then yeah, sure, I'll do it. I'll do the voice for like fucking 4 hours or whatever. How long was the stream? Like 8? Okay, nearly 6 hours. It's not too bad. Just gonna click save again. Okay, well, that was fun. Ugh. I mean, you can always take a break and come back to it later if you feel like it. I mean, I'm really enjoying this. That's what Sunday was all about. So I bought all those new games to stream for like the Friday streams, and then like I thought, oh, but I want to play them. I just spent like 20 quid on free games, and I want to play some of them. So that's why that's why Sunday is now any game day. So sometimes I might just play like Overwatch or whatever. I might even do Yu-Gi-Oh sometimes, but it just gives me a chance to play some of the games that I want to play and still do this every Friday because you say I can take a break and come back to it. What I actually want to do is play more of this. But I'm going to stick to my guns and keep it just for Fridays. Because that's just how we roll. So, yeah, this Sunday is just going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Like normal. But then next Sunday, I'm going to play something else. On my own, probably, because I like solo streaming. It's fun. It's fun when I have people in chat. You know, we just get to talk about shit. I don't have to worry about train or whatever. I mostly meant if you got fatigue. I don't know that I will. It may have seemed that way because I was skipping through all the bit at the beginning. But beginnings of games incredibly bore me. That's one of the main reasons I haven't gone back to Doki yet. Because it's like most of the game is the beginning of the game, really. If someone ever makes like a full version of that game, how it was meant to play out, if Monica wasn't self-aware, I will play the shit out of that, though. And we'll actually get to follow like a Natsuki route or whatever. Fuck it, I'll even go for it and do like a Sayori route and a Yuri route. And if there is a Monica route, I'll do that too. But I doubt it there will be. That'll sort of be the joke. But yeah, if someone does that, I'll play the crap out of that. Yes, okay, right. So, yep, Tuesday's stream is the next... No, Sunday's stream is the next stream. It's Friday today. So, yeah, Sunday, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's our last Sunday Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream before it's moved to Wednesday. And then Tuesday will be our one after that. If you haven't already seen it, anyone in chat, check the Discord, the group Discord. I just realised, Fox, are you actually in the group Discord? Because I know I have you on Discord as a friend, but I don't think you're in the group Discord. If you're not, there should be a link to it below somewhere. But check out my ultimate meme that I created earlier. That is the most glorious thing I have created in several years. Yeah, you realise that today, not only have I been talking for nearly 6 hours doing this stream, but this is also the day that I recorded that. And obviously that means I recorded it multiple times. So I've been using my voice a lot today. I'm looking forward to not saying a damn thing tomorrow. Oh, shit, I've got a friend coming over tomorrow. Oh, god damn it. That's fair. I'll probably be starting late on Sunday, so don't even worry about it, buddy. Don't even worry about it. I'm probably going to go now, play a few rounds of Fortnite, because they've just had an update. I should probably turn my PS4 on 4 so I can actually start updating. That would be smart, wouldn't it? Well, I couldn't play the other day because the servers were down or something. And yeah, it's just gonna be me. See you later, everybody. Oh, and I will make those emotes. The gate and the nurse. they are happening. They are definitely going to be emotes that are happening. All right, I was about to click quit, but I won't do that yet. Okay, so see you later, everybody. Goodbye.